Stop and stop and stop.
Hey guys, welcome to the Matt Walsh Gauntlet.
Hey, Steel Origin.
Yeah, no, we won't be doing that.
I mean, look, if that's how we choose to spend the gauntlet, that's how we choose to spend the gauntlet, you know? That's our prerogative, right?
Giving away our fucking tactics and shit, man. You just pulling the fucking curtain back and revealing the wizard. Stop it. Stop
What's behind? What's behind?
Silence.
There's something behind the
silence.
So I gotta tell you my Kubrick dream, dude.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into this yet. I'm just pulling this up for when we need it. Shut up. We'll look at that in a second. I just wanted to get that ready to go for when we're ready to do it.
Man, that's a perfect intro, man. Throw yourself in the garbage can, Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Really?
Anyway, your Kubrick dream, Paul.
Yeah, my Kubrick dream. So I dreamed I was a kid.
Okay.
And I dreamed that I was working in the background of a Kubrick movie. Now, I got to explain a few things about Kubrick in this. Kubrick in my dream, for some reason, had like a Spanish accent. I don't know why.
He's like, I am Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, he's like, I am Stanley Kubrick. And he was making this like low budget kind of like zombie movie, which I think would be really cool.
Dude.
If Kubrick had made a zombie movie.
Man, that would be fucking awesome if Stanley Kubrick had ever made a zombie movie. That thing would be beautiful. But yes.
And I was there on the sidelines, and I remember my mom had told me that me and my sisters were all there too. And she had told us like you have to be home by a certain time. You can't just stay on the Stanley Kubrick set. You got to come home because you got school the next day and shit. Well, the movie was running long. And Kubrick came up to me at one point and he was like, I want you to appear in the last scene of the movie. I want you to be the zombie that stabs the main character. It was this weird shit where there's like a frozen puddle.
Yeah.
And, I would break the puddle and make a shard of ice and stab the main character with it.
Right. Okay.
And so, but he couldn't film it until it was the magic hour.
So you had to wait.
So I had to wait until dawn. And, that I knew I was going to be in trouble with my mom or whatever. But I was in the back seat of a car and I had to reach outside of the car and break a puddle and grab a shard of ice and he had me practice it over and over again. I don't know how they kept freezing the puddle, but
yeah, it's a dream. So yeah.
And so at the end we finally got that filmed, and he was like, I've decided. He was like, you were great. I have decided that the movie will end with a monologue, and I want you to narrate the monologue at the end of the movie. And I was like, okay, Mr. Kubrick.
Yeah.
And so like he sets me up and he gives me the script, and he's all nice to me at the beginning. He's like, you'll do fine. Don't worry. Don't be nervous. You will do fine. I was like, yes, sir, Mr. Kubrick. He's like, action. And I look down at the fucking monologue I'm supposed to narrate, and it's just gobbledygook. It's just like, words that don't exist with weird umlauts and hyphens and shit. And I'm just like, and I try and I just stumble it. I stumble on it immediately. And he's like, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Try again. Clear your mind. Forget the nervousness and action. And I look and it's just different, like it's changed. It's different gobbledygook now. And so like every take that I fuck up, he starts getting madder and madder. He's like, oh, is there someone else that can do this? And I'm like, Mr. Kubrick, no, I can do this. Give me one more chance. He's like, okay, action. And I'm just like, oh, and he's like, cut, I'm done with this. You are fired. I was like, oh, and everybody's like laughing at me and shit and like raising their hand to do it.
Yeah.
And I get up and I just start walking away all dejected like Charlie Brown. And Kubrick goes, Paul, wait. And I turn around and he's standing there and he goes, you have been punked. And then I woke up. Tell me what the fuck is going on in my head. Tell me what the fuck my brain was working out with that one.
I don't know. Oh. What the fuck, bro?
You've been punked.
Oh my god.
Punked by fucking Cuban Kubrick.
You've been punked.
I love when a
by
dream
Cuban
when a dream just ends on like a fucking like bam. Like it ends
You've
exactly
been punked.
and then it's just over.
Punked.
I love it.
Jesus.
I love my dreams.
Well,
sometimes.
that's the last enjoyment we're gonna get tonight. So
yeah.
thanks for that, Paul.
That's peak. That we've peaked now.
Anyway.
Oh, this show's been canceled. Well, thank you, TJ. I appreciate that. Guys,
This
thanks for
is,
joining us.
This is a video about how this is Matt Walsh defeating childlessness or whatever.
Oh, because didn't he go on? I don't know if this was before he went on Joe Rogan or after, but that was a big part of his episode. I went and watched that to prepare, and it's a painful episode to watch. I will say this though, the best part about him on Joe Rogan is it's like the only time I've ever really seen Matt Walsh clearly like, oh, yes, Mr. Rogan. Oh God, please, can I get your approval?
When Matt Walsh was on Joe Rogan, Joe should have murdered him.
If there's one thing that really turns our media on, it's the extinction of the human race. Our media is perhaps more than anything anti-human, at least.
I mean,
I get a
True.
boner.
way to get me fucking on the side of the media, man.
Oh yeah, kill them all. Kill them all. Burn them to the
nothing our
ground.
media loves more than the death of all.
Well, maybe they
living
looked outside and they
things.
saw Matt Walsh and they're like, they had a moment of like, should we do it? And they see him talking. They're like, yeah, we should. We've gone too far.
Anti-most humans. As far as humans go, they like themselves and believe that they themselves should continue existing. It's all the other humans, especially future generations of humans, that they aren't so sure about. And that's why the media is always eager for any excuse to celebrate the so-called
I get it, dude. You know what?
child-free movement.
Sorry.
Right away, man. He's gonna blow our mind. He's gonna be like, climate change is real. We face an existential threat. So he is right, dude. The media is ignoring it, bro. Wow. We have to agree with Matt Walsh right out the gate, TJ. That's crazy.
Yeah. Pretty wild, huh?
On that end, here's a recent article from today.com. It says, Laura Lavoie knew all her life she didn't want to have children. Now 46, she never felt that draw, she said, part of a growing U.S. population opting out of parenthood. A new study finds child-free people are as happy as parents, with the authors surprised by just how many men and women indicated they didn't want to have kids. It's part of a larger trend of Americans having fewer children in general.
TJ, can you pause it? I have a question.
You can pause it, actually.
Oh, I can pause it. I didn't. But
Yeah, you actually have the
you did
ability
tell
to
me
do it.
that, but I forgot. My question with this is like, so the claim is being made that like, oh, now that so many people are choosing to be childless, like, how do we know that wasn't the case throughout human history? I mean, it seems to me that probably was the case, that some people elected to have children and some people didn't, right? I mean,
there were also different pressures on people. Like having children in just a couple of 100 years ago was a way to ensure that, you know what I mean, you had somebody there to fucking take care of you when you were old and infirm.
Oh,
like
for
that
sure.
sort of thing is not really as much of a concern for people anymore. So
but
Yeah,
even then,
especially
I'm
since
sure
a lot
there's
of
people.
times your kids just put you in the home anyway.
Well, I mean, think
Right.
about this. Like, there's people who are going to be gay. They're not going to obviously reproduce. I mean, maybe they do because they pretend to fit in or whatever, but there's going to be people that never end up reproducing, is the point. And probably some of them almost certainly by choice, like, I don't want that responsibility. I mean, I think almost everyone has someone in their family that's like, even families that some people do have a lot of kids. You'll see the polar opposite of someone wants no fucking kids. Like, I don't want any damn kids.
I just love how right out of the gate, too, the first thing that we see triggering him is like literally someone else making a decision that does not affect his life at all.
Well, no, it does, TJ, because it's the end of our species.
No, it's not.
It's the end of our species, TJ.
No, it's not. There's a lot of things that
Well,
threaten to
that's
end our
the point, though.
species. People choosing not to have kids is not one of them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is he has not really proven. Maybe if you compare it to the 1950s, but he hasn't but obviously there's going to be trends where some people are going to have kids more in this time, and sometimes people are going to have less kids. Like during the pandemic, It was why they predicted there's going to be less people having children. Now, some people thought inversely it could, actually, people are going to be stuck at home. But there's definitely times where people are going to be more responsive to having children than not.
The crazy thing is that, like, we know that, like, people who have kids, they have all these expectations societally. Paul's rallied against it on the last couple shows, I think, or at least the last show he did.
Yeah, he did.
Where, there's these people that they feel like because they had kids, that like puts all kinds of onus on the rest of us to like make society more friendly to their kids. So literally the people who have the people who are imposing are the people who do have kids.
Well, I would say
the people who don't have kids are not trying to impose on the people who do have kids fucking at all.
That's actually the most charitable view of that. I think a lot of it is really just trying to exercise social control over people and using that as
using kids as a pretext.
No, I'm not saying I definitely think there's some people who are like that, who are but honestly, those people aren't really the problem. Those people are usually more super like empathetic people that just want to see kids treated better. That's really that's almost like a totally different thing, which they're claiming to do, but they have no interest in. I mean, they want to build an overall society if they really cared about those.
It's
things.
like we live in a society now where it's like there are no adult spaces, or there are, but they're very, very few, and they're very far in between,
like bars and shit. Like
it's
casinos.
Like, it's a bar, it's a casino, but like for the most part,
not even the casinos anymore.
Right. A lot of the casinos even let them kids run around, not necessarily on the floor, but in the casino.
Really? Oh man, that's fucking that's absurd. What business is a kid having a casino?
None. Fucking none. And it's
dude, when I was at the fucking the Luxor for Thanksgiving last year, there was like this group of teenagers. I was walking off the casino floor, kind of back towards the hotel, but I was still on the casino floor. And there was a group of teenagers filming a fucking TikTok in the casino.
Are you serious,
gross.
dude?
Yep. Fucking gross.
We're at a casino and we're underage. It's like, you shouldn't be.
We can't. And it's like, there's no fucking adult friendly. There's no space for where adults can just be adults. And like, really, like, I feel like it should be the other way around, where people have to go to special places to find a place that's kid friendly. I feel like most places should just be for adults. But whatever.
I think there should be some space. Like, look, you know a great space that I think is primarily devoted to children that, honestly is like playgrounds, like in parks. A lot of parks end up becoming like, if there's a playground, it becomes dominated by that. And a lot of people, I don't think, would want to go there.
Right. You don't necessarily. Like the playground can be for the kids. The school
that makes
can
sense.
be for the kids. The family restaurant can be for the kids.
Exactly.
But like,
there's a
the
place
bar
for those things.
should be for the fucking grown-ups. The fucking club should be for the grown-ups. Most places that you go in the world should be for the fucking grown-ups.
The weed bar should be for grown-ups. Yeah.
Right.
There's well, you figured people would actually agree to this, TJ, because your position, honestly, it almost sounds like what they would want. I want to segregate children from these things you guys say are bad.
Right.
Like, shouldn't they agree with you?
They should.
I mean, that's part of being a fucking adult with children, is you take responsibility for keeping your kids away from shit you don't want influencing them. That's your deal.
Yeah.
So
and your prerogative, and it's your responsibility, and it's not my fucking problem.
Take the kids to the weed bar to weed them out. Okay, that's a terrible but awesome idea.
Well, I mean, the reason why people like Matt Walsh are all in a fucking tizzy because people are choosing not to have children has nothing to do with the human species surviving. To them, it's like some sort of, like, children are supposed to be some sort of social glue that keep the traditional one man, one woman marriage,
the nuclear
together.
family, right?
Right. And not only that, but like, remember, Daily Wire brought to you by your corporate overlords, right? And they view human beings as, chattel for their machines. They just want more fucking obedient drones to work under them. So that's another reason that this is so venerated, especially like Daily Wire. If you look, one of the things that triggers the right the hardest, other than trans people right now, is childless women and women who celebrate being childless. That's like the thing that triggers them the second most after trans people currently. And that was evidence when Chelsea Handler did that little fucking sketch and they all fucking like lost their shit over it. And I looked at the sketch and I'm like, this is so banal, so inane. It's just so like whatever of a sketch. But for some reason to them, it was like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. DJ? When did you fucking change my name to DJ, bitch?
Dude, I was wondering how fucking long it would take, dude. Like, probably 20 minutes ago.
Oh, you fucking prick.
I know if I put that J there, you would just assume it's TJ. It's fucking TJ.
Real subtle.
The U.S. birth rate fell to a record low last year, and there could be 300,000 to 500,000 fewer births in 2021, according to some estimates. For Lavoie, there were many reasons to choose to be child-free. Quote, the most important...
Tell me how it's a bad thing. I think we all clearly know there's way too many people on the planet, so people not being born is probably arguably the most humane way to make that happen.
You would think that we all know that, but there's actually a very large contingent of people.
Oh, no, I don't believe people know that, dude. I go out in public, and a lot of people around here have, like, very large families. They have, like, I've got 7 kids, and it's like, man.
Well, not only that, but, like,
you're a fucking real optimist. If I see that, that's what I think of that person. I'm like, that person's like a super fucking optimist. They must be.
Even people you think would know better will give you that like overpopulation is a myth bullshit. And it's like, no, it's not.
Well, with the way resources are allocated under a capitalist system, yeah, I'd have to argue. I mean, yeah, maybe there is some condition that it could exist that was more egalitarian or more, equal.
Well, we ain't living under that, so
yeah. So maybe then overpopulation would be a myth in that sense. But it's like saying like if we lived in this perfect world, then it wouldn't be a problem.
I wonder what Matt Walsh would think of my spouse and I. We are poly with kids. He would hate your guts.
Yeah, you're disgusting.
Anything that's not exactly what he likes is gross to him.
Yeah, you perverted like what's supposed to be like an important act of unifying a family and broken.
In fact, your children should be taken away from you and placed in a foster care.
Christian foster
is that
care.
I just don't want to raise children. It's just not something that has ever appealed to me. I don't want to be responsible for another human being in that way.
Makes sense to me.
Lavoie, a writer who lives in Asheville, North Carolina, told Today. But I also really like traveling. I like adventure. Never sitting in the same spot for very long, and just kind of lifestyle things that don't really fit with having a child.
Wow. Well, that sounds pretty rational, right, guys?
That makes me so mad that person has those values and stuff. I'm so upset by the fact that they don't want kids. That's really making me angry. I don't want to be
responsible for a person. They just pretty much say it outright. I don't want the responsibility. It's like, well, if they want their responsibility, it's like so you want to force that person to be a parent. That makes no fucking sense. That's how you have kids that get like abused and have miserable lives by foisting something onto them they don't want. It's just a bad idea.
Like a person has a list of completely rational reasons why they don't want kids. Like, hey, it wouldn't really fit with my lifestyle. I don't really want the responsibility of it. I like to travel, and I feel like having kids make that much harder. You know, most of what I do in my day-to-day life is not something that's going to be child friendly. It's not really something I want. I don't really think I would find it fulfilling, so I'm not going to do it.
You're just real selfish then.
So what's the counter argument here?
There's a word for that. It's called being superficial and materialistic and selfish.
Okay. Well, listen.
Yep. You're selfish, dude.
Listen, bud. Even if every adjective you just spewed at me is correct, it is my right to be superficial and selfish and whatever the other thing you said was. So fuck you. Like, I don't care.
I mean, yeah, you can have the
my reasons can be as I can be as fucking selfish as I want to be. It's none of your fucking business. It doesn't affect you. In fact, I think it's selfish that you think that you should have control over my life.
This guy should be celebrating. If I was opposed to you and we were having this argument, I thought we should have a bunch of kids. And
right, because if I did,
and you said like, you know what,
raise them to hate your guts. So.
Exactly. I'd be like, good. TJ, I actually don't want you. I do want people to multiply, but certain people, certain strands certain branches need to die off, and people like you are a part of that branch. So that I would be clicking my heels to do something. I'm not reproducing.
In the original Ninja Turtles, Splinter, in like the original comic book, Splinter was raising the Ninja Turtles to murder Shredder, his enemy. Right? So he was basically like he had them as his kids specifically to train them to kill his nemesis. And you know, all I'm saying is, Matt, you don't want me to have kids.
You're gonna be Splinter. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I'm not saying it. I'm just telling an unrelated tale. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, like you see parallels to that story. That
Paul's
fictional
fucking
story.
sitting on a fucking hammock on a beach somewhere while we're doing this shit. He's just like,
Fucking Paul's brilliant, dude.
What are you talking about, dude?
We saw the hammock, Paul. We saw the hammock.
I just haven't heard you in a minute. I was just like thinking Paul fucking wandered off.
I just fucking piped in.
Did you? Oh, sorry.
What
I
the
didn't
fuck?
realize.
Dude, that's a lie, dude. Paul's fucking. He's been here. What the hell?
All right.
So that's 3 words, I suppose. It'd be a lot easier and get to the point much quicker if these people would just say that.
All right.
Say.
I'm superficial and selfish, and I don't want kids because I'm a fucking selfish prick. Now you happy? We good now?
What are they saying? What are they saying that's like pissing him off? I want to like travel and not be tied down to one place, and I want to see the world, and that precludes me from having kids. Like what is the problem with that?
He doesn't like it.
Selfish.
The problem with it is that Matt Walsh doesn't agree. The problem is that Matt Walsh is like, nah.
I'm materialistic and selfish, and that's how I want to live my life.
All right. I'm materialistic and selfish, and that's how I want to live my life. We
So,
good
yeah,
now?
Problem solved, right?
Also, I must note here, you're not an adventurer because you spend thousands of dollars to go to different tourist spots around the globe. You want an adventure?
I
Take
don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Like what is
Who
with
cares?
you assuming that that's what I'm going to do?
Yeah, like first of all, you don't know my travel itinerary. Second of all, even if I do want to just go to tourist places and that's an adventure for me, I'm pretty sure I get to decide what I feel like is an adventure in my own life before you do.
Yeah, because when I think of adventure, I think of wiping a shitty diapered ass for fucking months and months.
All right. An undertaking or enterprise of a hazardous nature. You could easily die traveling. There's a bunch of ways you could die. Or an unusual or exciting experience. So it sounds like it qualifies.
Right. So whatever experience is unusual and exciting to me qualifies regardless of whether you fucking think it does or not. Not that it really matters whether or not my travel plans, whether they count as an adventure or not, who gives a shit? That it couldn't be any less material.
Well, he has no actual good reason. But does he really need one? I mean, for people listening to Matt Walsh, like the target audience for this crap, like you really don't have to have good reasons. And it doesn't really matter what he's saying. As long as it's like they're destroying us. They're replacing us, TJ. Whatever dog whistle shit you want to hear, whatever fucking nonsense you want to hear, you're going to hear it in this vague fucking shit. Because as far as I can tell, he has not made a really an actual argument for why. Just aside from like you're bad.
That's all you're gonna get. That's all you're gonna get this whole show. By the way, you're not gonna get anything deeper than what you're getting right now.
You're bad. You're
Don't even look
bad.
for it.
Okay, what else you got? Well, you're real bad.
Don't even look for anything deeper than that.
Why did we do this?
What is this? 23.
Why did we do this?
We're 1/15 of the way through.
Why did we do this, man? Why? Oh,
The panic is setting in for Paul. He's like, "Fuck, man, come on,
Paul. You're 1/15 through, buddy. It's fine.
you're making it, Paul. You're doing it, Paul. The dream is alive. The dream is alive."
It's a beautiful day.
More kids to the grocery store, okay? Adventure awaits right down the street if you do that.
They don't.
That qualifies as adventure.
Taking your kids to the grocery store is adventure, but world travel isn't.
Yeah, like going to fucking like Nepal, not an adventure. Taking your fucking snot noses to the fucking AM, PM or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's
No,
that's the real definition.
I'll tell
of
you what it's
fucking
like.
Adventure. That's Indiana Jones shit.
I'll tell you what it's like. Take 4 kids to a fucking store. You want to know what it's like? Torture. It's not an adventure. It's torture. That's what the fucking that's the answer for you.
At least as much as flying down to Cancun and drinking $27 cocktails.
No, wrong.
That sounds better.
Wrong.
That sounds way fucking better, bro.
Dude, I don't know how to tell you this, Matt, but like any day of the week, there is no mood. Like I will never be in any mood where someone can present me with this dichotomy of choice. Like, hey, you can fly to Cancun and you can drink $27 cocktails. Like, all right,
Dude,
what's
there
option
is
2?
There's
I'll
no
do
such
it.
thing.
You
There's
take
no such thing
four
as a
snot-nosed
$27.
brats.
There's no such thing as a $27 cocktail in fucking Cancun, by the way. It's way fucking cheaper than that, buddy.
Dude,
Sure.
even if it was,
But I'm
I'd
saying,
fucking
even if
pay it
that
over
was
a-
the dichotomy, though.
yeah, that's still like that's cool. I'd rather do that.
Yeah, like any day of the fucking week. Send me to Cancun and alcohol or kids in a grocery store. Fuck you.
Dude, Matt
choose
Walsh would
Cancun.
choose Cancun and the $27 fucking overpriced drinks. He's a
course
fucking
he
lion
would.
sack of shit. He's not going like,
There's
you
no
know what?
human being on the face of the earth
Taking
that would
my
choose
kids
that
to the
fucking
store.
second thing.
It's a real adventure.
Every fucking person that has their 4 kids in the grocery store is fucking like, and is listening to them scream and they're just thinking like, man, I wish I was in fucking Cancun right now by my goddamn self. I love this. I'd love my kids, but it'd be okay if they were never born.
Oh shit. Look, if
Well.
I could undo you, I'd do it. If I could Thanos your ass out of existence, you'd be gone. But, you know, it is what it is.
In a tourist resort. Now, the Cancun trip may be more relaxing, I admit, but I'm just tired of these childless couples acting like they're exploring the Amazon, bragging about their adventures.
What if they are?
Yeah, some of them are.
Yeah. I mean,
Some of them
demonstrably.
literally are. Like, what do you think that the people that are actually doing the things that you would qualify as adventure have 10 kids with them when they're doing it? No.
If I wanted to just spend every fucking waking moment of my life sitting on my couch eating cheese balls, and that's all I did with my fucking life, that would be fucking my prerogative. I don't understand why you feel entitled to choose my trajectory in life. Like
It's because it's because you've chosen to do something different than he chose to do. And to him, that's an implicit like that's an attempt to refute his way of life. When he looks around and sees somebody who didn't choose the same path he does, he feels like it's a direct attack on his choice.
I mean,
And it's not.
It is.
No, it really isn't. It really isn't though.
No, it's not. Because I've never once in my life been like, you should have done this and you should have done that. You know, I don't care what you did with your life, Matt. I mean, I do care because you put it out in the public sphere and shit. But beyond that, like what you do in your personal life, like you taking your kids to the grocery store, you know, I have never once been like, you shouldn't be doing that, because I don't give a rat's fucking ass about you. Why do you give a rat's fucking ass about me? You're a fucking weirdo, dude.
I don't care if someone has an opinion, but pretending it's some fucking grand fucking plan for everybody, that's when it just goes too far. It's like, can you even demonstrate that there is like it's inherently better? It's objectively better to go this way. And I don't think you really can.
All right.
Next meetup in Cancun. I don't think going to Mexico is a good idea for anybody at this point in history, but hey, you do you.
I mean,
Not me,
Cancun is
though.
probably still reasonably safe, but whatever.
I mean, if you stay in the fucking designated areas.
Yeah, if you avoid adventure, let's just say.
When they're being herded like cattle from one tourist spot to the next. Anyway, back to the article. It says, her husband feels the same way, she said. They've been together 26 years and both agreed they didn't want to have children.
What a pair of
So-
evil scum fucks.
How dare they make that decision? I'm sure they're so depressed with that decision that they made. I mean, it seems like they're both of sound mind, right? And reason. Hey, we don't want to have children. Okay.
I literally got
That's
back
it.
from Cancun 2 days ago. Wouldn't you have rather taken 4 kids to the grocery store, though?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even have to. You don't even need to respond because we already know the answer. Obviously, the 4 kids at the grocery store is what you'd want.
So I've been shuffling these tarot cards this whole time. Just kind of like something to do with my hands. If I draw the death card from the top, we don't have to do this gauntlet anymore.
Okay. What is it? Death.
It's not death. It's the Empress. Okay.
Fuck. What was the card underneath it, man?
You want to do second chance?
Yep. Second chance. It's death.
No, it's the fucking
God damn it, TJ.
7
Two of
of
wands.
wands. 7 of wands.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe if I draw from the middle of the deck.
Nah, dude.
cut directly to the death card.
Is that death? I can't tell.
It is, dude. Death. Good night.
No, it's a Queen of Swords. Damn. Sorry, it's not happening for us. It's not in the cards.
The cards, yeah. Yeah, it's really not.
Where was Death hiding? Where are you, Death? Even in this deck? What the fuck is wrong with you?
What the fuck? There's no death in your deck?
Yeah, I fucking took the death card out because it scares me too much. I don't know where the fuck he was.
Yeah, so we had no chance. We had no fuck.
He's hiding. He's literally like, I'm not even in this deck right now, bro.
Well, you gotta suffer,
Fucking
then die.
piece of shit.
I mean, so Death knew that. It's like the suffering will make their deaths all that much sweeter.
Here's the tower. Oh well, whatever. Fuck me. Fuck life. Fuck Matt Walsh. We're 1/12 of the way through.
I think it just says
Discussed it over the years, but knew the answer would always be the same, she noted. Over a quarter of adults, 27%, identified as child-free in the new study. 27%. The number dramatically exceeds previous estimates of 2 to 9% reported by earlier studies, the authors said. More than a third of child-free people, 35%, were in a partnered relationship, suggesting couples who don't want children, quote, represent an important type of family, they added. Do they, though?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, why not?
Just as important as you and your brood.
Yeah, I don't really understand why. Why can't they? Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, it makes up a large percentage of our society. So yeah, I think it probably is.
Oh, of course.
Group to look at.
I fucking open up the deck just to take a look, and who's right there? Fucking death card.
What the fuck, TJ?
Fucking prick. Just to mock me.
I mean, if you get married and choose not to have kids, your family really isn't important in a broader sense. I mean, it's important to you, but not to anyone else. Your family of two.
I mean, it should be as important as any other fucking person or fam. Like, everyone should have like the same basic respect for other people, right?
Right.
Like, I don't understand. Like, what do you mean? What are you trying to deny me now? Are you trying to fucking say like, what? What does that even mean to you? What does this translate to? Of course, it's all going to be kept super vague. He's never going to fucking explain what he actually means by that.
Yeah, I mean,
if
everyone
even means anything by it.
There's basic human decency and respect and just empathy and just how people can coexist. Like that's like a basic level of like for a society to even function. So I mean, like, I don't really see what the issue is. Yet again, it just comes back to like, it's bad. Well, it's bad because, you know, you're not super important to me. You're not it's like, what? How could you, if you're talking about like a huge percentage of people are doing this, how is that not a super important group? I just don't get that.
Break apart any time and it would have literally no effect on society in the slightest. When you both die,
really?
after long, there will be no trace that you ever existed except for your headstone.
How's that any different than you, bitch?
Oh, because he has kids.
Your kids are not
children.
They're
will
not a
carry his
continuation
line forever.
They're not a continuation of you. Your existence still comes to the same fucking conclusion, bro. Matt Walsh is not continued on by Matt Walsh Jr.
No, man,
or whatever the fuck.
Your life is meaningless unless you leave a shitty fucking consumerist footprint behind to continue to fucking purchase conspicuously while you're dead.
Keep buying things, my son.
Oh, you're in hell. Yes, buy more. Oh, I'm so proud.
I wasted a lot of money today, but I think my dad's down in hell looking up on me right now, smiling. Beautiful.
Dude, I think parents, because he, like Matt Walsh, he's a scum fuck, but he's not like far off of a lot of people in this. And I really think it's just cope. I really think it's just like, I think pretty much every parent goes through the, man, like they feel guilty about it, but they're like, I wish I didn't have these fucking kids. And when they see other people living that fucking life, it pisses them off.
They're like, fuck you, Bunny. I did my duty. Why didn't you do yours? It's like, because it never was a duty. It's not my fault that you didn't see through it, bitch. Sorry. Yeah, you're just jealous.
Relationship existed. Families with children, on the other hand, are bearing the weight of the future on our shoulders. If our families break apart, the consequences to society are immense.
No one cares. I mean, your family cares. like mommy and daddy are gonna live in a separate house now. It's like, oh no, kids care.
I think
society by and large does not really give a shit.
I think the argument he's gonna make is that by not having enough, young people or enough babies being born, that eventually it destroys the social fabric because there's no one to take care of old people. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And catastrophic, as we've seen. If we stay together, though, and raise our kids well, we've bestowed an immeasurable blessing onto civilization. I can see how that qualifies.
Matt, I hate to tell you this,
A
but
blessing?
You have not bestowed any blessings on civilization, dude.
Not to mention, these guys always hate the youth. Like, I guarantee you, Matt Walsh despises a lot of the fucking Zoomers.
I mean, like 90% of his content, well, not 90%, but a good solid chunk of his content is literally him looking at the shit that like Zoomers and the youth believe and going like, that's stupid. I hate that. Gross. They're dumb. They're so wrong. I hate them.
Oh, look at another TikToker's out of touch.
So he's not like super pro the youth or anything.
As important. I don't see how Mr. and Mrs. Lavoie down in Cancun opting for nicer vacations and nicer cars rather than propagating the human species are doing anything important for civil.
Hey, dude, I don't know if you know this or not. Human species is propagated enough, okay? Human species seems like it's in a pretty good place as far as propagation goes. I would even dare say maybe there's a few, we can do with a few less.
Yeah, we've over-propagated.
Right, so like this idea that now is the time to hand wring about the precious future of the human race because like, is there really going to be enough of us? It's like, yeah, pretty sure there will be. Pretty sure we've got enough.
Civilization. Except by contributing to our civilization's decline, which I guess is certainly consequential, if in a negative way. Now, important to mention here also,
you thought you were just going on a vacation to Cancun, but little did you know you were contributing to society's decline. It's like, what?
Yep, because you're not having enough kids. More kids.
Yeah, and popping out a fucking litter of kids at a time when the average human being is struggling is really fucking helping. It's really, really helping our civilization along. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, remember how, and we live in such a great society where like life expectancy is on the rise, right? And, the gap between the rich and the poor just keeps on closing and closing more and more. Everything's going so fucking well right now. That's the thing that really fucking strikes me as pretty fucking strange too. These people who love this nuclear family, they love this 50s nuclear family, but they don't want to return to any of the economics that made that possible in the fucking first place. They champion the economics that have made it harder and harder for people to have that kind of lifestyle, even if they want it. Because part of what was the deal in the 50s was like you only needed one breadwinner for the whole fucking family. And you could afford a house and you could afford all the latest appliances and gadgets and gizmos and you could have your fucking kids and they could
send them to a good free school with low class sizes and they got a good education and blah 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 blah.
Right.
All kinds of social spending to uphold the nuclear family. They don't want none of that.
Tons of and the tax rate on the super rich was very high. Now they still had ways to get out of a lot of it, but it was so fucking high that they couldn't avoid paying a pretty good amount in taxes, and all that was fucking put back into like things of actual social benefit. And these people are the first to oppose that. But it's like this is exactly the economic fucking situation that made this nuclear family scenario that you guys are so fond of possible. So why aren't you champions of that?
I mean, just once again, this is just people slogging their way through life, doing what they thought they should do, being miserable, having a bunch of fucking kids, and then they see a couple that isn't bound by all that, being able to spend their money in other ways, and they get fucking salty and copey about it. That's all this is. And it's literally as plain as the nose on his face that's what this is.
The article in the study draw a distinction between so-called child-free couples and childless couples. Childless people are those who want children but haven't had them yet or can't have them for whatever reason. Child-free people are those who've chosen not to have them.
They're okay.
And not to adopt. So everything I'm saying here applies only to the latter, to child-free. People who want children but can't have them have been given a great burden, and I feel sorry for them. The good news is that their desire for children shows that they're not self-centered. You know, and they have a giving heart.
Matt Walsh, dude. I don't want you to ever fucking talk to me about having a giving heart, okay? You are a piece of shit. You the only thing you want to give to your fellow human beings is scorn, misery and like suffering and abject fucking just disdain. So the idea that you're going to lecture anybody about having a giving heart, you are a fucking scumbag, bro. So don't give me that shit. All right.
And that's the pain when you're childless and don't want to be, that you have a giving heart and you're not self-centered and you want to pour this love into a family, but you can't have one for whatever reason. But as I said, the good news is that they'll find other ways to contribute to society and to make a positive impact.
But those other people can't. The child-free people cannot do it. It's impossible for them to have any positive impact. It seems like they can have a lot of impact because they're not. It's almost like it's good for some people to have kids, and it's good for some people to not have kids.
Yeah, it's like almost like they would have more money to give to charitable organizations and stuff.
Yeah, crazy, or volunteer or help those organizations. So
yeah,
it seems
more
like
time to volunteer and take an actual fucking material stand.
Huh. Interesting. But no, they just don't want to pour their love into a child.
Because that's what selfless giving people do. The people like the Lavoys are a different story completely, and that's who we're talking about here. And as far as they go, I think 2 points should be made. First of all,
2 points.
It doesn't make sense, or at least doesn't convey very much, to say that child-free people are just as happy as parents. Only parents can really say whether happiness increases upon becoming a parent.
No.
God.
That's not how that works.
This band sucks. Have you ever played in an international rock band? No. Then how can you criticize it?
I mean, like, it's as easy as going to people who are have children and who are childless and being like, "Hey, are you happy?" It's like, "Yeah, I guess I'm reasonably happy." And then there's that. You just go from there.
Well, then you just say the same thing. Well, no, because have you ever been child free like at this point in your life? No, you haven't, because you had children, so you don't know what it's like to have been to advance in age and not have children.
That's why we don't no one is expected to. The question, you never would go to someone and be like, "Are you happier being child free than having children?" Like, I guess technically, yeah, you couldn't possibly know that. I mean, I feel like you kind of do.
Well, the street goes both ways.
Well, do you have the capacity to reason?
But like, the thing is, like, all you have to do is just ask people like, "Hey, here's your condition. Are you happy with your condition?" Like, "Yes, I'm reasonably happy with my condition." Okay. Well, we've seen here that X amount of people are happy without children and X amount of people are happy with children. So yeah, it doesn't seem to be any fucking drastic difference. There you go. You don't even have to factor in any sort of imagining what your other alternate life would have been to make that work.
So if you want to know that, you got to talk to parents. They're the only ones who can attest to it, because they've experienced life as non-parents and as parents. They can testify to that experience.
What if they testify to the experience of thinking you're a fucking moron? How about that?
But a child-free person, by definition, has not experienced parenthood, doesn't know its joys, and cannot know what they're missing. As someone who myself has experienced adult life,
they can know what they're missing. That's the whole point of it, is they're making a decision not to have that responsibility.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people can, like, I don't know if you are aware of these things. There's like these are called eyeballs, Matt. And with these eyeballs, I can see what it's like to be a parent. These are called ears.
Observe reality.
With these, I can hear what it's like to be a parent. Like, there's fucking, like, you
can read about what it's like to be a parent.
Right. You can investigate
the possibility.
I have this thing called a brain that enables me to, like, look at different scenarios, and I'm pretty sure you can fucking look at it and be like, "Hey, I've seen this, I've heard this, I've read about this."
You were raised by parents.
Right. Everyone knows what the fuck a parent is and what their duties are, and can fucking think like, "Hey, is that for me? No, I don't think I want that." It's so fucking weird.
It's really strange reasoning.
I mean, like by that logic, you could fucking literally say like, well, Matt Walsh, you know, how do you know you're not into cock and ball torture? Have you ever done it?
No? Well,
I mean, until you've experienced it, you really don't know
Matt
what
Walsh,
you're talking about, right?
You've never been flung into the sun. How do you know you would enjoy it?
Maybe you'd love it. Let's try it out.
Yeah, you try it out, then we ask you afterwards how you felt about it.
With kids and without them, I would say that my happiness, you could look at it this way. My happiness cup may have been, nearly full before I had kids, but when I had them, the cup itself grew larger. So there was a greater capacity now for happiness.
Uh-huh. I don't like this
The
metaphor.
cup-
I don't like
cup
any of this
got
weird
bigger.
shit going on with your cup and this and that.
I was hoping you were going to say it was overflowing, but instead he went with like the cup got so much bigger and bigger.
What I mean is I may have been mostly satisfied with my life before kids, but that's because
I don't need to hear about how children make your cup size increase, bro. Like, can we just settle down? Like, I've let a lot of stuff pass. You've talked about like pouring your happiness into your children and all this other stuff and your desire for children. Like, can we stop with this? Can you stop fucking throwing softballs and just me being like, because it's getting weird.
I didn't know about the deeper and greater joys that were available through parenthood until I had experienced them.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing about the happiness of family life is that
there's like these little fucking bastards got to do what I say. It's like I'm their god.
Yeah. Oh, dude, he definitely enjoys that part of being a fucking parent. You know that for sure.
Yeah, keep Matt Walsh's cup away from them kids. We don't need that shit going on.
you can access more and more of it as you grow in virtue yourself, which means that as far as my case goes, there's a whole lot of happiness that I myself have not yet accessed, because I'm still working on the virtue.
Hey, you know what you should try? Have you ever tried the happiness of like shutting the fuck up and going away? I heard that's really fucking cool.
The virtue of silence. I will not speak for a year.
Or,
How about
like
10?
ever,
Oh, like a lifelong vow? I mean, that'd be fine too.
I am taking a vow of silence.
Yeah, we did.
Ah.
TJ, maybe we need to like relive that Twilight, the Twilight Zone episode where he won't get that guy to shut up. So it's like, I'll pay you to not speak for a single year. We'll tell Matt Walsh, like, look, we'll give you $50 billion. And of course, we just welch on it, man, after he's done it. And hopefully he's done some shit like that where he's like removed his voice.
That was a fucked up episode. Of course, there are a lot of fucked up episodes of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, there were.
Part of it. But any selfish person can enjoy a vacation. And that's fine. There's nothing selfish about vacations. Vacations are good. But the happiness you derive is easy. It's surface
But knowing
level.
when
It's
you
fleeting.
come home, there's going to be children there. That makes the vacation that much more special.
Mm-hmm.
That's what vacation is all about. You don't go on vacation to put in an effort. That's why vacation is there. The happiness of parenthood and of marriage, for that matter, is found, though, through service and sacrifice. This means you have to put in the effort to become a better.
You gotta work hard, TJ. No wonder you're so bad at all your relationships, TJ, because you gotta work hard at them. You have to agree with that, TJ. You have to work hard at your relationships. You gotta sacrifice. You make sacrifices, don't you, TJ?
I just am so sick of Matt Walsh already.
No, you're not.
I'm already fucking so done with this shit.
And the
And
reward
we're on the first video still.
is that you'll find deeper and deeper joy in loving someone else.
You will, TJ. You'll find deeper
Because
and
the
deeper
joy, there is a lot of joy in loving someone else.
and thrusting your love
But it
into
doesn't
them.
come automatically to most people.
Wait a minute. Child-free people don't love other people?
No,
Not true love.
it's not real love, Paul. It's not like the true love that you feel.
You have to learn how to find joy in that. On the other hand,
oh my God! Yeah, you guys nailed it. That you have to find joy in your absolute misery of having these fucking kids around. God, I want to throw them off a cliff. I wish they were never born, but you have to find joy in it.
All right.
Joy, joy, joy.
We got this much left. Do you want to finish this one or do you want to move on to the next one?
I mean, we may as well finish it.
Yeah, fuck
All
it.
right.
if you get married and you have kids, and yet you remain a selfish, spoiled, self-entitled brat like so many people do, then you'll be just as miserable in family life as.
How dare you call me entitled as you are fucking feeling entitled to tell me how to live my fucking life?
Not only that, but
piece of shit.
I mean, TJ is definitely entitled, though. I will say that. But
I mean, yeah, but I'm not gonna listen to it from this fuck.
Well, fair enough.
Is there suddenly some kind of fucking like dearth of selfish, spoiled, entitled parents in this world? Because the world must have fucking went through a seismic shift the last time I checked.
Yeah, that's a fucking perfect point too.
As you were before, and over time you'll be quite a bit more miserable. And there are people, you know, I'm not going to deny that these people exist who will say that, sometimes quite openly say that they regret having kids. It's not common, but people talk about this. They regret having kids. They regret starting a family.
It's not common for people to vocalize it, but I would be willing to bet that if you fucking shot every parent in America up with some sodium pentothal and put them in a consequence-free environment, that'd be a lot larger number, buddy.
The sample size grows exponentially under those conditions. Yeah.
And what you're going to find every single time with these kinds of people is that they are very selfish and immature, and they never grew. They refused to grow. They thought that the joys of parenthood would just come raining down from the sky. They thought it'd be presented to them as easy as that $27 cocktail at the resort.
Obsessed with that 27. He must have gotten charged $27 for a cocktail somewhere, and he's just salty about that too.
Yeah,
man.
Now it's our problem for some reason.
Yeah, dude. Not having kids equals $27 cocktail. That's like what?
I don't know.
I'm just going to hand it to them, and they can sip from it, and it's a nice, easy, relaxing thing. It's not. You got to work for it. You have to go get it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best joys in life. You have to make your way through pain and suffering to get to them, and then once you're there, you know. Second point, though, finally about this label "child-free." If you want to understand how grotesque this label is that the media uses casually, child-free. Well, just imagine how people would react if a father said that his children are all straight and described that as gay-free parenting.
What?
What? Yeah, dude, I'm fucking confused, bro.
Huh? Why? What even? Huh? What are we talking? Huh? What the? Where did that come from, you weirdo? What does that have to do with anything? What? How does that analogy even track? What is even the one-to-one there? Huh?
TJ, you want some advice?
Yeah.
Don't try to understand Matt Walsh. Just accept that.
That's my problem. Is no matter you present me with these fucking people in this gauntlet, and my brain is like, I'm gonna figure them out. And then I get to this place, and I just need to stop. You're right.
It doesn't. Because you're not going to make sense of him. Like, I've watched, like, to prepare for this shit, I've watched a bunch of fucking shit featuring Matt Walsh. And I can tell you, just, like, he tries to present himself as, like, I'm super logical and rational, and, like, that doesn't make any sense. But, like, when you actually examine the claims he makes, it's like, whoa, actually, you have no good reason to believe that. And under, like, the most, like, light bit of scrutiny, it just completely fucking falls apart. And he does it over and over again. Or he just makes arguments where it's like, you're bad. Or here's my moral prescription for reality. And if you really push him on it, it's like, well, it's Christianity. I mean, or, we have that because of this.
I got a gay-free family. It's great. This is awesome. What if someone said that?
Don't you basically like advocate for that sentiment?
Yeah. I feel like you would say that. And when you did, I would just be like, well, that's weird. And I don't know how you even would know that, but okay, cool. I don't know. I also don't really understand why sexuality is even being brought up here. I don't even really understand the nature of this analogy or what it even means in this context, but whatever.
He would certainly be admonished for describing gayness as a disease. You know, that you can be.
Wait. So you think when someone says we're child free, they're describing children as a disease? Why? I guess. Well, then you're reading way too much into it because no one's fucking saying that shit.
Speak for yourself. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, Paul is. I just don't want kids. I don't want them. I don't necessarily think it's a fucking disease. I don't think it's like, you know, you're destroying the fuck. I guess you kind of are destroying the earth in a way. So, fuck it. You're right. They're a disease. I'll get on board with Paul. Fucking.
I'd rather have herpes than a child, man. Come on.
I don't feel like trying to fucking rationalize why kids are not a disease because they kind of are. So yeah, I guess you're right, Matt. Good.
I mean, it's like
so point counter goes to 1.
Then your contention is you at some point you were a disease, and you should have been cold.
I'm probably still am.
Free of.
I mean, didn't Bill Hicks call humanity a virus with shoes? Come on.
Like cancer.
He's not wrong.
And yet that's exactly how we treat children themselves.
I mean, that's exactly what human beings are on this earth and its ecosystems. We are like a cancer.
But children are not treated like a cancer. Cancer is irradiated with the hope that it will die and go away. No one is irradiating the kids. If they are, that's a crime and they can be arrested for it. So there you go.
Unless it's a giant corporation doing it to enough people.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, if it's like Bayer poisoning aspirin in the third world or something, then yeah, we look the other way.
Yeah.
Like they are disease that we can be free of. When of course they're not.
All right, good for you.
And family life with raising children, immense happiness, immense joy if you put in the work.
Why do you look like you're about to weep while you're saying this then?
Yeah, I think you needed a different delivery on that line. And having a family raising kids, immense joy. Immense, you know, it's
joy,
so wonderful.
Joy. I'm so happy.
Happy, joy. Happy, joy.
I feel nothing but joy.
And so, the child-free movement and the media that promotes it because they're looking ultimately for the extinction of the human race, they are all today canceled.
Okay, 1 down.
Well, still not going to have kids, so your cancellation didn't work very well, dipshit.
Oh, no.
He tried.
All right, what do you guys want next? Let's see.
None of it.
I want to go to Cancun and sip a $27 cocktail.
Yeah, can we do that?
Is that on the menu?
No. Unfortunately, it's not.
Oh, damn.
Here you go. This is Am I the asshole? Matt Walsh decides. No, let's see.
Yeah, you're all invited, Chelsea. Everybody can all go. We don't even have to go to Cancun. We can go somewhere nicer than Cancun. I've been to Cancun. Trust me, it's a little fucked up. Let's go somewhere nicer.
Here's another canceled. This time he's canceling James Cameron.
What?
Yeah.
Can't believe that.
Yeah.
Well, if you saw the first Avatar films, then you probably don't need any additional incentive to not watch the upcoming sequels from director James Cameron, who hasn't made a decent film in about, I guess it's been probably 20 years. Of course.
Both Avatar and Avatar 2 are in the fucking top 10 films ever made, according to box office success.
Yeah,
so,
and I would say that
Avatar 1 is number 1.
Even though I don't necessarily like love those films, I think they're both decent and pretty much watchable films. So even just putting aside box office, they're both fine, in my opinion. They're certainly not like next level, like they're not like a Geely or something where anybody would watch that and say like, "Oh, this is a piece of shit."
Dude, fuck you for dragging Geely back into my fucking mind, you piece of shit.
Well, I was just like, what's a piece of shit that everyone knows is a piece of shit?
Geely, dude.
And Geely was the first thing that popped up. Geely.
That's your favorite movie, TJ. Don't lie.
Dude, Geely is not anyone's favorite movie.
No one Geely on the brain, bro.
No one likes Geely. In fact, I think
You love it.
I don't even know why
You
Geely popped
fucking
into
love
my
it.
head. I
That's
do.
what I'm saying. Subconsciously, you love it.
Maybe on some level I do. I don't know. Well, you guys have control of this. I'm going to step away for 1 second to go grab another drink because I can't do this without alcohol.
Oh my God.
You're weak, TJ.
The original Avatar back in 2009 was a massive multi-billion-dollar hit, but that was due mostly to this period of mass societal psychosis that caused millions of people to believe temporarily that it was a good film. It was a very bewildering time for people like myself.
Oh, wasn't it? That's absurd. There's plenty of people that enjoy those movies. I remember when they came out, there's plenty of people that did not like Avatar, but it wasn't like some mass psychosis of like, you had to really convince people like that movie was the biggest movie in the world. Like the box office on it was insane. Everyone I knew was talking about going to see it or had seen the movie. I just really think it was revolutionary in its special effects. So, I mean, a lot of people just go to films for spectacle, and that it really delivered on. Is it the best story of all time? Like, obviously not. Is it super original? No, but it was groundbreaking. And when you do something that's that groundbreaking, it's really going to have a cultural impact, and it clearly did.
I mean, this whole I'm guessing this whole salty rant against Avatar is because Avatar has a sub theme of like an indigenous people fighting back against a corporation that wants to strip mine their planet.
Yeah, and winning.
And winning it. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is. I'm guessing that's why. And by the way, if you want to talk about a time where people were fucking brainwashed into massively supporting a shitty movie, look no further than The Passion of the Christ, you weirdos.
Oh. Dude, that was the worst shit. Like, I remember like all those Christian tents outside movie theaters, like, we'll buy you a ticket so you can go see it. Like,
people taking their fucking little babies in to watch a dude get flinched by a fucking cat of nine tails. Great.
Dude, as long as there's a Christian message behind it, it's good. As long as there's like some evil Jewish guys, they're like,
I mean,
like,
that's literally why these people fucking hate Avatar, is because it's got a fucking stark anti-war, anti-military, anti-exploitation message in it, and they can't deal with that. Like, I want to think of like what Matt Walsh Avatar would have looked like. It just would have been like the Omnicorp showing up with their big military and completely and utterly genociding the Na'vi, cutting down the world tree and making a fucking shitty fence post out of it or something.
There's a huge supply of unobtainium right here. Yeah.
We're just talking about how like the only reason he hates this movie is because it's got an anti-corporate, pro-indigenous message.
Well, yeah. I mean, James Cameron's politics are nakedly on display in the movie, but like his politics are very like mainstream lib shit. It's not even like some crazy far left shit or anything.
Yeah, he kidnaps all the Na'vi and cuts down the world tree and builds a Walmart out of it and makes all the fucking Na'vi work there and spend their paychecks in Walmart company script.
Then Matt Walsh would be like, based film. Based.
Oh,
wow. The Na'vi love it now. They're so happy. We've introduced capitalism. They're overjoyed.
We destroyed that shitty planet, and now they got Walmart, just like us. It's great. Ugh. Matt Walsh's movie Starship Troopers without the irony. Yeah. Well, the good news for Matt Walsh is that people that are as dumb as him don't even pick up on the irony in that movie anyway. So,
yeah, they take it at face value, which you can,
if you want.
Fell under this hypnotic trance. Eventually, though, everyone woke up from their hallucinogenic stupor and realized that Avatar was, despite the special effects, one of the least interesting and least inventive films ever
released. Demonstrably wrong. That's demonstrably wrong.
People, like, obviously people still fucking love that movie. The second one did fucking enormous numbers. Like, if people woke up from their trance and realized that the first Avatar sucked shit, why did they fucking flock to the second one, dipshit?
Well,
explain to me that.
This came on the heels of another Matt Walsh video, which was in my rotation of stuff I could have pulled, but I didn't end up pulling it because I didn't want to do 2 videos about him talking about Avatar. But his previous video was Avatar 2 flops, basically. So in Matt Walsh's weird narrative, Avatar 2 is a flop, despite the fact that it made insane amounts of money. So yeah, he's trying to sell his audience on the idea that Avatar 2 was like this big flop and total disappointment and all this shit.
I'm just gonna go look it up. I mean, that seems fucking ridiculous.
I'm the first person.
Smashed records.
I'm the first person to say that certain plot elements of those movies were like derivative and stuff, but like there's so much more in that goes into like a film than just like its plot.
Oh, yeah, TJ,
and this hyper focus on the plot of these movies is kind of weird. Like for me, the reason I don't really get super into the Avatar movies is because I don't think the characters are all that interesting, but that's because I like a character-driven film. But once those movies become full-on spectacle, you cannot help but enjoy the spectacle of them.
Do you
want
to hear what
is fucking amazing?
You want to hear what a big flop this was?
Yeah, tell me about the flop.
In the U.S., it made $683 million. International, it made 1.6. 64. I'm fucking stoned. 2.3 billion worldwide.
What a belly flop.
I mean,
2.3 billion world. So Avatar 1 made what?
How does James Cameron even show his fucking face anymore?
Oh,
dude?
because
what kind of numbers did The Last God's Not Dead do again? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so the first Avatar did about 2.9 billion.
What did Matt Walsh's movie make? What is the box office of What Is a Woman? Can you tell me that?
I can look.
Yeah, just let me know that one.
Oh, that didn't come up. Let's see. We'll do a search. Matt Walsh, What Is a Woman, box office. Ever released in a movie theater?
I think it did.
Okay. Fine. I'm finding a review. Nothing really.
So his movie didn't even go theatrical.
No. So there's no box office for it.
Gotcha. I wonder if he probably made 2.8 billion at least to talk this shit on James Cameron's Avatar, right? He must have cleaned up.
He better have doubled or tripled up on Avatar.
So he must have made like 6 billion. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking say he made $1 trillion on that movie. That's why he's so cocky about this. He's like, James Cameron made this big Avatar 2, only 2.3 billion. My movie, What Is a Woman? That shit cleared $1 trillion.
Not to mention, okay, like obviously these guys hate Disney, but there's a whole like in Disney's Animal Kingdom, they have a bunch of Avatar rides. Like they're actually expanding that. So Avatar is going to be an international draw to people to come to like a theme park to experience that. So to argue there's just no cultural relevance of any kind is,
let me tell you,
asinine.
The strength of the Avatar movies is that if you're honest about how you feel about them, your feelings range from pretty decent flick to pretty fucking awesome. And it really depends on how much you're able to just be like spectacle. But I think everyone is into that to at least some degree, as evidenced by these massive box office draws these movies are. So even if you think the plot is a little lackluster and the characters are maybe a little fucking two-dimensional, like the movie, like Chelsea loved that fucking movie. We went and saw that movie. She loved the visuals of it. She loved the colors of it because that's the things that she really fucking values going into that movie and having that cinematic experience.
It's nice to get people invested in movies in that way.
But
so I really think that's why it's important for movies like Avatar to exist at the same time. I don't think they're the greatest movies of all time, but they're really, there really is something to them.
The purpose of a popcorn movie to some extent is to be able to work on some level for everybody. That's a popcorn film.
God, have massive appeal.
This is not meant to be a niche film that's only for like, you and your friends really like this movie.
Well, that's why the visuals are so important in those movies too, because it's a universal experience. Everyone can look at the screen and have an understanding of what's going on without being like, here's some exposition or here's someone explaining what's going on to you.
Yeah, and I like both those movies were fine for me. I mean, I enjoyed them. I enjoyed the spectacle of them. I enjoyed the cinematography and the colors.
Nah, they're
special effects.
They're shit, TJ. Everyone knows they're shit.
It was essentially just Disney's Pocahontas, but with blue people and less singing. It was a film so...
Yeah, kind of leaving out the fact that it had like revolutionary special effects and amazing action sequences and stuff like that.
Oh, whatever.
Kind of leaving a couple things out there.
No one, basically a wet fart, TJ. Went over like a wet fart.
Lacking in wit and creativity that the natural resource that everyone is fighting over in the film, centers around this natural resource, and it's called unobtainium.
Dude, the thing about that is, like, first of all, that's something that literally even the dumbest fuck in the audience can instantly be like, oh yeah, must be hard to obtain.
Because
second of all, like, look at the periodic table. There's all kinds of fucking goofball shit. Like, there's Einsteinium and shit, bro. Like, it's not that hard to believe that human beings would give this substance some dumb fuck name like unobtainium.
That was like the joke people were making fucking 15 years ago about that movie.
Right.
Man, it's like, come on, Matt. You can't do anything better than that. Unobtainium, who's heard of that?
I mean, the Pocahontas thing is just fucking reheated old criticism of the movie.
Fucking thin gruel tonight.
But like the thing is, I don't even necessarily like disagree super hard with what he's saying. I disagree with him removing it from the context of all the things the movie did right.
Because, you know, it's difficult to obtain. That's the level of writing.
See, even Matt Walsh got it. That's fucking, I mean, that's pretty impressive. They were able to convey it even to a mind as simple and small as Matt Walsh's.
We got in this film. It was the kind of film where the bad guy is an evil army officer with a scar on his face who's motivated to do bad things because, you know, he's the evil bad guy and that's what evil guys do. Yeah, and I would continue.
So, you gotta just prove he missed the entire fucking point of the movie.
He wasn't doing it to be evil. He was doing it because he was trying to steal the resources that that they wanted.
Capitalism is the bad guy in the movie. What capital makes people do unconscionable things that under regular circumstances no one would do, but in this case, in order to obtain this thing that they want, they will do. It doesn't matter if they destroy these people and their way of life. That's what the movie is about.
And like, I don't know if you take a cursory glance around that little thing we like to call history, you'll fucking see that that's actually pretty common. Happened quite a few times, actually.
In my critique of the movie, but it was so utterly forgettable that there isn't much else I can really say about it. I will say
that it's forgettable. Over then, right?
It was.
Yeah. Well, that concludes. Oh wait. Well, I don't know what this giant gray bar is here.
So wait, you paid to see it
for a while.
So you paid to see it, Matt? Then they succeeded. Then they fucking succeeded. If you're admitting that you watched this movie, and of course you're some good Christian that would never steal, then you paid James Cameron to watch this horrible film. Oh, it was awful. Oh, do you think this guy was in the movie theater like, oh, no, thin story. Oh, that plot line makes no sense. Sat back, ate some popcorn, enjoyed the fucking movie, and it's like,
let's
it's
fucking
horrible.
say for a second, right?
It's horrible.
Let's just say for a second that this movie had exactly the same quality of writing, had exactly the same level of fucking like reused plot that it does now, but the politics were more in line with what Matt Walsh agrees with. Is he making this same criticism right now?
If the evil corporation showed up to extract Jesusium from the Christ-loving blue Na'vi that just wanted to worship Jesus and live in peace, and they won a battle against it, he'd be fucking sucking its dick.
You know, people are just mad that James Cameron put Christian values front and center for this film.
Yeah, some evil atheist squad shows up. Abandon your religion. Religion is dead. Oh, no, we love God. Praise him.
We care not for religious superstition. We only want your Christium so that we can turn it into atheism.
Can we talk about what a brave film it was? Wow. Visionary. Finally stand up for good Christian values in mainstream cinema. I never thought I'd see the day.
So none of these criticisms really mean shit to him. We know that, right?
One of the only times in my life that I almost walked out of a movie.
Yeah, I almost walked out.
Whatever, dude. This fucking dude had a fine fucking time. He went to the movie theater. He had a grand old fucking time. It wasn't this terrible, painful experience. He saw the movie. I love these guys act like they're out in the real world. It's like, it's just painful. Oh, God. Oh, I have to sit through a movie. Oh, God.
I'm going to be honest with you. One of the few times I almost walked out of the movies. Almost, Scotty.
What, to get a fucking refill on your fucking bucket of popcorn?
Yeah, I walked out of that film. Got some Raisinets, went back, but still, I walked out of that film.
I did.
In the theater. The only reason I didn't is that I actually fell asleep, and it's and this is true. It's the only movie I've ever fell. I missed like 45 minutes because I took a nice nap. Thank God. All of this to say, the sequel, set to be released in a couple of weeks, is guaranteed to be terrible. Now, almost all sequels are.
So this is not even out yet. So I guess the one where he calls it a flop is actually a follow-up to this. So I misspoke earlier. Sorry.
Okay.
Terrible. Even sequels to good films. But sequels to bad films are doomed from the start because they're building from a foundation of crap.
And then it went on to make $2.3 billion. The end. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
A foundation of crap. Well, you know what then? If you really believe that, then the foundation of shit has far surpassed anything you'll ever do.
And yet, judging from the director's recent public statements, this sequel may well be awful in ways that exceed our wildest expectations. So here's the story from the New York Post. It says, James Cameron has revealed that his long-awaited Avatar sequel is rooted in his personal issues. Quote, I thought I'm going to work out a lot of my stuff artistically that I've gone through as a parent of 5 kids. Cameron, 68, told The Hollywood Reporter, the overarching idea is that the family is the fortress. It's our greatest weakness and our greatest strength. I thought, I can write the hell out of this. I know what it is to be the a-hole dad.
Wait a minute. Shouldn't this guy be sucking James Cameron's dick?
Wasn't this exactly the values you claimed to like love a minute
he had
ago
5
in our previous
kids.
video?
And he's basically like, yes, this is actually like a core. Yeah. You would figure like a statement like that, he's about to be like, and I applaud him for recognizing the importance of
making
family.
a film about the importance of family. Like, you were just sucking family's dick a second ago, but now apparently this is bad. Let's find out why.
Don't be distracted by parties and presents this holiday season.
And now we're in the ad. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Try
At least this is
hollow for 3 months. I know it's hollow, but
yeah, it might as
Matt
well be
Walsh,
hollow though.
it might as well be fucking hollow.
Where's it in here?
Sequel to the most overrated film of all time, made as a means for the 68-year-old director to work out his personal issues, seems appealing to you, then
yeah, it does.
Wait, he just said that he made a fucking movie about the importance of family and how the family unit is so important and stuff. And shouldn't that be right up your fucking stated alley, you stupid bitch? Weren't you just fucking in the previous video sucking off how great family is and how extolling the virtues of family is like the ultimate wonderful thing a person can do in life?
And that's your James Cameron.
It's like, whiny bitch talk about family like
it sounds like James Cameron, unless Matt Walsh has a bunch of kids already, has more kids than him.
I think Matt Walsh has 4 kids, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, shit. James Cameron's got 5.
I'm not sure.
Matt Walsh, you got to do a better job, man.
Can you believe this fucking like director like put his own personality into his movie? What a fucking weird thing, huh?
Yeah, dude, that's the opposite of what I want. I want an emotionless, personality-less movie.
That's literally how art works. Yeah, well, don't tell Matt Walsh.
No,
wait until you hear the rest of it.
Okay.
Quote, reflecting back on his career, which includes highly publicized clashes with studio executives, Cameron said, a lot of things I did earlier I wouldn't do, career-wise, and just risks that you take as a wild, testosterone-poisoned young man. I always think of testosterone as a toxin that you have to slowly work out of your system. Well, good news, James. It seems that you've mostly succeeded in that regard.
Not really. He made a fucking high-octane action movie full of like violence and explosions.
No,
I don't think he has.
He's a pussy, man. No, he's a little pussy, TJ.
Like the last hour of Avatar 2 is nothing but action scenes. It's like nothing but like fighting and explosions and death and army men going pew 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 and and stuff like that. So I don't know that he has.
Nobody will accuse you of having excess testosterone, but for the record, testosterone is not a poison, nor is it a toxin, nor is it something that you want to work out of your system. It isn't.
That's totally subjective. I mean, the toxin and poison thing, I mean, you could say that anything in excess could be a poison. But as far as wanting to work, I mean, like whether you want high testosterone or not is totally a personal decision. So fuck you again.
In fact, a hormone vital to growth and vital to development, which maintains, among other things, your bone density, your muscle mass, strength. Of course, the irony here is that if you add...
Yeah, I think you're taking the statement a little bit too literally, bud. I don't think he was talking about... I don't think you're supposed to be taking the testosterone comment at absolute face value the way you are, but you know, this is why he called his element unobtainium, because apparently like that's the level he has to pander to in order to make himself like clear about what something means.
Asked him, about the subject, James Cameron, as a Hollywood leftist, would almost certainly tell you that he's a fan of gender affirmation drugs and procedures, which means that in his world.
So now we're just like, you don't actually have a quote to back that up or anything. You don't even know what his position is. You're just like, I'm pretty sure he would say that he believes that if you asked him.
He almost
You don't even
certainly
know.
would say. Almost certainly.
I mean, I don't know. Is there, let me see. Trans people. Trans activist calls for a boycott of Avatar. Blah blah blah. No, I see some fucking whiny people trying to ban Avatar, claiming it's offensive to trans people. But I don't actually see anything, and I see some repeats of people like you whining about the testosterone comments. But I don't actually see anything where James Cameron is talking about trans people at all. So we have no idea what his position is on that. So you're just, it's just basically complete speculation.
Testosterone is only a poison when it's naturally produced. Testosterone in the form of a drug.
Once again, the foundation of the argument you're making right now is based on just like assuming someone has a position that you don't actually have any evidence that they hold.
Given to gender confused girls is wonderful, and it's medically necessary and affirmative, but if it's naturally produced by men, then it's bad. And yet Cameron is really only guilty of being overly honest here, if anything, because this is how our society.
Well, that's a crime you'll never be guilty of, right, Matt?
Yeah, nobody's going to be accusing Matt Walsh of that anytime soon.
Society generally treats men and boys. Young men are poisoned by the toxin of testosterone, we're told. That's the essence of toxic masculinity, after all.
We're told? Who are we told that by? That's not the essence of toxic masculinity, by the way. You want to see toxic masculinity? Go watch the scene from The Sopranos where Tony and Chris are talking about depression and suicide on a car ride. Because that scene to me typifies toxic masculinity better than any other fucking scene in the history of cinema or television or whatever. That's what people are talking about when they're saying toxic masculinity.
Go watch fucking Steven Crowder talk to his pregnant wife on the ring cam.
There you go. There's another great example. Hell, just watch the totality of The Sopranos now that I think about it.
And it's true that young men in particular can be wild, can be aggressive, can be prone to risk-taking and confrontation. Testosterone indeed plays a big role in that. But our approach as a culture should be to help these boys and young men harness their masculine energy. That's a bunch of new age gobbledygook, basically. Harness their masculine energy. What the fuck does that mean? Are we talking about
sounds like some groomer shit to me?
Are we talking about
young boys harness their masculinity, huh?
Right. Are we talking about hormones or are we talking about energies? Like, what are we talking? Like, you can't just change the subject willy-nilly. Are we having a fucking scientifically based decision about a hormone that occurs in the body? Or are we having a conversation about energies and channeling energies? Because at this point, you're more fucking new agey than James Cameron is.
Suppress it or purge themselves of it or drug it out of them, but help them to develop the character and discipline to funnel all of that testosterone-fueled aggression and energy in a constructive and worthwhile direction.
Such as?
This is one of the many things our society gets wrong when it comes to men. Boys, as they grow up, they're not given proper outlets. And most of the outlets that they once had are being taken away.
Such as?
Even things like the, more aggressive and sort of violent games kids used to play on playgrounds. We don't play those games anymore.
Those games are not played as much anymore because like people got fucking super injured. Like a lot of people got hurt and there was lawsuits and stuff.
Yeah. I used to, the violent aggressive game that I used to play as a kid was called Smear the Queer.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how I harnessed my masculine energy as a child, according to society.
So yeah, not exactly something we should be like fawning for nostalgically.
Take all that away. They're not trained on how to harness this energy. They're not trained on how to be men. They're so often deprived of competent male role models.
Well, they're not going to find it here. So
we are fearful of masculinity, and so we demand that boys essentially act like girls, and sometimes we literally try to turn them into girls. And then as they get older and stronger and become unruly and violent, we conclude that masculinity itself must be the problem, rather than a lack of guidance, a lack of leadership, a lack of moral formation.
The fuck is this dude talking about again? How do we get from Avatar to here again?
This is exactly what listening to a Christian talking about social issues always turns into. It's like if you have a normal brain in your head, it feels like that they're taking this huge, grandiose, inexplicable leap from one topic to the next, but somehow in their little religion-addled minds, there's some sort of connective tissue here.
Oh yeah, it all makes sense, right? James Cameron fucking made Avatar 2. Therefore, we need to teach boys how to channel their masculine energy, because otherwise they wild out, and then we blame masculinity because they didn't have good lessons or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
And then the goal becomes, as James Cameron puts it, to purge masculinity, to work it out, to eradicate it.
Let me ask you this, Matt Walsh. If you truly believe that when he's saying that, he's talking very literally about testosterone, do you believe that James Cameron has like undergone any sort of like medical procedures to limit the amount of testosterone in his body? Do you believe James Cameron is like taking estrogen or something? Do you believe James Cameron has like had his balls operated on to not produce as much testosterone or something? Because I'm pretty sure what he's talking about is just like exactly the same thing you are. Just like recognizing these feelings that arise from that place and then doing something more productive with them. So I feel like James Cameron and you are both essentially saying like some version of the same thing. And it's really weird that how you just like seamlessly move from like the literal to the figurative, but don't give the person you're talking to or about the same sort of credence. Very intellectually dishonest, but what did I really expect?
And now he's made a movie about it, which you can watch if you don't value.
He hadn't even seen the movie at this point. Like that movie has fuck all to do with any of this shit. There is not, I mean, like the movie literally once again culminates in like a full on hour of nothing but pew pew, bang bang, cool special effects, jumping around, fucking fighting on boats, killing people, motherfuckers blowing up, motherfuckers getting killed, motherfuckers getting chopped, motherfuckers getting shot. It's a grandiose spectacle of over the top, glorious action movie violence. The idea that this is some kind of like anti-masculine screed is fucking just like silly and absurd.
Scotty got raptured.
Lucky him. Scotty's just like, I'm done. I tap out. I'm not doing this. What's crunching, Paul? You got some
wasabi
Fritos
peas
or something?
Wasabi
Oh, yeah,
peas.
those wasabi peas.
I'm enjoying them.
Scotty sent a message that says, my audio is fucked up. I'll BRB. So.
Your brain or your time or your money. But I will decline the invitation for my part and instead say to James Cameron that you, sir, are today canceled. And that'll do it for this portion of the show.
How did this guy get popular again? He's so listless and emotionless and like a void of personality and any kind of charisma.
The only thing that he does that gets him to that place, and there's a reason that he talks so much about trans people. It's because he makes these videos about how much he hates trans people, and he's willing to go further and further and further and just say the most outrageous things he possibly can, because he knows there is this like seething mass of like trans hating right wingers that are just like, yeah, kill them all. We hate trannies.
Kill the trans.
We hate the trannies.
I mean,
so,
there's a charismatic way to hate the trannies, though. Why is it the void of charisma tranny hating that gets popular?
Because most of the people that have any actual charisma probably would look down upon using it the way that he does. So instead, he has to just get by on just saying the most outrageous, far-fetched shit possible to get attention, because he's not going to get attention just based on like, wow, he's so persuasive or so well-spoken or anything like that. So the only fucking recourse left to him is just like, I'll just say the worst thing possible. Like, that's the only explanation I can come up with anyway.
Nah.
Well, this is fucking torture.
Well, yeah.
This is fucking torture right here.
Nah.
I can't wait to hear Matt Walsh's thoughts on whatever the next subject are, man.
How's about, maybe you'll agree with him on this. Well, I'll pull the one I think you might have some common ground with him on.
Okay. I can't imagine what that would be, so I'm kind of interested to see. Uh-oh.
It's M&A.
No. You know what, dude? Let me just reveal a little secret.
All right.
I hate on anime and anime nerds because they're some of the most sensitive little pussies on the planet, and I think it's funny to froth them up.
Yeah.
In my life, I spend literally 0.0 milliseconds every year caring about anime, dude. You could, like, if you want to watch anime, go.
You care,
bro.
No, you care.
Let's see.
Yesterday on the show, I briefly mentioned a controversy that had, at the time, only recently started simmering. It was a controversy surrounding comments made by the humble host of this very podcast. And if you've been paying attention at all, you know that when my comments spark controversy, it's always because I have broached a very important subject and raised an issue of urgent national importance, such as, of course, the backlash over my advocacy for the rights of translucent mermaids. The topic this time around isn't quite that serious, but almost. So, as I detailed yesterday, during an all-access live chat this past Friday, I was asked to give my opinion on the subject of anime.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Bet you had some spicy takes on that one, huh, bud?
And I spent about 35 seconds on the subject, in which I stated that, from my vantage point, anime is satanic. Now, I acknowledge...
Oh, come on, bro. Man, there's no... You thought I was going to agree with him on this bullshit? Come on, buddy.
I just thought maybe you could hate anime together, but I didn't know he was going to go the whole satanic route with it.
No.
So I guess this is going to be unlikely you're going to agree with this either.
that I have no argument to support that view. I have no, perhaps, reason or justification for it. It is rather, as the kids say, a vibe. Anime has a satanic vibe. That's all. Have I ever seen anime?
I feel like you're dissing on Satan a little bit here, too.
Like, I mean, he's just making anime sound more appealing to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. It's one of the two. Either you're either elevating anime or you're lowering Satan, and maybe a little bit of both.
Do I even know exactly what anime is? These questions aren't relevant.
Japanese cartoons where everyone's got real big eyeballs.
And big titties, too.
Yeah, usually.
All that matters is that, as I said in response to a live question someone asked, anime is the work of the devil. That's my truth.
Okay.
The devil is a weeaboo, dude. Man, you're right, dude. He is dogging on the devil. What?
The devil
is making Japanese cartoons about fucking schoolgirls that go to school by day and fight demons by night, bro. Really?
Yeah, you know. That's all he does.
In every day. Now, there are some who might assume that this comment was simply a half-assed, off-the-cuff joke about cartoons, and that's all. Now, there's some who might observe that I've also argued for cyclists to be imprisoned. I've said that people who leave their shopping carts in the parking lot are morally...
You're the one that actually fucking agrees with Matt Walsh, not me.
I mean, fair point. You know, hey, a broken clock is right twice a day. He's right about cyclists. I don't know what to tell you. It's a beautiful thing. Yay. I have food. What is this shit? Aw. I have food now.
Good for you, TJ.
I don't have no wasabi peas. I got a cheeseburger.
Yeah, I get a cheeseburger
Equivalent to
later.
cereal.
I get a
killer.
homemade cheeseburger later.
Me too. That is homemade. It's not no McDonald's shit. It's homemade shit. Damn it. I need to find a place for it, though. Whatever.
And should be executed on the spot. I've called for legislation outlawing small talk in elevators and the use of emojis by males over the age of 18. I even spent 3 months on this show attacking my own employer over his refusal to give me a giant stuffed walrus. So you might assume that my theories about anime...
See, I get it. You know, it's like whenever you have a fucking hot take that your audience doesn't like, it's like, oh, guys, come on. Just memes. Just jokes, my man. Don't you see?
Yeah, the video was kind of lagging there for a second.
Yeah, it was getting a little weird. I don't know why. Bunch of bullshit. Bunch of communist shit. You know how it goes. There we go.
His satanic origins.
TJ opened Twitter in the background and he's scrolling Twitter while he's doing this. That's why.
Should be taken in the same spirit as all those other sorts of comments. And you're right, because I'm totally serious about all of it. It's good then that social media took it with the seriousness that it was intended. I was one of the top trending subjects on Twitter nationwide yesterday. Again, this
nice humble brag, bro.
Yeah, the humble host of this podcast strikes again.
Just, you know, if you want to fucking brag about trending on Twitter, just do that. Just be like, I was trending on Twitter again, guys. Instead of phrasing it like, isn't it ridiculous that I trended over this? I mean, isn't that silly that little old me would trend once again over my anime take? So
it's
funny.
Like a dude. It's like a dude bragging about the whole class pointing and laughing at him. You know what I mean?
Time due to my controversial stance on anime. A great many accounts with anime avatars expressed their hurt and anger over my opinion, leading me to believe that maybe I was wrong about anime causing demonic possession. Maybe it actually just causes you to become an extremely whiny dork.
I mean, he's just kind of like, maybe I do agree with him. He's just kind of doing the same thing I do. He's just using a different angle on it, you know? I could never credibly make the argument that, you know, it's satanic or whatever. Like, you never hear me doing that, but we're doing it for the same reasons. Because people with anime avatars are about dude, it just lets me know that you're like one half sentence out of me from being triggered out of your fucking mind.
Theory. Meanwhile, the news media jumped into action. My randomly muttered hot take about anime made it into the headlines of several major news outlets. Yahoo News reports, Daily Wire troll Matt Walsh denounces anime as satanic, though he doesn't know why.
You just admitted you didn't know why. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Look, everybody's fucking making fun of me. I'm the most popular kid in class.
I denounced it. Mediaite says, Matt Walsh declares anime satanic, but admits he's not sure why. The Independent says, Matt Walsh says he thinks all anime is satanic and adults shouldn't be watching cartoons. Newsweek takes a slightly different angle. They say, Daily Wire host who called anime satanic blasted by real Satanists.
That's pretty funny.
Are dunking on you, dude.
Even the Satanists are like, nah, we don't watch that shit.
Even as real Abyss with his fucking lace gloves is fucking taking a fucking wood fucking stick to your head, dude. It's over for you, dude.
Oh, well, if real Satanists are angry about it, then I guess I'm more right than I ever realized.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you figured out?
So I can now, with more confidence than ever, say that I stand by my comments, obviously. Well, if you feel like you need more...
No, I don't. I don't need more.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop this one. Drop it like it's hot.
Drop it like it's hot.
You're gone. What's next?
You're done.
You drew your anime profile pic. Does that count? I mean, that makes you double weeb. Like you actually drew it. Makes you extra triggerable.
Conservative dad plays Grand Theft Auto 5 for the first time.
So today we are going to play another video game, and I'm going to offer another one of my.
You're like 15 years late to this
video
one,
game reviews. The whole gaming community now is looking to me as sort of their guide and their sage. What do we play? This is Grand Theft Auto, correct?
This is Grand Theft Auto 5.
Okay, Grand Theft Auto 5, and this is one of the latest and greatest, newest games, is it not?
No, it's actually pretty old. I think over 5 years old now.
Yeah, I mean, it's more, it's
So why
10
would-
years old.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought I wanted to connect with the kids and play the most recent game. Is this a popular game that kids still play?
Yeah, it's been out for a while and it's remained popular since it came out.
5 years old, my grandfather probably plays this, if he was not dead. All right, so what's the point of this game? Well, there I am. And I've got my polka dot shirt. And I've got the skinny pants on, so I've got the beards.
Welcome to Games Your Love situation.
Oh, look, a chest of service in it. Oh, more
It's fucking
rough
torture,
iron
TJ.
scraps. And
Yeah,
put
see,
that
I'm
in
wearing my polka dot shirts and
my- put that
It really
in my
does look-
bag.
Look a lot like me. Glasses, wow. Now I feel a certain kind of connection, and
Like evil,
So-
malevolent character to come and beat the shit out of you.
You know,
When does that
Uh,
happen?
Matt,
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting
I
for like
I
some like,
understand,
oh no, demonic possession of all humans on Earth except Matt Walsh.
I
And
understand
then
the
like he has a
impulse.
nightmarish, but I mean, give him some suffering. Obviously, I don't want the demon just to rip him apart immediately.
Yeah,
You know, can we drop him in like the Doom universe?
I
Have
get
a fucking
why.
Caco demon fucking like,
I get why
like
Matt
bite him
Walsh
in
did
half or
this.
something.
I get
don't
why
know.
Matt Walsh is.
Like, I don't
doing
want to see
this
him
and
play
stuff.
some lame. What is this game even gonna be? He's gonna go give fucking annoying lectures to people on street corners.
Yeah, I mean, I get why he's doing this. I get the idea of like, Matt, you should do some gaming stuff. That's popular and all. Like, but like, I don't get doing this segment and then looking at it and then being like, yeah, this worked. Let's put this out because I'm pretty sure I've already
ethical
fucking
responsibility
identified
here.
this does
Because I
not
do
work.
feel like this person is in some ways me. So what am I doing, Jacob?
You're just walking around. You're in Los Angeles right now, and you're just doing whatever you like.
If it's LA, shouldn't the city be like there should be way more homeless people? Because like obviously, if they gotta be realistic, like you should walk into a homeless encampment. You should have like people stealing from like cars and stuff.
I mean, it's
You should
GTA,
have Amazon
so there
packages
probably is
being
that stuff in
snatched.
there.
Like the first mission in the game should be you go snatch someone's like shit. So you have to follow the Amazon guy. Let him put the package down, but you can't get caught. You have to have some like vigilant homeowner or something that's like checking, like, is my package here? So you have to fucking be ready. So if this game goes in that direction or some shit, then I'm fine with it. But if it's just, I mean, so far it's like, I don't know, I'm not getting much from it.
Okay.
That's
Well,
a
it's a nice
PS4
evening, so
controller. Why
we'll
is he
just,
playing
we'll
this on
just
This
go
is
for a walk.
lame.
You have a truck behind you if you want to drive somewhere.
No, I thought I'd just walk. I'm just walking along.
Anything gonna happen?
You know, I kind of like this. I don't really see the point because I feel like I could just go outside and walk on the sidewalk. Are there any guns? Do I get any weapons or anything?
Yeah, push the upper right button on the top of the controller.
Oh. There we go.
All right, now,
All right.
finally.
I'm not looking for any trouble. I'm just going for a walk. How do
Except,
I
I
aim and
mean,
shoot?
like, where are the enemies trying to kill him?
Oh, well, I did. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Whoa.
Was that a bad guy or was it just a...
So it's like Matt Walsh lives out his, like, like mass shooter fantasies of the game.
He's clearly
Perfect.
having way too much fun with this game.
random civilian I just shot for no reason?
That was a guy just strolling like you.
Well,
No
he
longer.
looked like he was up to no good, frankly. I don't know who the bad guys are, so I just have to shoot everyone, it feels like.
You're the bad guy.
Is there a point?
I mean, since we started watching this, I don't think anything truer has been spoken. Where's the bad guy? You are the bad guy. Huh?
Dude, that
I guess
PA,
so.
that
Is there
PA
sort
knows
of a
what's up.
purpose? Is there a thing that I'm supposed to be doing?
Yeah, go up to a car and push triangle.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, what?
Sweet.
This isn't even my car.
Gonna jack that
All
ride.
right. All right. Here. Okay. So how do I steer so that I don't look drunk?
What fucking?
Oh.
Use the right stick to steer.
I mean, this guy cannot truly be this inept. I mean, this has got to be played up for the camera. I mean, like, I know Matt Walsh is like barely capable of functioning as a human being, but like he's playing this game like he's never played a game in his life.
How do I? Is this too, okay? Can I just say something? Can we stop for a second? Oh, sorry about it. Oh my goodness. Well, a bounty has been set on me. What does that mean? I was just.
What is a bounty? Dude, do you live in a fucking bubble? What is a bounty? It's a reward for your capture. That's what it is. They put a bounty on you and they're saying, hey, if you kill this guy, you get $1,000, or you just turn them into law enforcement, which I mean, that's no, who's going to risk that?
Dude, I want to see TJ and Matt Walsh
Going for a walk. I was fine
competition.
just walking along, and now I'm wanted.
What's that, Paul?
I want to see TJ and Matt Walsh have like a video game competition.
Oh, red light. I mean,
Sky, are you having like,
Why would you stop for a red light in this fucking game?
Scotty, can you hear us?
Dude, if this is legit,
I don't think
this
Scotty
is
can
just
hear
like
us.
one of the saddest examples I've ever seen someone playing a game like this. Oh, it's a red light.
Scotty.
I'm gonna play this game and not follow.
Scotty.
And actually, I'm gonna follow every law.
Yeah, he cannot hear us
Like,
at all. I kept
you're
wondering why he
playing
kept
the
fucking
wrong
talking over.
game.
Scotty. Son of a
I think
bitch, dude.
this is one thing my dad taught me
Oh,
when I
no.
was a young driver.
In his mind, he's just doing this on his own.
Good driving
I know,
kids
he's
is
just
all
like,
about,
"Man,
it's all
I'm
about
fucking
good habits." And so he would say,
cover for these
even if
lazy
there's nobody
clicks,
behind you,
man.
still hit the turn signal.
He just thinks we're both sitting here quiet or some shit.
Sad that like watching this dude play this game. Even when like I normally would be like, yeah, kill those people, do all this horrible shit. It's a video
We should
game. You
just
can do
let-
whatever
we
you
should
want.
just
You're
leave
like
it
a
like this.
god.
Just let him do it. All right,
We should
fine.
just
He
leave
does,
it like
he does it. It's just fucking lame. Like, I get no joy in this. It just feels like empty and emotionless. And it's like, yeah, he did kill these people. But
Scotty
who
boy.
cares?
Scotty boy, the pipes are calling.
Because it's all about forming those good habits. And I think even in video games,
I guess if I
it's,
came on camera and
important to
started talking and he didn't hear me, he'd realize.
just develop those good
Yeah.
habits.
But I'm not
And
gonna.
I gotta
do
say,
it yet.
I don't feel great about killing that guy.
I'll
I know
do
it's just
it.
a video game, but
I'll
at
do
the same
it.
time, I also feel
I'll
great
try and
about it.
flag
And that's
him
the
down.
thing that concerns me the most. I feel sick to my stomach, but I kind of enjoyed it.
Dude, don't give me. Don't
Scotty.
fucking. Dude, don't promise us a good fucking time.
Scotty, you can't hear me.
Oh shit! All saying. does he even
You
say?
can't hear me, Scotty.
Hey, Scotty, you can't hear us, Scotty. You can't hear
I
us.
can't hear you
Scotty.
guys at all.
No
Exactly.
shit. That's right.
I can't hear you guys.
That's right,
I can't
Scotty.
hear
You can't
anything.
hear us at all. That's been this case for like I think 10 minutes or something.
Oh my god.
Scotty, you can't hear us. Scotty.
Scotty, can you hear me? Scotty.
Scotty, can you hear
TJ's even
us?
quieter. Just text him, TJ.
TJ's even quieter.
She didn't call me anything.
The error cast with TJ. Why is it my fault? I didn't do it.
TJ fucked up my computer again.
Fucking TJ.
Why can he hear the video but not us?
I don't know.
That's the weird thing about it right there.
Yeah.
That's the strange thing.
Yeah, he's weird. I'm removing him.
Re-add him.
Yeah, let's see. Scotty, can you hear me? We are lost and so alone.
This is ground control to Major Scott.
Can you hear us now? This is definitely TJ's fault somehow. You know what?
I like how we had to get on camera and wave him down for him to realize that there was a problem.
Yeah. Just like going, he's just like, well, I guess I'm carrying this shit.
Oh man, these lazy fucks, man.
He kept talking over me, and I was like, man, it's weird that Scotty keeps doing that. And I'm like, can he hear us?
Dude, if I squirt enough of this tincture in my mouth, this is going to get tolerable, I think. I'm going to keep trying.
You've tried it before. Didn't work then.
Well, not with tincture. I've never tried it with tincture.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Psych!
How much do the traffic laws matter in this game?
If you violate them, you'll get shot.
Are those cops coming for me?
Yeah, they are. You better get out of there.
It was a misunderstanding, officer. Okay, can I get out of this car and pick a new one?
Yeah, push triangle.
Oh, what? Who just shot me? The cops?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the cops.
Dude, if I played, I mean, I don't know. I've played these Grand Theft Auto games before. Granted, it's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure I could do better than that. Pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it was the police.
I was getting out of the car. I was clearly about to surrender.
This dude has zero charisma. You're right. This is the thing I'm really discovering about a lot of these guys. I discovered the same thing during the Andrew Tate gauntlet. It's like once you kind of strip away the air of superficiality of just like, I make shocking statements and all this, they're kind of really fucking dull. Like Andrew Tate's a really incredibly dull guy. Matt Walsh is a really incredibly listless motherfucker.
He's less listless. Like he's less dull in that way. Like, yes, overall he's pretty fucking dull, but at least he's like got a little bit of fucking panache and pizzazz when he's throwing out his bullshit. You know, Matt Walsh is just a fucking, it's like a lobotomite, dude.
Yeah.
Just fucked up. Look at him, dude.
Yeah, just look at him right here.
Dude, how do I push the button? He's like pushing the top buttons with his finger. It's just
Yeah, he's like,
oh my god.
Takes his hand off the controller and presses it like this. Like, oh, the top one. Oh,
God, man. Somebody get the fucking PS4 controller away from Peepaw, please. He's
Peepaw's playing the PS4. Look how he takes his hands off the controller to press the R1 button. Wow.
Brett Keane is far more entertaining these two. I defy you to get through 10 minutes of a Brett Keane video game stream.
Remember that if you guys if we get enough patrons, I mean, you guys are already patrons, obviously, but like if we get enough, we will do a 10-hour Brett Keane gauntlet, and it will be the fucking worst. And you're going to see how untrue those words are.
Oh my God, dude. Brett Keane playing video games makes Matt Walsh playing video games look like the most scintillating personality ever, dude.
Because, okay, Matt Walsh has made more comments. Like, okay, how long have we been watching this? I don't know, like fucking 5 minutes or something? 4 minutes.
Something, yeah.
We've been watching this for 4 minutes. Matt Walsh has made more commentary in those 4 minutes than Brett Keane would have made in an entire, like, hour of gameplay.
Yeah.
Literally, you would have watched him running across the map for fucking what seemed like an endless amount of time. And then he would have found a treasure chest and been like a treasure chest, huh? What's in that?
Oh, more rough iron in the situation. I have to put that in my backpack. Oh, there's a goblin. Opponent's ass. Smack. That's right, goblin. All right. I'm actually being more.
Yeah,
I gotta tone it down.
You're putting. It's like too rapid fire still, because it would be like 5 minutes before he fucking said the next thing about the goblin. It'd be like more walking.
Dude, I only saw one time Brett Keane did like a tolerable video game stream, and it was because somebody had found a way in Elder Scrolls Online to troll him.
Yeah.
Like they were just like following him around with a naked character and getting him killed over and over again. And he went on this fucking salty ass rant against the trolls. Like that was funny. That had nothing to do with him. That was all the work of the blessed trolls, you know?
Yeah. As usual. The trolls are the stars in the Brett Keane stream.
Why don't you leave me alone, you fucking atheist son of a bitch? I'm just trying to fucking level up in this situation. But as you can see, trolls are just ruining a situation.
Let's see, is it this? This might be it.
Did you find one where he's
It's
ranting
called
again?
Elder Scrolls Frustration, starring Brett Keane.
Oh yes, that's the one, dude. This is somebody made like a cut of this too. So like it's
I think
definitely
this might be the cut.
Yeah.
But
I mean it'll show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah. We're gonna do a little palate cleanser.
Yeah,
for a
we
minute.
can't let Scotty get away with it. You know what I mean? Like he's gotta fucking suffer through the Walsh too.
And I think we now know what Matt Walsh playing a fucking shitty video game looks like.
Dude, this just goes to show you how sad Matt Walsh is. I would rather watch Brett Keane rage like a boomer at a video game than anything Matt Walsh is doing.
Yeah. It is a sad day.
Dude, this is fantastic. This is the whole production, man.
Yeah, they pulled out the stops. All right, that's a good sample of what it's like to watch Brett Keane play a video game, by the way, right there.
Yep.
Whoa, turn that shit off, you idiot. Hey, moron. Fucking retard, turn it off. How the fuck do I get these idiots out of my group?
So what's happened here is the trolls have figured out that you can join, like Brett Keane has like auto party set up, and he also has auto voice chat set up. And so the trolls have figured out that they can just join his party. He doesn't know how to turn it off.
Oh man.
And this is fantastic, man.
Hey, moron, turn it off, you fucking retard. Fucking loser. Turn your fucking audio off, you stupid bitch. Damn, learn how to use your shit, you fucking dumblet. Hey, idiot, can you fucking hear me when I'm talking to you? Hello, you brain dead fucking mutton head. Can you hear me? I'm talking to you.
Hello, you brain dead fucking mutton head. Can you hear me?
I'm surprised his son didn't peek in and go like, "What do you want? What is it, Dad?"
Yes, Daddy.
Not you, not the other brain dead mutton head in the situation.
Yes, Daddy.
Turn your fucking audio off.
He's like turning the volume down on everything else.
Stupid. Do you realize that you are in my fucking party yapping? What the fuck are you doing over there, Dumbo? Fucking asshole. Why is this asshole swinging a fucking sword at me like that? Get the fuck away from me before I step on your face. Ass eyes. Why is this fucking loser standing here swinging a sword at me like that for? Hey, dummy. Can you hear me? I'm fucking trying to play a game here. Hop out of my party. Wow, this fucking, look at this fucking idiot standing in front of me.
I love how he's just an idiot. Like he just doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, well, look at this fucking idiot here.
It's almost like he's doing this to intentionally aggravate me or something.
Ass eyes. Called him ass eyes? I've never heard that one before.
Ass eyes, dumblet, piece of goddamn mutton head chopping bullshit. Fucking shrimp dick, goddamn piece of goddamn trash. Fuck you, idiot. You're a moron. You're in my serve. I'm trying to play a game here.
It's one of these fucking retards out there. You just fucking running around swinging a sword at me like that. I can't believe how fucking stupid people are. Look at this fucking loser. What a fucking loser.
Yeah.
I got rid of that fucking loser.
He's a loser.
Asshole. 80% are idiots, says Shadow Stalker. It's true. It's true. Oh, fuck. Oh, somebody got fucking iced. Oh, now it's your turn. He's just standing there. I think he's glitched. Somebody's gonna pay for the blood on my left. Chief, balls in your mouth. I seriously need to figure out how to stop people from fucking around in my party like that. I thought I was gonna have to put up with that shit all fucking day. Atheist 69, don't make me come over there and make love to your mother while you watch. End up making you a little brother or sister. You guys gonna behave yourself? Fucking nutcases. Oh damn, my inventory's all fucking filled up. How is that possible? Oh man. Fuck. That stupid bitch fucking brought a bunch of assholes up on us. Did you see that?
Arnus.
That prick tried to get me killed. It
Harness.
didn't work though, did it? When you gonna do more DAI, Dragon Age Inquisition? If you guys don't like Elder Scrolls Online, this is a sick ass game. Are you guys able to hear the sound effects and all that shit?
No, you muted all that.
Dumber than a box of rocks. I'm busy playing a video game. What the hell I'm gonna go in there for? What in the fuck? Oh fuck! I gotta be level 5. All right.
Aw.
Let's go out and kill some more shit after I deconstruct a few more items. Some worm situation.
Trying to lean into the meme.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can catch fish. Oh, wet gunny sack. What the fuck? Atheist 69, if my voice bothers you,
He
you
fished
can
up a
always
wet gunny sack, dude.
stick your head up your ass and use your butt cheeks for earmuffs and then suffocate on your own fumes.
What?
Long friend.
Use your butt cheeks for earmuffs and suffocate on your own fumes.
Okay, fumes. Okay.
Situation. Ooh, that motherfucker's fighting a polar bear over there. Yep. Yeah, he does look like a fucking catfish, doesn't he? It's rough. That dude's so ugly he couldn't get laid in a fucking morgue if the corpses were nailed down.
You know, the funny thing is that Pitmonk went on to be like a big TikToker. So
Yeah.
Even-
amongst
even-
a star now, and Brett Keane still fucking in the puddle.
yeah, sorry, Brett. Even Pitmonk done surpassed you.
And Brett Keane calling anybody fucking ugly is a stretch, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You talk too much. I got shit to do. Time is money. All right, let's go in and save some assholes. Pape him, Brett? What the fuck? Gotta use the hook shot and iron boots. That's fucking Zelda snap ahead. Sounds to me like you're fucking saying some weird shit. He's throwing snowballs at me, that motherfucker. What are you watching? Some fisting shit on the DP or watching that fucking
Fisting shit on the DP.
That was my favorite segment, the fisting segment.
catfish had bowl his own face? Fucking die, motherfucking die! Oh, this so feels like Mario. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I actually think edited together, Brett Keane is about the same level of quality as Matt Walsh, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think he's more. I think he's better than Matt Walsh because he's raging. He's like, but you have to understand that every time you see a quick cut in this video, there was 15 minutes of boring silence.
Yeah, that's the thing is like you have to cut him. You have to cut it down to even get to make it seem like you're like, wow, Brett's so high energy here. No, it's probably just the case that like you're all of the little moments where he was like loading up the next thing he was gonna say just got cut out, leaving us with like the best bits.
Dun 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 dun. Looks like the bastard child of Freddy Krueger and Chucky.
Freddy Cougar.
Dude's running around naked in the fucking ice cavern. There ain't no way I'm jumping down that shit. Fuck that noise. Hi there, feller. I found a tick under my nut bag. Nice to know, putrid.
I found a tick
Why
under
don't
my
you
nut
blindfold
bag.
yourself, find the nearest fucking highway, and do a dance right in the middle of it all. So many sick fucks are on the planet. Oh, probably Sling Blade, Forrest Gump, or Beetlejuice.
Sling Blade, Forrest Gump, or Beetlejuice.
I always thought it'd be cool if they made a movie where it had Freddy against Hellraiser, against Chucky.
Yeah, against Hellraiser. Remember that great character, Hellraiser?
Yeah.
Man. Good old Brett.
Did I say Beetlejuice?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. You
know.
might have said Beetlejuice. I think you did.
That would be sweet. I went ahead and got rid of that.
Yeah, that would be a great movie.
Would be
Freddy versus Hellraiser versus Beetlejuice. Amazing film. Masterpiece of cinema.
bank heist. Oh, that motherfucker's fishing in my shit. It's my fishing hole, prick nuts. 31 the movie.
Prick
What the fuck is
nuts.
that? That's a great
Yeah.
fucking movie. Oh, you ass. You took the last fish. I would smack you in the head with my sword.
Sword.
Dickhead. Damn, my balls hurt. All right, Atheist 69, when I'm done doing
Well, I want to
this,
go get that
I'm
looked
gonna
at.
Yeah, balls having a lot of ball problems.
send you over to Pokemon Go chat. It's okay there, Atheist 69. I know you were born from your mother's asshole. You can't help to be a turd. It's what your mama said. Yeah, they're spanker though. The shit. Now, if you play the PC version, you won't be able to play it with me. I'm doing this on PS4. Probably not as many channels as your mother's had dicks in her.
Yeah. Great comeback, Brett.
Wow, man. Just
Probably
yo mama
many
jokes all day.
Channels as your mother's had dicks in her and all.
This is literally like me and my friends having a playground argument in the 3rd grade.
All right, Atheist 69, you've run out of chances, you stupid little fucking insignificant, irrelevant bug. I get over there, I'm going to go ahead and block your dumb ass from my channel.
Poor Atheist 69.
Yeah.
Couldn't
I
cut
bet
it.
he never got over that fucking tongue lashing, man.
Yeah. Poor fucking bastard. A rough time.
Poor atheist, dude. Rest in peace, Atheist 69.
Man, Scotty's still not back. We even gave him some time and everything.
I know. We watched a whole Brett Keane video.
Where the fuck is he?
Well, the
Whatever.
show must go on.
Fucker's always able to get out of this shit somehow.
He's got it figured out, man. He's got it down to a science. I'll tell you
First
that
he
much.
poisoned his fucking dog. Now he's fucking faking audio problems. There's no depths to which Scotty will not sink to avoid this shit. Here's an important
Talk
question.
about this too.
This is a question called, is Down syndrome Barbie woke?
Oh boy, I'm gonna guess yes.
This is from AP News. Toy company Mattel revealed its first Barbie doll representing a person with Down syndrome on Tuesday. Mattel collaborated with the National Down Syndrome Society to create the Barbie and ensure the doll accurately represents a person with Down syndrome, the company said. Design features of the new Barbie were made under guidance from NDSS. Mattel said, in addition to portraying some physical characteristics of a person with Down syndrome, the Barbie's clothing and accessories carry special meaning. The blue and yellow on the doll's dress, accompanied by butterflies, represents symbols and colors associated with Down syndrome awareness. The Barbie also has ankle-foot orthotics, which some Down syndrome children use. Good Morning America had a segment on this, so you could see the Barbie. Let's check that out.
And I'm here for the first ever Barbie with Down syndrome. And it's like me. And it's beautiful and I love it to pieces.
Matt, are you really gonna fucking shit on this damn Barbie, dude?
I'm
Like-
hoping not, man. I'm
Like,
hoping
could
he
you just,
just
like-
is going like, no, this ain't woke.
You know, guys, I think a lot of stuff has gone too woke, but you know, this is fine, whatever, you know. Like the Down syndrome lady is so happy to have the Barbie. Like, what do you care? Leave it alone. Can she just have it? Should she just
The
have the fucking
entitlement.
Barbie?
The entitlement of this Downy. Everything has to look like me. That's just wokeness at work, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Tell you what, the only Downey I like is that Robert Downey Jr. And even then, I don't really like his politics, just like when he's playing Tony Stark, my favorite character.
Last time I checked, only 2 to 3% of us are retards. So why should my Barbie look like a retard, you know?
Yeah, exactly right. Amen.
I love it. What do you think? Nice, yeah.
What do you like about it?
The hair and the clothes.
We brought the doll with Down syndrome to life in close partnership with the National Down Syndrome Society. Through this collaboration, we were able to ensure the doll and all the design elements and details were an accurate representation of a person with Down syndrome.
I mean, I guess I don't like really know what that, because I don't see the Down syndrome in the Barbie, but
I mean, like compared to what a normal Barbie looks like, I guess I kind of.
It looks. If you showed me that and said this is just the normal Barbie doll from today, I would be like, all right.
Yeah, you wouldn't be like, why she look like she has Down syndrome?
Yeah, why has she got Down syndrome?
Okay, so here's what I want to say about this, because I've seen some conservative.
I don't really understand why you need to say anything about this. I'm hearing him say I've seen some conservatives, so I'm hoping that he's going to say that he's seen some conservatives saying it's woke, but he is going to be the guy that says it's not woke. Let's see.
Conservatives making fun of this and calling it woke. It's another woke, inclusive,
right. So far,
PC
so good,
thing, is what some are saying. And I'll admit that in the first moment after I saw this headline, I almost had that reaction, because I saw the term inclusive Barbie doll, and my first instinctive reaction is to roll my eyes, because 99.9% of the time, it's going to be something stupid. If there's
like
an inclusive, whatever, it's something.
like it's race or something.
Yeah,
well,
like it's in a wheelchair, like it's doing various different types of jobs, or has a different body type.
I've decided, Down syndrome people can have a Barbie.
I'm gonna take the high road on this one, because conservative people, they give birth to retards too. We don't want to alienate them.
I mean, take my parents for example. Gave birth to me.
Stupid. It could be something, or it's going to be something actively objectionable, or both. Like a a non-binary Barbie doll or something. If they don't already have
objectionable,
I don't know. It's not objectionable to me or anyone normal. I'm not saying I'm normal, but hey, that's not objectionable to me or anyone normal, or even anyone that's a cool kind of weird. It's only objectionable to people like you, the weird kind of weird.
That I'm sure they're going to
go back to Brett Keane. I wish we could.
Oh, man, I would give anything to go back to Brett Keane.
Soon enough.
At least you're not Matt Walsh.
Yep.
But then there's the 0.1% of the time when it's actually something good. And this is the 0.1%.
All right, good. I'm glad that for once in your life, you've decided not to be knee-jerk against something. Yep. Let's find out why.
We don't want to be like dogs, barking whenever we hear a car in the driveway, no matter who's driving it.
Too late.
We want to have discernment, right? And we should have it here. Down syndrome people really do need to be included. We do need inclusivity campaigns for them, because Down syndrome people, especially children, are being excluded from society.
So are all the other people that, what?
So are trans and non-binary kids.
You're part of what's excluding them.
Yeah, you're the exclusion made manifest. Just the fucking short-circuiting brain of a conservative, dude.
I almost guarantee at this point, the only time conservatives ever have this sort of talking point is when someone in their family is. So he's going to tell us he has a cousin or something with Down syndrome, and that's going to be the only reason he's not a total piece of shit on this.
You might be right.
In the most violent and bloody ways, they're being exterminated by the abortion industry. That's a big reason why they run tests for Down syndrome.
Okay, he's pivoting to abortion, because a huge amount of people, pro-life, pro-choice, whatever, when they find out that a baby has Down syndrome, do get abortions. That's even right-wingers.
In utero, because they run the tests, and then they give the parents the option to kill the child if they don't want to have a child with Down syndrome. And tragically, many parents do. Biden's plans to help struggling business owners in the wake of COVID lockdowns were to prioritize Black.
Is this going to be an ad? Yeah. Okay.
Just another fucking.
So basically, most of this video is just that ad.
Yeah.
Or at least a lot of it is.
Like a good third of it.
As a society,
please.
I would say to include Down syndrome children, to humanize them, represent them. That's a good thing. It's pro-life, actually. It is pro-life. The correct and also strategically intelligent reaction for conservatives from something like this is to say, wow, Mattel is pro-life. They're putting out something pro-life. This is great. Now, does Mattel mean it?
So the only reason, let's get this straight. Now, it has nothing to do with you actually giving a shit about people with Down syndrome. It's just
or inclusivity,
right? Or inclusivity at all, really. The main takeaway is, hey, look, a Down syndrome Barbie shows that maybe we shouldn't do abortion on Down syndrome people. So it's really a pro-life stance.
Yeah.
That's such a far-fetched way to look at this whole thing unfold. I guess I'm glad you came to the right conclusion, but your reasoning to get there is so fucking weird and jacked up.
Yeah, the reasoning is so fucking fallacious, and it's really like the antithesis of what this Barbie is trying to do. He's proclaimed that they should be included, but has given no reason why other children with differences that he doesn't like shouldn't be included. He said inclusivity is woke, but in this case, they need to be included. It's like, well,
because I could pivot this to my weird anti-abortion stance.
Yeah.
That way. Okay, did the Mattel Corporation, and they're in their marketing department, their toy development department, whatever, and they're sitting around.
You know what's really
did they say, hey,
weird?
What can we do?
What?
If they can come up with like a trans test, like a trans in utero test.
Oh, yeah.
Watching the right wingers fucking like wrestle with their morality. Like, how do I fit having a trans child into my moral framework?
Yeah, your child is gonna have gender dysphoria. Oh shit.
Dude, they'd be right on the fucking abortion train. A lot of them.
Well, I normally do not believe in abortion, but
to advance the pro-life cause? Well, obviously not. And they would be horrified, probably, if we took it that way. So if conservatives...
I mean, I'm not really horrified. I'm just kind of fascinated by how dumb you are. Like, you know, because it's such a weird... It's a weird place. I guess it's not a weird place to arrive, but it's a weird place to get to that destination. It's a weird way to get to that destination.
Started coming out and saying, this is pro-life, this is amazing, this is great, Mattel would not be happy about that. But we should do it anyway.
I really don't think Mattel would give a shit one way or the other.
Yeah, I think Mattel likes to sell Barbie dolls. So.
I'm pretty sure Mattel would be like, hey, if you guys want to buy Down syndrome Barbie because you think it's pro-life, we don't give a shit. That's fine by us.
Like, take the wins where they come, even if...
I think you're overestimating ecos. You're overestimating.
They're unintentional. Even if we're seizing on to something that was meant a certain way, and we're saying, nope, this is what it means. You might not have meant it this way, but this is what it means.
What? You might not have meant it this way, but this is what it means. This is yet another example of Matt Walsh just going up to someone else and being like, here's how you are. Here's what you think. Here's what you ought to do. This guy really is like one of the most totalitarian fucks ever, because he feels very comfortable just telling people what they mean, what they think, what they do, what they should do. It's very fucking nuts.
This is a perfect example of that. Whether you intend for it to be pro-life or not, whether that's a conscious intention, it is. Because to include and humanize and represent, again, I know these words have connotations now, and every time we hear them, we have that instinctive.
No, normal people do not have that.
Yeah, when normal people hear little kids being included in society rather than excluded, they get happy about it.
I don't hear inclusion and representation and be like, ooh, I don't know about them there words. Like the words have been tainted by misuse or something. You're such a fucking weird loser, bro. You fucking disturb me.
Reaction to it, but there are contexts where these words really do mean something.
Yeah,
all contexts.
Most of the time, you just ignore them. I mean, they always mean pretty much the same thing. Representation pretty much always means like, hey, here's a person that's underrepresented in society. Now we're going to represent them in this media form.
he's trying to decouple this fucking Barbie being in, like, making trans children feel seen and represented from that. I don't know how you managed to do that. He's got to qualify himself by saying, look, in this micro instance, the inclusivity is good because it's actually pro-life.
Okay.
It's like, what is acceptance for trans people? Is that not pro-life? Is that not saying that they're a living being and they have value and they should be represented in society? Like, how do you decouple these arguments one from the other?
By being intellectually dishonest as fuck?
Even if they're misused most of the time. And in this case, yeah, if representing and including Down syndrome children in a very...
I'll seriously make Scotty do a gauntlet on his own after this. Yeah. Scotty apparently, he sent a text and he basically said that he tried to reboot his computer and his computer doesn't work. It won't reboot. I'm going to have to get on my laptop, but it's going to take a while. You know, because those laptops, man, takes forever to boot one of those. You know, they boot up so slow.
A good thing. And also, look, it's true that if you're a parent with a child who is down,
how does this gauntlet? I mean, this is not as bad as it's not as bad as Andrew Tate so far.
Well, not yet, but we've taken copious. We had a manatee break in there.
Yeah,
that definitely true. that helped my spirits a lot because they were flagging. So,
and we had we got to start with that dream, which that fucking true. I laughed my ass off at that, and then we got to laugh at Scotty.
Yeah,
and then we got to laugh at Brett. So, like at this point, like we've had some like laugh oases in the sea of despair.
True.
So I don't know if that's going to continue or if we've had our last laugh, but yeah.
Down syndrome, the shows that your child watches, the movies, the toys that he plays with, he's not going to often see people like him.
Yeah, that's great. That's the same reasoning.
The same argument made for like trans inclusive Barbies and shit. The same, literally the same argument.
Any other marginalized people, black group. Or fucking whatever. Like, but all of a sudden, ooh, now it's important for them to see themselves. It's like, what? You can't just use the exact same argument when you're saying this is some kind of weird exception. I guess you can. Just fucking, once again, dishonest as fuck. All right. Let's see. What is this?
Okay. Hello, boys and girls. My name is Matt Walsh.
Oh, no. Get him out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there.
I love how they're worried about drag queens reading to kids, but they'll let this reprobate in there.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, dude, if I was watching a TV show and this dude came out on the TV show, I'd be like, uh-oh, it's the molester character.
Yeah, the molester teacher has just arrived.
Uh-oh. Keep an eye on that one.
I am a children's author. And
No, you are not. No, you are not, sir. Wrong. Incorrect.
I've written a book called Johnny the Walrus. This book is all about...
What is Matt Walsh's... how much money does Matt Walsh have? Because I think he needs to spend a little bit more to pay like an artist or something. Because yeah, that's
looks like a bathroom doodle.
Yeah, that looks like some fucking like low tiered deviant art level shit right there. Also, didn't you insult, like, why does this character look so fucking anime when you were just shitting on anime a minute ago?
Identity and imagination. What is identity? Does anyone know what identity means?
I'm here to brainwash you. Welcome, Mr. Walsh. Kids are just like, who cares?
No.
No. None of us know.
You know what identity is?
This is the only time I've ever seen him brush his hair.
No? Okay. It's who you are, right? That's what it means. Now, who likes to pretend to be things? Is there anything you like to pretend to be? How about in the back?
I like to pretend to be
a ninja. That's...
Matt Walsh is like, I like to pretend to be an intelligent human being with cogent thoughts on subject matters.
Yep.
I can't wait to fucking hear
a good one. What about you? All right. Well, we all like to use our imagination.
Fucking put that kid on blast there. What the fuck?
I know, poor kid. You put him on the fucking spot. He looks like he's 4, man. Leave him alone.
And then just like, and we'll cut to that kid looking like a dumb fuck, because that'll be funny, right? Finally, someone I could feel smug and superior to.
Sometimes I use my imagination. I pretend to be a monster. I chase my kids around because I'm big and ugly, so I can.
Yeah, you can already. You're not pretending. You are a monster, bitch.
Yeah,
be a
you
monster.
are.
That's what this book is about. It's all about a boy who pretends to be a walrus. He identifies as a walrus, and his mom's a little silly. She takes it seriously and thinks he really is a walrus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I get it. I was wondering how this was going to work, and now I see.
Yeah. Yep, that's how that goes.
That's silly, isn't it?
So is this thing doing on the floor?
We don't have to worry about that. We're going to read the book now. Okay.
Like, yeah, that, get out of here with that.
TJ,
Fuck, trying to read this book right now.
can you hear me?
Can you hear me now, Scotty?
Yes.
All right, good.
My PC suddenly decided to die in the middle of the show, so I had to take my laptop.
Cheers, Scotty. PC died.
Scotty fucking went and got in the hammock, had a Mai Tai.
I
It's
went,
like, aloha, oi, aloha. Yeah, you're all fucking having fun. Fucking pretending you're in Maui and shit.
Had Taylor in a bikini fanning him and feeding him grapes.
Here you go, Lord Scotty. That's how Taylor talks. She's like, Lord Scotty. I don't know why everyone fucking turns into like a British hag in my mind. Oh, by the way, I came up with some pretty good lyrics for a J.K. Rowling the musical. I'm writing a J.K. Rowling musical.
oh, good.
Yeah. It goes like, I'm J.K. Rowling, and I hate the transgenders. I'm J.K. Rowling, and I hate the transgenders. It's pretty good.
Wow.
It sucks, dude.
No, it's good. You like it.
No, I don't.
Stephen Sondheim, step aside, man. Fucking TJ is on the case.
I don't even know who that is, but yes.
Yeah,
Who's-
makes sense to me.
It's one of the greatest musical theater playwrights in history.
Not anymore, he's not.
Johnny's a boy with a big imagination.
Scotty, so this, oh my God, this fucking art sucks balls. Anyway, Scotty, this is a book about how a kid who pretends to be a walrus, but then his mom takes it a little too seriously and believes he actually is a walrus. Get it?
No.
No? Oh well.
One day he's a dog, the next day a crustacean.
I already don't believe Matt Walsh actually wrote this book. I don't believe that.
Didn't.
I don't believe that Matt Walsh is smart enough to rhyme imagination and crustacean. It's already beyond what I think he's capable of.
I read a lot of kids' books, dude. I can tell you, this is like low tier shit.
No, this is garbage tier. Like, I remember like the books I read as a kid had like actually like appealing art and like backgrounds and shit. It wasn't just like, here's some fucking shit tier fucking anime fan art on a white background. It was like, you know, like the Very Hungry Caterpillar with all those like elaborate construction paper backgrounds and shit. Or like, I don't know, what's that little fucking fuzzball motherfucker? Fuzzball. You know what I'm talking about?
Look, the kids aren't fucking reacting to this at all. That one kid was more concerned with a piece
Rainbow
of lint on the
fish?
carpet than he was this fucking
What the fuck are you
shit.
talking about? I don't even know what that is.
You don't know rainbow fish, dude?
No.
You don't know shit, TJ.
Well, why the fuck?
is
I don't know that many goddamn children's books, right?
Dr. Seuss, at least, right?
No,
Yeah.
they're trying
What
to
about
offer
Dr.
you.
Seuss?
They're trying to offer you crackers. Rainbow fishes are so delicious. It's goldfish, but rainbow. They're trying to
said
offer
it's
you food.
No, she says children's book. It's a children's book, right? Yeah.
It's like a crab
He don't know it either. Paul.
Boomers, man.
Scotty knows it.
or a
We're what? Too old?
lobster.
I know one
One
fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
That's the only fish book I need.
That's a banger right there, man.
Yes, dude. Tongue twister.
I think Snoop Dogg should put that out as like a fucking song or something.
Morning, he came downstairs barking and clapping. wood spoons for tusks, and sock fins of
Hey, whoa, it's the first time you actually drew a fucking background. I mean, not you, but like there's actually backgrounds on these pages. That's cool.
flapping. He had spoons in his mouth. He was pretending to be a walrus.
That's funny. I've never seen a dude get a pity laugh from an audience
That
of
kid in
children
the
before.
middle is me. That kid in the middle is me.
This one? Which one?
Yeah, the one right in the fucking center of the frame, dude, and the little gray button-up thing.
Yeah.
That's me right there.
Now we have a very boring alt-right speaker coming to class today, and he's going to read his very boring book, but you still...
What do you mean, why? While all of his fucking idiot friends are giggling, he's looking like he's having an existential crisis.
Oh, you're talking about this kid back here.
Yeah,
okay.
the kid in the fucking middle of the frame.
I mean, okay. Yeah, that kid knows what's up. He's like looking around like, was that funny? Was that funny?
Johnny the Walrus, he said with a roar, the wood floor's my ocean, the carpet's my shore. He's swimming around like a walrus. Isn't that silly?
Wow,
Yes,
thought that one was going to kill twice in a row, huh?
Swimming around like a walrus. Isn't that silly, kids? They said, isn't that silly?
all you have to do to kill in this
Isn't
audience...
that silly?
TJ, the only thing you have to do to kill in this audience is to get up there and go, poop! So, I mean, the bar is pretty low. The bar is extremely low.
He can't even meet it. He literally had to get like a pity laugh a minute ago.
Is that funny?
Johnny's mom...
It's fucking slaying. These kids love it. I'm good on that. Water.
loves her son's make-believe time. You're Johnny the Walrus till you change your mind, Mommy says. But Johnny's mom's phone said it's not just pretend. So she went on her phone, and there were people telling her that this isn't pretend. He's really a walrus. Only a bigot would.
These kids, half of them look like they understand the false dichotomy that he's trying to present.
Yeah, the kid that you described as you definitely does. Like he's like looking at this like, huh?
Say that. How dare you offend? What's a bigot? Anybody know? The mean person, right?
I guess.
The bigot. I've got an idea of who it could be. Could it be Matt Walsh?
Mommy was told to take.
What's a bigot? Would it be like someone who writes a book trying to brainwash children into hating trans people? Would that be like a bigot?
That would be a bigot, yes.
Oh shit, really? Cool.
Take John for a checkup. All these people are holding signs. Johnny is a real walrus, one sign says. Human walruses are real walruses. Let Johnny transition.
Isn't that absurd, kids? Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that silly, everybody?
If anything, they'd probably embrace it. They'd be like, yeah, he can become a walrus.
All these people are saying. You'll need to eat worms and to put on gray makeup.
No, I don't want to eat worms. No.
The worms give you whiskers.
Worms. Dude, if he had nut one, he would have just made this what it was. Then one day, Johnny showed up in a dress. I want a vagina, and I want to have breasts.
You'll have to eat worms, the doctor.
Gray blends you in,
Thank you.
the doctor says. And a simple procedure cuts feet into fins.
But if you want to be trans, Johnny, you've got to be willing. You've got to suck the blood of infant children.
Give your soul to the devil and ride through the night.
Whoa. Sounds pretty metal.
Yeah, it is.
The doctor wants to cut into Johnny and make him into a walrus.
Wow, that's scary, huh?
You
kids?
are a fucking sicko, bro. You are a disgusting human being, and whoever let their children take part in this should immediately have their children removed from their fucking custody.
That's scary.
It's gross eating worms.
That's scary.
See, even a child understands how scary trans mean.
Even the children understand.
Then you become a trans, you're scary.
Trans is bad. Being trans is like thinking you're a walrus. Being trans is like eating worms.
Disgusting.
Being trans is like having your limbs sawed off. All right, Matt.
Mom, they're all so dang twitchy. He doesn't want to eat worms.
It's not bad for you. I thought I didn't eat worms, but I did.
Based.
I thought I didn't eat worms, but I did.
Based.
I don't know what that kid is fucking referencing.
Dude, he's sticking up for worm eating inclusivity, dude.
That kid rules.
Wood spoons kind of hurt, and the makeup is itchy. Deep down, Johnny's mom knew that something was wrong. Look at Johnny. He's dressed up like a walrus, but he's not having a fun time. But she felt so much pressure, she just went along.
All that's ridiculous, that pressure, you know? That's what it's like.
Trying to be a walrus, man.
It's the best fucking analogy you've ever heard.
The internet people knew just what to do. She went back to the internet to look for answers. Never a good idea.
No, bad.
Internet, right?
Look at the kid. Look at the Paul kid.
The Paul kid, once again, is like totally like looking around at his fucking peers like, what the fuck is going? Like that kid is like coming into awareness right now, dude.
The gene pool in my age group is real fucking shallow, bro. Oh my god, these kids are fucking idiots.
But Matt Walsh makes no sense here. Like he's like an internet personality. It's like, don't go and listen to them. It's all like, all right, then get up out of your seat, walk out, and these kids should be like, you're doing them a favor because you're an internet personality that's unfortunately come to them in real life.
Remember, kids, don't trust anything you hear on the internet unless it's on Daily Wire. Woo!
And every child that attended this special reading is going to get a year's membership to Daily Wire Kids. Good, wholesome Christian content.
I bet this wasn't even their fucking reaction to him saying the internet either. I bet they were like, who wants to eat bullfrog heads? And then they just cut out the reaction.
Probably.
Yeah. Because it is pretty fucking suspect to think these kids would have that reaction to like someone looking something up on the internet. But
And mommy was told to take John to the zoo. Now she's going to take her son to go live at the zoo like he's a real walrus.
I don't want to live at the zoo.
When Johnny arrived, the walrus is
whatever.
That's the lamest kid ever. He has an opportunity to live at the fucking zoo. And
I don't want to live at the zoo.
That's like you could live at Disney World and go on every ride and experience everything. It's like, nah, lame.
Is that you guys? Am I fucking seeing things? Is that walrus the one in the bottom right corner? Does it have a little fucking micro penis and balls in its mouth? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I think it's supposed to be a pacifier, but yes, that's what's going on.
That is what's actually doing.
grunted. And the mommy says, my boy's a real walrus. His growth was just stunted. I mean, she really thinks this kid is a walrus.
But he's not.
Based.
He's not. What?
That kid is fucking. That kid is giga based, bro.
No. The zoo
No.
Not.
But why not? Because it makes me uncomfortable.
zookeeper
Why
thought,
does that matter to you? Oh, shut up, kid.
Let me get through this.
what's she talking about? Ma'am, that's just a boy with wood spoons in his mouth.
And of course, it's him.
Yep.
He's
Yeah,
the
of course,
zookeeper. He's the truth-telling zookeeper.
Now he's the voice of reason.
That's right, kids. See how he looks like me? See how he looks exactly like me? He's the voice of reason.
Yay, voice of
And they're all.
reason.
This is where they all organically cheered.
Yeah, this is fucking so deceptively edited. I was so right, dude. They just asked the kids, like, who wants free ice cream? And then they, yay! And they just.
But if I believe that, they'll say that I'm phobic. Protecting your son, ma'am, is what's most heroic.
Oh, shit.
At last, Johnny's mommy was able to see that Johnny's not what he's pretending to be. Now, mommy.
Yep, those kids are riveted, dude. As evidenced by them just like wandering off as you talk.
She ignores the mean things on her phone while Johnny pretends he's a bird flying home. The end.
Aw, isn't that nice?
It's okay to use your imagination.
Thank you.
Never really become those things. I can pretend to be as long as I don't.
No, I just sat down and wrote it.
No, that's not what we mean.
Well,
Dude.
that was horrible beyond all
Look at
reason.
these kids, like whatever message he's hoping to somehow drive home, none of those kids are gonna it's way over their heads. They have no fucking clue what that book was about. I bet you asked every one of those kids right after they came out what the message was, they'd have no fucking clue.
You can turn into a walrus with spoons.
Exactly.
Anyway, next one. Let's see. What do we got? Ugh. Dare I double dose us?
A double dose.
All right. Here
we start with the take that has launched 1,000 takes, and that is
the take that has launched 1,000 takes, huh?
The take heard around the world. Ladies and gentlemen.
What a fucking dystopia we live in, dude. The take that launched 1,000 takes.
Mommy said if I pretend to like the book, I can get ice cream. Basically.
Yeah, if you say it's a good book, you'll get ice cream. Yay! Oh yeah, film
your
that.
take on
good
pornography. So over the past few weeks, there's been this widespread debate that was launched because you talked about the outlawing of pornography at the federal level. First of all, why don't you lay out your position on what exactly federal law should be with regard to pornography?
Yeah, I think, well, there's two things here. There's what we could practically actually do, and there's ideally what should be done, and I recognize that those two things are separate here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think there could be a federal law just banning all pornography right now, especially with the way the Supreme Court has decided on this. I think that there should be. I'd like it if there were, just like with abortion. I'd like that as well, but there can't be because of the Supreme Court. I think what practically could be done are enforcing, just like those, what really started this was the letter from the few Republicans urging the Department of Justice to just enforce obscenity laws that are on the books. I think that could be a good step. And then even further, things like, an opt-in option, like some countries have, where you have to call your service provider, opt in if you want pornographic content.
Can we also have opt into Christianity and organized religion? How about opt into that?
Segregate the content to a separate part, .xx domain, things like that, and things, requiring, maybe you have to present ID or some sort of.
I want to be the fucking the guy on the other end of the phone when you have to call, Matt.
I know. I would like access to pornography, please.
I'm sorry, what's that, sir?
I said I would like.
All right, I'm gonna need your name,
full name, ID will need to be sent over.
Matt Walsh. What's that, sir? Matt Walsh? Are you saying Matt Walsh? Is that who I'm talking to right now, sir?
Are you the host of the Matt Walsh Show? Great show. We love that show.
Keep that under your hat.
Oh, number telephone I know.
Hey, everyone, Matt Walsh is on the line. Turning on his porn. Yeah, the Matt Walsh. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Identification information if you want to access this material.
Dude, I'm all for this,
I think,
though,
are
man.
basic.
I think there's a number you should have to call to get your name on a list to be a slack-jawed Republican moron.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to be a fucking right-wing idiot, please. Can I get my right-wing idiot license? It's just like these fucks, dude. This is the party that styles themselves as strict constitutionalists, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I'm a moron. I would like to register as a fucking moron, please.
Steps that would, at a minimum, protect
I would like
children,
to follow
because
Donald Trump on the internet, so I'm here to admit that I'm an empty-headed, slack-jawed hillbilly moron.
All right, sir. We're gonna issue your moron hillbilly license
and put your name on our list. There you go.
All right. Now we are gonna have to ask you to show up for our sterilization program. That's going to be this Tuesday. You're going to show up at Dr. Watkins' office at 3:15 p.m. and he's going to sterilize you. It's going to be a painless procedure. You will not be allowed to breed.
Upon completion of that, you get 2 coupons for any Golden Corral buffet.
Yeah, and that's going to be 50% off any monster truck show for the rest of your life.
It's been my focus with this is that children are exposed to this so much and the effect that has on them psychologically and emotionally.
That is up to the parents. That is up to the parents. This is another example of Matt Walsh wanting the rest of the world to have to deal with ridiculous layers of legislation and bureaucracy so that his kids can be protected when the power to do that rests entirely and completely and omnipotently with him. You are responsible for making sure your kids aren't sitting around watching porn all day. There are a number of ways that you can really reliably go about it too.
And in so many other ways. And
yeah, Matt,
I think that
I totally agree with this, actually. I mean, I wrote an entire book back in 2005 that went largely ignored called Porn Generation about the impact that pornography was having on young men, in particularly the desensitization of men to how women ought to be treated, turning them into basically...
You didn't even know your wife's pussy was supposed to get wet, dude. Like you thought that was a medical issue, so I don't know. I don't know if you have any room to talk about this one.
Series of body parts as opposed to treating them as holistic human beings, how this is part of the generalized sexual revolution. So one of the things that has been puzzling...
I don't know if you are aware of this, guys, but parent is also a verb.
Yeah,
right?
It is.
Like,
Yes.
it's also, it's not just a thing you are, it's a thing you're supposed to do.
Yeah, an action word.
Right. So, like, maybe, like, you should do that. Maybe, like, you should parent. Maybe it's not the fucking society's responsibility to parent for you.
But think about the children, TJ. What's going to happen to them?
That is
Uh,
up to their parents.
No.
I don't feel like it's some kind of like, if you want, like, what makes more sense? A society that says, like, hey, you know, this is anybody can use this. If you want this turned off, you got to call and turn it off. Or one that says this is automatically off and you got to call to turn it on. Like, to me, it makes more sense to default to, like, the most freedom, and then if someone wants their freedoms curtailed for some fucking reason, they can go ahead and do that.
You just want to destroy the lives of children. That's fine. Because look, there's a generation of people now being raised, TJ, that are just completely and utterly addicted to porn. Society, as we know, I mean, like, you guys have said the world is getting worse and worse. And I think we can lay it squarely at the feet of all this easy access to pornography. 100%.
Matt, has been sort of
the
breakdown to me between conservatives and libertarians over this issue. I consider myself more libertarian on governmental issues, but I don't think
you're not.
But on this, I'm a fucking crazy authoritarian.
There is, I mean, like, he is across the board an authoritarian. There's no issue. He calls himself a libertarian. It's the funniest thing he ever says, because there's virtually nothing other than, like, libertarian for him basically means, like, business should be allowed to do pretty much whatever it wants.
The freedom to make money unfettered by any kind of fucking moral legislation.
Like, that is about the only place where he believes in any sort of, like, libertarian quote unquote value. Because he's not for drug legalization. He's not for people to be, I mean, like, he doesn't believe you should be able to read whatever you want. He doesn't believe you should be able to. This dude literally said you can't even wear a dress if you're a guy. He thinks cross-dressing should be literally fucking illegal. Like, he's that fucking far authoritarian. So the idea that this dude would call himself a libertarian in any sense of the word is fucking just, like, madness.
that the government has no role to play in protecting children from pornography. And in fact, I don't even think you need to make an anti-libertarian case in order to argue that pornography has significant externalities, particularly with
that's actually the essence of anti-libertarianism. Arguing that the government needs to step in and protect people from things, or deny people access to certain things, or decide how people conduct themselves. That's the essence of anti-libertarian. So you're not, I love how he has to qualify it, and he's got to twist the term libertarian to mean, let me prescribe how you should live.
Regard to children. I'm sort of puzzled why so many libertarians are anti-cracking down on hardcore pornography's distribution to kids under 18, for example.
Because nobody's distributing it to 18.
That's literally
kids
not
under
allowed.
the age of 18. Yeah, that's literally illegal.
That's already against the law.
Yep.
Like, what? What do you mean crack? I mean, like,
you guys want to sell
it's
cigarettes?
already against the law.
All right, TJ. So you come in to a store. You know what? Would you sell cigarettes to a 5-year-old, TJ?
Me?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, no, the law wouldn't allow me to do that.
There you go. There you go. So therefore, you do believe it's the government's place to regulate and protect children from dangerous things?
No, I don't.
Then you would sell it to the 5-year-old.
Yeah, I mean,
if
if
there
I
was
could
no
go
law
back to the
against me,
days,
if my job was to fucking sell cigarettes to whoever fucking needs to buy one, and there was no law saying I could not sell to a 5-year-old, I'd fucking sell the cigarettes to the 5-year-old. That'd be my job.
That's how immoral these people are. They'd sell cigarettes to 5-year-olds. They'd probably give cigarettes.
If that's the law of the land, but you know what? That's not the law of the land. Because we've all decided that that's not fucking cigarettes should not be sold to kids.
Well, they're arguing for more regulation of this. It's already illegal to sell porn to kids.
Right. It's already illegal to sell cigarettes to children. It's already illegal to sell porn to kids.
Simply asking them to be verified. That's all. That's all it is. It's
verified by what?
This has nothing to do. This is another throwing the kids up as a shield in order to try and make some kind of religious argument. These guys have a religious problem with the existence of pornography, but they know that their fucking their constituency, their watchers wouldn't go for banning porn because they all love it so much. And so it's got to be but what think about the kids though?
You know, the funny thing is Louisiana has those laws, and I can assure you that they they don't work. I'll tell you the reason why. Because, yeah, some companies do say, hey, verify yourself, but there's plenty of companies on the internet that don't give a fuck and still show pornography, despite the fact it's never confirmed someone's age being 18. I think a number of states are trying to pass laws like this. I think Arkansas is another state. I know Louisiana's already got that on the books. I think other states are going to add that too. So probably if you live in the South, this is probably coming to you soon.
And especially those who would still identify in some way as conservative, because the thing is, obviously, you know, if this case was being made 30 years ago, if anything like internet porn existed 30 years ago, like it does today, and there were conservatives saying, hey, we need to crack.
You don't know what a libertarian is.
You also don't know what existed 30 years ago. You think there wasn't like crazy amounts of deviant fucking XXX porn out there?
There was. Yeah, it existed. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, like prior to this being on the internet, it was in fucking, like, I remember fucking stealing my my stepdad's fucking Hustler magazines. I found his stash of Hustler magazines. I remember reading that shit. You know? Like,
dude,
this has always been out there.
There were whole stores dedicated to selling porn. Of every flavor and type.
Yeah, there's still those stores. Even now. Even in this age. Probably not as many.
Yeah, you used to be able to get on the phone and dial a 1-800 number and a chick would fucking speak porn to you, you know? Like, come on.
Back down on this. And pretty much everyone who calls themselves a conservative 30 years ago would have at least taken that argument seriously. Maybe not, they wouldn't. Maybe not all have all agreed, but these days now you have conservatives just recoiling in horror at the very notion that the government would do anything about it, and that I find absurd. And I agree with you. You know, there's been this interesting discussion about the.
No true conservative would do that. No, only real conservatives would. You back in the day, they'd have heard that argument and been like, yeah, but now they're terrified. Oh, I'm so
guys, if you want to fucking sit here and tell me that you are. I mean, I don't think fucking Matt Walsh even calls himself a libertarian.
I don't think so.
I've never heard him do that. Ben Shapiro calls himself a libertarian. I have no idea how the fuck he possibly justifies that idea. He is not a libertarian. He's not a libertarian in any fucking sense of the word. He's not a libertarian in any conservative sense. He's not a libertarian in any leftist sense, certainly. So he's not a fucking libertarian.
I mean, they're advocating for government intervention in what people watch.
Like, libertarians are for like the absolute minimum level of government interference possible. In fact, to the point where some of them literally just don't even think the government should exist and we should just be ruled by corporate America, which to me is the most insane idea possible. But whatever, that's what they believe.
I don't think corporate America itself would even embrace.
No, I don't think they'd want to deal with that.
Yeah, because they want to point to the government sucking and being like, it's not our fault.
Well, not only that, but like. Most of these giant corporations, A, get subsidies from the government, and B, use fucking anti-competition laws to fucking, ironically, to crush their competition and stay the fucking global juggernauts that they are. So they love the government.
Yeah, they're actually highly in favor of it.
Not only that, but a lot of times they pay their workers starvation wages because they expect the government to fucking subsidize them. So the giant corporations love the government to some degree.
Is the government to protect the common good, or is it about preserving liberties? And I think that's an interesting discussion and fascinating, and we could have that debate. But I think that we don't even need really to get into that because if you focus it on the fact that children are exposed to it, and because people like to say, well, you have to, people consent. People choose to.
A lot of things. I mean, there's laws against most of them. It's like children are exposed to violence. Children are exposed to abuse. Even with laws against those things, they're still exposed to many harms of the world. It's the nature of reality.
By the way, a big part of the reason why is because there are people who, thanks to this, guys like Matt Walsh who push this like parenting no matter what narrative. There's a bunch of people that probably shouldn't have kids that ended up having kids. There's a lot of people that probably are not suited for it at all that got socially pressured into it because people like Matt Walsh just venerate that. And then they're terrible parents who don't fucking raise their kids properly. And a lot of it's fucking on the plate of Matt Walsh, in my opinion. And those him.
Absolutely. This have kids no matter what fucking shit. Like they should be happy. If they cared about kids, they would be happy that people that don't want them don't have them.
Right.
An unwanted child is a pretty pitiful fucking thing to be.
Yeah.
Pursue this content, they consent to seeing it, so there's no role for the government. Well, I would say that children cannot consent. That's why we say that if an adult has sex with a child, it's rape automatically, no matter what the child said, because the child does not have the emotional and psychological capacity to consent. And if the child can't consent to be a second-party participant in a sexual act, I would say they can't consent to be a third-party participant as a witness. So every time a child is exposed to pornography, I would.
It's already against the law. It's already illegal. It's already against the law, Matt Walsh. It's already against the law. Like this idea of like, you're not arguing honestly because you're not talking about, you're basically saying like kids shouldn't see porn as a pretext to justify why there should be laws just against the even existence of porn. So basically you're saying that anything that wouldn't be appropriate for a child just shouldn't exist in society. Well, in that case, let's fucking ban guns. Because that shouldn't fucking exist.
Ban tattoos.
Yeah. Ban that, like that one on your arm.
Ban driving. Ban
because a kid shouldn't be driving.
Yeah. Ban making major financial decisions or signing financial documents of any kind.
Ban any known carcinogen, any processed foods, because we know those. I mean, the obesity, so we know that's going to do harm. Like, pretty much, what are you left with? You're left with like one of the most authoritarian states imaginable.
Which is probably his wet dream.
I mean, yeah, probably so.
And the genesis of all this has nothing to do with pornography's perceived effect.
You started with like basically child rape is wrong, and then somehow extrapolate to, well, if that's wrong, and the second party act is wrong, and the third party act is wrong, it's all about the same. So literally, it's like third party. If a child views porn, it's like sexual assault of a nature.
Say they're being essentially abused by the person who put it on the internet, knowing that a child could access it.
Now, well, this did lead.
What? All right. Well, then if a child fucking
who accesses any sort of
a child fucking finds a gun, then that person should be 100% liable as if they did it themselves. If a child finds the car keys and goes and crashes the car, whatever happens, it should just be 100% liable. Like none of those things should even exist in society. Not even on a parental level. Those things just flat out should not exist then. We should not allow guns to exist. We should not allow cars to exist. Like literally, that's where this logic goes.
I mean, these are bullshit. This whole like checkbox verifying that you're 18 is just this type of ideology making its first little steps into reality. Because it's like a kid can't click a fucking checkbox that says, hey, I'm 18.
Yeah, I did it. I mean,
it's on the parent. If you have an unrestricted internet fucking access point in your home and your kid routinely has unsupervised access to that, you are at fault for anything they see on the internet that you feel they're not ready for.
Yeah.
And you alone.
The onus is on you. It's not on all of society. That's just
this
stupid.
is a dude that was lecturing everybody about parenting earlier, remember?
Yeah, and now
like, isn't that a huge part of parenting? Deciding what your kids can and can't be exposed to until they're fucking old enough to be ready for it?
Right, it is, yes.
Right.
Lead to a broader debate, and this one I think is actually pretty important inside the conservative movement right now, between conservatives and libertarians over the role of government, not, again, because of the views on pornography. You and I agree on the evils of pornography, but with regard to the role of government generally. So I've contrasted in the past what I've called common good conservatism with rights-based conservatism. There are a lot of folks on the right these days who are talking about quote-unquote common good conservatism, basically the idea that the government exists to promote the...
Hey, Ben, this camera angle sucks, bro. Just so you know. This viewer is like, I want the most prominent thing in the shot to be my burgeoning neck fat. That's probably not your best bet.
Awesome.
Common good, to act as a teacher, to act as a moral arbiter. I've been very wary of that simply because I believe that the best role for government is to stay pretty much out of everybody's life so far as you're not invading anybody else's rights.
Rights-based conservatism? What rights? Yeah, that's a good question.
And that the role of social institutions like churches is to fill that gap, and that we ought to be strengthening those social institutions. We ought to pour our hearts and souls into doing that. But the moment you grant government extra power to, quote unquote, do what you want, then you are also granting the bad guys on the other side the power to use that power against you. And I'm much more fearful the left is going to use...
The Daily Wire is a parody of itself at this point. When was it ever not? When is it? Wait. So what you're saying to me is that you believe that there was a point in time where the Daily Wire was less ridiculous than this, and it has gotten worse? Because I'm pretty sure it was fucking dog shit from go. I don't think there was ever a point in time when this was like, whoa, Daily Wire, kind of reasonable.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe you go back far enough, I'd be proven wrong.
Government power to invade the rights of religious people than to defend the rights of religious people.
Yeah, well, I think the way that I would try to split the baby there is I would agree with you that saying the government's primary role, or one of its primary roles, is to be a moral teacher.
Really? So this dude believes one of the government's primary roles should be to be a moral teacher.
Yes.
To the public. I mean, that's pretty fucking nuts to me.
You must be taught, DJ. Must be instructed.
Like, does anyone here want the government to be their moral teacher?
Not at all. No.
Does anyone want that? Who would agree to that? Like, if I was to go out into the public sphere and just ask people like, hey, do you want the government to be your moral teacher? How long do you think I'd have to ask that before I fucking got to anyone that would say yes to that?
Pretty far. Unless they just truly didn't understand the nature of the question, which would be like, hey, the government's going to impose morality on you. So whatever the government finds to be acceptable, you have to find to be acceptable. How's that sound?
Split the baby is a reference to King Solomon. There was two mothers there was a mother and another woman that was claiming to be a mother that were both claiming ownership of a baby. And King Solomon's like, oh, well, we'll cut it in half then. He wasn't really intending to cut it in half. It was just the woman who was okay with it being cut in half. He's like, that's not the real mother. Only I don't know. I feel like both women probably would have objected to that. So I think the story's pretty stupid, but whatever.
Like, nah, I'm good with it. Cut him in half.
Don't really understand how it at all applies to anything he was saying, but that's what he's referencing.
That is a little troubling for, I think, obvious reasons. And so I understand that argument. But at the same time, I do think that the fundamental reason why the government exists, the reason why governments are instituted in the first place, is to facilitate and preserve the common good. And
this is a pretty naive fucking view of government, in my opinion. Governments, by and large, tend to exist to control the masses of people for the benefit of the people in the government, right?
No.
Like, that tends to be what government actually does and always has.
I like how under the system too, like these guys suddenly trust the government. It's like, look,
Yeah.
I've definitely been suspicious of the government on taxes and a lot of policies and any sort of liberal policy. I'm just totally derisive and just can't stand it. But now, you know what? I think the role of government ultimately should be is to tell everyone how to live and what's right from wrong. That sounds perfect to me. Well, I guess it's perfect to you if the government is in lockstep with what you actually agree on a personal level.
I mean, let's
everyone else that doesn't agree with that, though.
At the end of the day, why am I hearing myself back? Test. Whatever. At the end of the day, I feel like the thing with Matt Walsh is that you're right. He basically just wants to hear that what he likes is going to happen and what he doesn't like is not going to happen.
And you can't even
argue
with it.
All human beings, I guess, on some level are like that, but it's just so naked with him where it's just like, Yeah, I mean, like if there was a totalitarian government that just did everything I wanted, that's pretty much my ultimate system. It's like, well, no shit. Most people have to kind of like get past that and like kind of evolve their politics to a different place.
It's one of the major steps that kids take in childhood, learning that the world does not conform to your beliefs.
And then this person who's that way is like, I am not selfish. Like this is a person who's going to lecture us about selfishness. Like he is the most selfish person.
And being a grown-up and everything else besides.
So what I'm getting from Matt Walsh is on top of being extremely boring, on top of being completely acharismatic, on top of being just like a fucking unlovable piece of shit, he is just like everything he says is pretty much just refuted by himself.
He is the world's most reprehensible man.
I mean, like if he calls you selfish, it's because he's selfish. If he fucking lectures you about how to be a grown up, it's because he's a fucking child. You know, everything is just like inverted like that across the board so far.
Yeah.
And the only time he ever arrives at a halfway decent or human position is by the most twisted fucking logic you've ever heard that just happens to accidentally land at the right conclusion.
Yeah, that's what I would argue too. Even if you agree with Matt Walsh, like usually the reasoning he used to get there, you're just like, what? Huh? Like, okay, I guess a broken clock is right twice a day kind of thing. But that's about all.
If we say, well, no, it's about preserving rights. Well, but why does it matter? Why should the government preserve rights? Why do rights matter? Well, the only reason it matters is because it's good. It's right. That's so I would say that's part of the common good.
This is like baby logic right here.
What? They say
why? Well, let's think about this. Why are rights good? Because they're right. Rights are right. That's why they call them rights, right? So therefore, yes.
It's like, Matt Walsh, do you know what a right is? Does that make any sense to you?
Right this way to the sterilization booth, Matt. Right this way.
Too late on that one.
I know. Well, you know, maybe you can prevent a couple of Matt Walsh's in the future.
Go back in time and have him make different decisions.
Matt Walsh has officially kicked off my eugenics arc. Thank you, Matt.
Good. I guess my point is I don't see how we separate rights from the common good. I think they're a package deal, and the good.
What does this have to do with the fucking bullshit you were saying? What is
Nothing.
this? What does it have to do with anything? Is this like
Nothing.
he's nattering platter? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing, Scotty. It's
Even
nothing, Paul.
A lot of conservatives argue rights come from God, so I'm really struggling there. Even with your own twisted logic for that to make any fucking sense. And I mean, in that case, they're immutable.
You know what I'm starting to feel like? I'm starting to feel like people are like, hey, TJ, react to this video. And then they show me a video of the desert. And the only thing on the video is just like,
just like a tumbleweed going by.
and then it's like, I'm supposed to just continuously react to that because like what he's saying is basically just the linguistic equivalent of,
yeah, at least Ben Shapiro actually like puts together some form of an argument.
There's nothing here. It's fucking desolation. It's the void. This is what Nietzsche was talking about. The void is staring back into me.
I'm slipping into the Matt Walsh zone.
I'm not even lying to you, Scotty. I'm looking at Matt Walsh right now, and the void is staring back into me. If you do it, I'm sure you'll feel it too.
Hey, we're just barely halfway done with it, so you know things are looking up.
There's that. Yeah, getting closer to being done. TJ, you actually have TJ. You're past the point of no return. How's that feel?
Yeah,
relief.
Halfway and one step forward.
It is even more fundamental. It lies beneath as a foundation for human rights. So that's. I
agree with you that rights that.
Oh no, my computer's failing, you guys. No,
oh
my
shit,
computer's breaking too.
TJ, no,
no,
TJ.
Oh, no. TJ's computer has failed. Whatever can we do? Here, let me just add him back to the stream. There we
Oh
go.
no, I mean, no,
Again.
Stop it! Don't add me back. I don't want it.
You're here for the fucking
My
long
computer
haul,
has
TJ.
failed. My computer has failed. It's dead.
You better suck
It's
it
all
up,
dead.
TJ. Get ready.
It's all dead.
Individual rights are part of the common good. The problem is that when the government is in charge of both the common good and protecting individual rights.
Remember when Scotty didn't know we couldn't hear him? And he was like talking and we were talking over him and we're just like, Scotty, we're still here. And he didn't know. And it was funny. Remember that? Remember back then? Remember back when Paul told us his dream? And Hispanic Stanley Kubrick was just like, you've been punked, you know? It was good stuff, man. Remember when we fucking watched that Brett Keane video? We laughed.
Yeah, we did.
Broken man, TJ. You're a broken man.
The government is in conflict with itself all the time. And so the way that the founders, I believe, drew this out was that the government was there to protect individual rights and social institutions were there to protect the common good. I'm also very, very doubtful that the government has the capacity to act in the interests of preserving, for example, religious values or even conservative social mores. The government has actually done a horrible job of doing that and, in fact, has invaded those social mores. The more government you grant to a power, the more
government you grant to a power, huh?
Oh, God, man.
You know, it's really fucking bad.
Bullshit.
I mean, I disagree with every fucking dumb word out of Ben Shapiro's mouth, but at least I understand what the fuck he's saying. Give him that.
Yeah, I don't trust the government, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah. At least I understand it. You can't, I mean, like he's saying, he's like, from his position, he's talking reason to Matt Walsh. He's basically just saying to Matt Walsh, like, hey, Matt, like, what's all this government value shit? The government hates us. The government doesn't do what we conservatives want. It's not preserving Christian values or anything like that. Just reasonable shit. But Matt Walsh, all he's going to say is like, well, it should though. Yeah. And that's going to be the whole fucking...
TJ, imagine if
power you grant to a government to do that, the harder that's going to become, particularly on the federal level. When you get to the local level, I have some more crossover and agreement with you. You know, I think that if a local government wants to go further than the national government does, that makes some sense, given the fact that it's a more homogenous community. It's actually, you can trust the government more at that level than you can.
What? Oh, man.
How do you know that?
Well,
how do you know it's a more homogenous community? Maybe it's not.
Conservatives don't have this position to push point because there's plenty of times municipalities have had stricter laws than the state level, and they've completely argued against it. There's been like things with guns, minimum wage. There's been a number of issues.
Like, how about all the times that like we've heard conservatives talk about like the crazy rules in San Francisco or whatever the fuck?
Yeah, then there's
don't
something
like it then.
I'm in favor of that then, but then when it's them, it's like we want to have even stricter, crazier laws.
I mean, this shit, all that shit really meant just now was like, well, you know, obviously, like when small conservative towns in rural America pass the backwards ass laws, that's good.
Yeah, that's okay. Not liberal laws, though. Things that liberalize things more terrible.
Bad states, bad.
When you're talking about a broad federal government, but when you grant the broad federal government a bigger government gun to go after stuff that is in the quote-unquote common interest, more likely than that, that is going to be turned against the very people who require the protection, namely religious communities.
Oh, yeah, that's who really needs the protection in this country. Religious communities, right?
All under siege all the time, dude.
Maybe like Sikhs and Muslims and shit might need some protections here and there, but like your Christian ass and your Jewish ass,
what are you
you
talking
don't need no fucking protections, bro.
Last local atheist meeting, we described how we were going to harass Christians in every way and drive them further and further out of the public space. That's exactly, and
Yeah,
we're winning.
I mean, I can see that argument. I don't really disagree with anything you're saying. I guess what I would kind of agree with what most.
I don't really disagree with anything you're saying, even though it's direct refutation of the shit I was saying earlier. I guess what I would say is the same thing I said from before, but reiterated now. Well, it's been a great conversation. Yeah, this has been really fucking informative. Thanks, Matt.
No.
Libertarians say, which is the government has a role only when other people are being harmed. So if you're doing something in your own home and it's between consensual adults there's nobody else around, no one else is being harmed by it, then the government really has no role. And that's why I don't think the government acts like a church or like an institution like that, where the church does have.
All right, the end. The end of that one.
It's really not, though. It's really not the end.
No, it's not.
Not even close.
It's not the end yet, but it's the end of that. I'm done with that clip. Okay, what else we got?
PJ, I mean, there's got to be at least one good clip, right?
By the way, of the I guess the front runner, the Democrat front runner, Pete Buttigieg, he had some thoughts.
A little old, as you could tell by that, but yeah.
Buttigieg.
At this point, Pete Buttigieg was the top guy.
Recently, he was on State of the Union on CNN, and he had some thoughts about the Republicans who do not favor federally codifying the redefinition of marriage. Now, there are plenty of Republicans, as we saw in the House, that were on board with it.
Do you have any clips of Matt Walsh getting pwned? It wouldn't be much of a gauntlet if they were enjoyable clips, right? No. We don't have any clips of that.
That'd be nice.
This is all suffering.
But the majority still were not. And Pete Buttigieg is very offended and personally hurt by that. And here he is explaining why.
Oh, you mean, wait, why do I need a gay man to explain? A gay man in a gay marriage doesn't need to explain why he's hurt and offended by gay marriage not being codified. That's fucking self-evident, man.
I wonder why he'd be worried about that. Yeah, makes no sense.
This is really, really important to a lot of people. It's certainly important to me. I started my day, as I try to do on weekends. I try to give Chasten a little bit of a break and do breakfast with both of our twins. And that alone, that's no small thing, as every parent of small kids knows. It was one of those days where the tray table wasn't quite fitting into the high chair, and I'm trying to make sure that they're busy enough with...
I don't give a fuck, Pete.
Is there ever more of a milk toast motherfucker than this dude? God,
Pete.
painful.
You know what? I'll give you this. At least I don't know how the fuck you were ever the front runner of any goddamn thing, but you're reminding me of the true depths to which charisma can sink. I was watching Matt Walsh, and even fucking jumping from Matt Walsh to you still are a charisma fucking vacuum. So that's pretty fucking sad.
Their little cereal puffs to give me enough time to chop up the banana and get the formula ready. And it just...
that's what a fucking... Wow, you're so relatable now. What a harrowing fucking tale of parenthood. Amazing.
He's just like me.
I don't know, that half hour my morning had me thinking about how much I depend on...
Wow, a whole fucking half hour with your kids? That must have been torture, man. I relate.
Amen.
Every day. And our marriage deserves to be treated equally. And I don't know.
Pete, you are the fucking worst, dude. Because you just said your marriage deserves to be treated equally because of some dumb fucking meandering story about chopping up nanners or some bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Does any of that have to do with any fucking thing?
It's the most relatable parenting thing that he could think of.
It's like, I'm relatable and stuff, so therefore defend my marriage. It's like, that's the dumb, like, you couldn't fucking talk about the issue a little bit more broader and specifically than that. You had to go to the fucking cute little nanner store, me and Chastity, we give me a banana, high chair getting fed, your baby go wee.
Dude, what the fuck are you expecting? It's Pete Buttigieg. What were you really expecting?
Pete Buttigieg sucks.
Dude, I'd rather pass a kidney stone the size of my head than continue this. How about that? Fuck a turd. I think I could work a turd the size of my head out of there.
It might take a minute, but you could do it.
Oh, yeah. God.
Dude, that should be the Stanley Kubrick movie. Paul taking a shit the size of his head.
Damn.
That would be like the struggle. Like, think about the emotionality of that.
Dude, Paul has to take this massive shit, but in it, he actually starts another multiverse that comes from his shit, dude. His shit.
I mean, there would be drama. There'd be like parts. There'd be like, you could do like the 7 stages of grief as he tries to pass the turd. You know?
Yep.
It could be a fucking whole cinematic universe, maybe. I mean, probably not a cinematic universe, but it could at least be a movie.
Why this would be hard.
Yeah, I would actually rather talk about Paul taking a giant shit than than watch more of this, but okay.
Or a senator or a congressman. I don't understand how such a majority of House Republicans voted no on our marriage on as recently as Tuesday, hours after I was in a room with a lot of them talking about transportation policy, having...
Well, let me explain that to you. It's because they're subhuman monsters who don't give a shit about anyone.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's been explained to you.
There.
They don't care. It will
Now
look
you don't have to wonder anymore now.
Yeah, they'll look you
Well,
in the eye and deny your very existence. They don't care.
God, I want to dunk Jake Tapper's fucking stupid face in a toilet.
Paul's getting his high school bully fucking shit out.
Dude, I hate him so bad, man. Fuck you, Jake Tapper, you weaselly piece of fucking garbage.
Why you hate Jake Tapper so much, huh?
Because he fucking slandered us.
Slanderous fuck.
He called us a fucking right-wing podcast when we destroyed Milo.
Yeah, little bitch.
If we were a right-wing podcast, when we wanted to help Milo, come on.
You would think.
I mean, we would have been like, yeah, you know what? Every point you made is great.
You're great, Milo.
We're perfectly normal conversations with many of them on that subject, only for them to go around the corner and say that my marriage doesn't deserve to continue. If they don't want...
Does anyone think Pete Buttigieg has like the worst fucking haircut? No,
Yes.
man.
He's a bad haircut made flesh. That's really he's horrible, man. Everything about him sucks, man.
Like if you ask AI to draw like a bad haircut came to life, this is what you get.
Paul, you gotta say something nice about... What would you say nice about Pete Buttigieg if you had to say something nice, Paul?
If I had to say something nice about
you
Pete
gotta
Buttigieg,
like you gotta get somewhere, and the only way you can get through is you gotta fucking say one genuine nice thing about Pete Buttigieg.
Oh,
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Dude, Paul would be fucking stuck for a while.
I don't even think Paul could do it.
I might be able to come up with something, but
what if it's
I
been
have
you
to
and
think
like,
about it.
holy grail, Paul? A holy fucking, or like something you really want in life. Whatever you want is there. And the last task you have to do is you have to get past Pete Buttigieg. It's like your final judge.
The
Like, 'cause
closest I've come so
I cannot
far.
think of anything. I cannot think of shit. Is why I'm asking you.
The closest I've come so far is his last name is funny, but that's not nice. That's
Yeah.
mean. I'm making
That's
fun of
making
him.
fun of him.
Yeah. Paul's like, I'm gonna bully
like,
him more.
I literally like, well, he's got a night. No. Well, he dressed. No. Well, he says no. Well, I got nothing, man. I don't know.
Let's see. Okay, he's got a bad haircut.
Like Jake Tapper, I can look at. I mean, I hate Jake Tapper. I don't really hate him like Paul does, but I don't like Jake Tapper. I'm not a fan or anything. But I can be like,
fuck no.
Snazzy little handkerchief in your pocket there. I like the red. I hate the blue on fucking Pete Buttigieg's tie.
It's like
It looks so fucking dorky.
Suit. Yeah, it's like this suit has no personality, just like him. Fuck, there's gotta be something. Yeah, like Jake Tapper, I can actually a style. Pete Buttigieg, it's like you could put anybody in this fucking suit. There's just it would be irrelevant. It wouldn't even matter. God, there's gotta be something.
I can't think of shit. I literally can't think of shit. I hate his stupid look. Just looking at him, I hate his face. I hate his hair. I hate his tie. I hate whatever that stupid little pendant is or whatever the fuck. I hate his suit. I hate his voice. I hate every fucking thing he says.
He's in good shape.
Oh, dude,
is he in good shape?
Is he?
I mean, he's not fucking fat, so he's in good shape.
Yeah.
Something. I think he'd be fun to bully. I would enjoy bullying.
That's not nice.
Yeah, that's not nice.
That's not nice.
That's nice, dude. That's nice. I think it'd be a good experience for me. Nice for me, or I mean,
no, that doesn't count.
That should count, dude. I think that totally counts.
I think Paul's is closer to the mark. Like, just like, hey, his body,
you're a good buddy.
His level of physical fitness is reasonably good.
It's he looks very healthy. He looks healthy.
Yeah, like he's a healthy looking guy.
Yeah, he looks healthy. He's in good shape.
He doesn't look like he's dying imminently of cancer or anything, So yeah, it's probably about the nicest I could come up with. Does anyone come up with anything better? I don't think so.
You're a
lot of time on this. They can vote yes and move on, and that would be really reassuring for a lot of families around America, including.
You know that Matt Walsh knows this too. knows the sheer unlikability, because that's why he's hanging on this clip so fucking long.
Mine.
Thank God that's over. I mean, it was out of the frying pan into the fire, but still.
Forgot for a fucking brief, beautiful moment that we had to go back to this.
Yeah.
No.
You were like, Paul's like, we're on to something new. It's like, no, we're not.
Nope. Right back to your friend Matt Walsh on the Matt Walsh Show.
We were only watching that so as we could understand Matt Walsh's commentary on it.
A couple of things here. First of all, this guy's such an egomaniac. I mean, they all are.
Dude, you run an internet show based on your personality. You're a fucking egomaniac.
Oh my God. Not only, Matt, are you an egomaniac, you're the biggest fucking egomaniac I've ever seen. And I've watched Andrew Tate. I'm convinced you are a bigger egomaniac than Andrew Tate and me. Not bigger than Kanye West. Kanye West is still more of an egomaniac to you. But you might be second place in my book at this point. Because the extent to which you believe you know best and you know better than everyone else around you is like mental illness level insane.
Yeah, like I'm thinking like Salvador Dali levels of just like, I am a great human being.
At least Salvador Dali could paint.
Yeah, was actually talented.
At least Kanye West can sing and make music and shit. You have nothing to justify your gigantic ego.
He has a crusty
nothing.
He's got that.
You have a terrible brainwashing anti-trans children's book. You have the worst fucking YouTube show I've ever fucking seen.
You made a movie, a documentary.
You made a movie that I'm sure is total fucking ass. What do you got, Matt? Where are you even from? What does Matt Walsh come out of? Where did this guy come from? Why is he a thing? Was he a writer?
Wasn't he on the radio?
Was he a comedian? Was he a radio guy? What was he? Where did what fucking cesspit breeded this?
I think he was a radio guy.
Trying to be a Wikipedia of the show.
Was he like a morning radio shock jock or something?
Walsh did not attend college. He began his career as a talk radio host of the Matt and Crank program. Matt and Crank.
How the fuck did I know that?
WZBH 93.5 in Georgia.
Matt and the Crank. Oh, no.
He did that from early 2010 to 2011.
Has anyone asked the Crank what they think about where Matt is now?
I don't know.
I want to believe the Crank is ashamed to have helped launch the career of Matt Walsh. Hopefully the Crank is a little bit more fucking ethical. I don't know. How did I know he was going to be some fucking morning DJ, though? Oof.
That is where you got to start.
But especially this guy. And it's even more grating with him because there's just no basis for it, for his ego. Like it has nothing to rest on, no accomplishments to rest on.
That's you! That's you!
That's not true, TJ. He's appeared on Tucker Carlson tonight. Oh, I guess I got canceled. The Ingram Angle, Fox and Friends, Dr. Phil, as well as the Joe Rogan Experience. Oh, that's a connection between you guys. You guys are both on the Joe Rogan Experience, TJ.
At all. It's like a small town.
I'm ashamed.
Mayor who runs.
I want to go back in time and tell Joe no.
For president, fails spectacularly, and then is given an appointment, a cabinet appointment for no reason other than the fact that he checks a couple of identity boxes, and so that's it. He's a transportation secretary, but he says, "Oh, they voted on my marriage." No, they weren't voting on your marriage, you egomaniac. That's not what the vote was. There wasn't a bill.
What was it?
What was it about?
What was it then?
Wasn't it a federal law codifying marriage? Wasn't that what it was? Codifying marriage for all people? Really? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. That's what the vote was about.
On the docket. What do you think of Pete Buttigieg's marriage?
I don't care what his marriage is. It's about the principle of it. His marriage is irrelevant to it.
His argument right now, Scotty, is literally like Pete Buttigieg went down there and said they're trying to vote on my marriage. Well, no, it's not. They're not voting specifically on your marriage. They're voting on millions of marriages, including yours. So
you egomaniac,
you egomaniacal fuck. What? Oh no! No, I can't fucking do this. 2.5 more hours of this shit.
Only 2.5 more hours, TJ.
God.
Only an overly long movie's worth of Matt Walsh.
I can't do it, Scotty. I can't do it, Paul. I can't fucking
You can do it.
do it.
We believe in you, TJ. We believe in you.
You can do it.
This
buddy.
is worse
You
than
can do
Andrew
it.
Tate. And 2 hours into Andrew Tate and 2 hours into this, I thought this was easier. But you know what? When it broke, when the floodgates broke on this one, they broke fucking hard. Okay. It just got to a point where I'm like, uh-oh. Now that I get it, now that I realize I'm looking at the void, that it's just nothingness. There's nothing there to see, nothing there to find. I don't. All right,
dude. It's that philosopher guy Nietzsche.
It's like Nietzsche said,
Yeah, Nietzsche said.
Yeah, he was like, you look in the
long enough
abyss,
at Matt Walsh.
I'll say, okay, so the Respect for Marriage Act is a United States federal law passed by the 117th Congress, signed a law by President Joe Biden, repeals the Defense of Marriage Act, requires the U.S. federal government and all states and territories to recognize the validity of same-sex and interracial civil marriages in the United States, and protects religious liberty. Okay, that's what the act did. So I don't know how this guy was opposed to it. I mean, obviously I know Matt Walsh is, but yeah, it does sound like his marriage was on the line. Recognize the validity. So it's saying so the Supreme Court overturned was it Obergefell decision? If that was overturned, then gay marriage would become illegal. So yeah, it does seem like his marriage was on the line there. I mean,
but not his specifically though.
Yeah, no, specifically his. Well,
no, but not exclusively his.
Sure.
Well, then
not exclusive. Well, yeah, I mean, he's someone in a gay marriage. So
it was Scotty. Was the act called the End Pete Buttigieg's Marriage Act, Scotty?
No, but it in effect would be the same.
Boom! Defeated. Liberal defeated.
Liberal destroyed.
Wrecked, Scotty.
No, specifically, it's about should the federal government redefine marriage? Should we codify the redefinition of marriage on a federal level? That was the question that they were answering.
You know what, dude? Time out, bitch.
Oh,
now is not the time, dude. You're gonna fucking dunk on me now at my lowest? You're a piece of fucking work, man. 5 minutes for that ass. Straighten yourself out, bitch.
Yeah, and if you fucking misbehave again, you're gone.
Yep.
You're gone.
You're lucky Paul was feeling merciful.
You're
you
gone.
got anything other than fucking sweet nothings to say after that 5 minutes? Your ass is banned. You better become my biggest fan when you come back, dude.
Them said no, as they should have said. And by the way, the people who answer no to that. Well,
what did they say? They said I was a fucking ball. They said Paul the ball. Like I need to hear that right now, dude.
Yeah, we don't need that shit right now.
Porky is what they said. That's what they said.
Yeah, and she called. Yeah, and then she called me ball porky.
Porky. That's a mean thing.
It's kind of funny, but
I mean, yeah, it is.
A number of reasons why you might answer
under
no.
Normal circumstances, but I'm at my lowest point.
It's yeah. I mean, this is like there's mitigating circumstances.
It's like
here,
pissing on a guy that's drowning. Fuck you.
Specifically to the question of should the federal government codify. But for the people who are critics of the whole, of the redefinition of marriage on any level, they're not saying that your marriage doesn't deserve to continue. What they're saying is that your marriage can't exist because marriage is a particular thing.
Is that not the same thing? They're not saying your marriage isn't
never existed in the first place.
Yeah, they're saying it just as a concept, it shouldn't exist at all. This is all it takes to sound smart to a right-wing chud, bro. We are doomed. We are fucking doomed. Dude, mom's gonna fix it all soon. Mom's coming around to put it back the way it ought to be, Scotty.
You know what, Paul? You know it's not that easy. Nothing in life is that easy. I know that would be nice, where it'd be like, the asteroid's here, the nukes have flown. It's not gonna be that easy, dude. You know it's not. Even if that shit happens, man, it's just gonna be it's gonna be an even bigger nightmare. It's gonna be you wandering the wasteland like, well, I ate some irradiated corn. That was pretty good, I guess.
Oh, we are doomed.
But
They weren't saying that your marriage shouldn't exist. They were saying that it should never have existed. It's like, what? What? Oh, God.
When they say it as if it's like he's like giving them some kindness. Like, look, it's not that it's bullshit. It never should have happened. We made a mistake. So let's just go back to the way things used to be. And you guys just go back in that closet over there. You see that closet over there? You just go put yourself back in it. And we all
if the nukes
and we're fine.
If the nukes do fly, I hope Matt Walsh is just on the edge of the blast zone, so he doesn't die quickly and painlessly in the original Flash, but his skin just falls off over the next fucking 3 or 4 days. You know,
if Matt Walsh knew it was his last, like he had 1 hour left to live, this guy'd be fucking blowing every dude in sight.
Oh, he'd have as many tranny dicks as he could find stuffed in his mouth.
Tranny dick buffet, dude. Open 24 fucking 7.
Yeah, I left to like, hey, I'm gonna go.
Did you leave to consider your decisions in life?
I'm gonna go eat something to numb the pain. I'm gonna go do, and then I'm like, wait, I can't. I'm fucking fasting. I can't even do that. I can't even
fasting.
Break your fast. Look at the suffering, TJ. Break the fast.
I can't break the fast, but I really wish I could, because
you not deserve a fucking reward for this, TJ.
No, you know why? Because I fucking I took a break off of fasting yesterday. I can't do it 2 days in a row.
You were a fucking fool, dude. Let me tell you something, TJ.
What?
You're gonna fucking break, dude. You're gonna
break.
You're gonna at one point you're gonna hear enough of this stupid shit. You're gonna jump out of your fucking seat. You're gonna run to the kitchen. You're gonna shove some food in your mouth. It's not gonna matter what the fuck it is. Before no one gets
only thing, and I mean the only thing keeping me going right now is that I got a fucking hamburger in the near future.
Yeah, dude. I already ate my fucking hamburger. Someone brought me a hamburger. I already ate the hamburger. I'm done with the hamburger.
You're gonna break, TJ. You're fucking break.
Dude, after that hamburger is consumed, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and savor it for the next 2.5 hours, but I don't think it's gonna last that long, you know.
Just like take a bite every 20 minutes or something. Like,
yeah.
All right, this is my reward for getting through another 20 minutes of this.
I'm gonna chew 2,000 times per bite.
No fucking way.
And your relationship does not fall into that category. That's the argument. Now, I realize that's still going to offend you and make you upset, but that is the argument.
That's same argument. It's not even different at all. It really doesn't amount to a fucking goddamn any difference whatsoever. It's like, I don't want you to. It's not that I want your marriage to end. It's that I don't want your marriage to exist. Like, what the? That's not a different fucking thing, bro. I don't want to tell you.
Listen, I know you want to be a salty, whiny bitch because of this law that's being voted on that every blonde 6'7" guy has to be fucking pilloried in the streets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
But it's not just you fucking egomaniac. Okay.
Yeah, it's true. There's probably other people affected. That's true.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be other people affected for sure.
There's probably gonna be at least 1 million dudes suffering the same thing. Okay, so get your head on straight. Quit being a little bitch about it. You know?
Yeah, I need to stop being so whiny about that, huh?
Fucking fate.
Oh, god damn it! Fuck
and
this.
It's actually a really important distinction.
Man up.
Man, we need to bring back tar and feathering.
As I tried to explain,
this motherfucker needs to be tarred and feathered.
He's already retard. Let's just watch someone getting tarred and feathered for a minute. I think they have gotta be some footage of that on YouTube, right?
I don't think they have like videos of somebody being tarred. Maybe there's like a
from a show or something, right?
From like a movie. Yeah. There's a good tarring and feathering in that fucking
John Adams
series. Yeah.
Yeah, go find that.
And then we can just pretend it's Matt Walsh.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. All right, check it out.
Let's do the Matt Walsh edit. We'll edit his head into it.
This is from that, or I think this is from that show. Yeah, I see Paul Giamatti, I think. So, all right. Share this motherfucking screen.
Share your audio.
Yeah, I'm already doing it. Don't worry.
Plug that shit into AI and make Paul Giamatti smiling and cheering it on.
Yeah. All right, where is it? Where's Matt Walsh?
Where's Matt Walsh?
There he is.
There he is.
Damn you, Matt.
Yeah. Tar and feather that fucking bitch.
Tar and feather this fool.
Yeah. Get him.
Dude, anybody who photoshops Matt Walsh into this or whatever, or AIs him into it or whatever the fuck, you're a hero.
Yeah, dude. Fucking deep fake him into this immediately. It's worth your time. Get the tar. Where's the tar at?
This fool. Coat him in tar, then feather him.
Get the hot tar.
And make sure it's hot.
Dude, even the black folks are showing up to watch.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, that was like some burn.
Get the hot tar.
Yeah, we do need to fucking change Paul Giamatti to like celebrating with the crowd instead of being like against it.
Yeah, he's just like smiling knowingly and nodding along, you know.
What even is the context of this? The context of this is we've just listened to Matt Walsh for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we've deemed him worthy of a tarring and feathering.
Yeah, we want a mob of people in colonial America to seize him and then tar and feather him.
Yes, in colonial America.
Well, yeah, obviously.
In a fictional way, or whatever you have to say these days.
Ooh, but that stings.
Yeah, that tar is pretty hot. Tears of joy from Giamatti there.
We'll also have to have happier music too.
Like uplifting.
Yeah, it's gotta be like really beautiful, uplifting.
Oh, it's like, yeah.
Score.
I think it's pretty fair. I mean, if Matt Walsh was to live in these times and be tarred and feathered, I think that'd be an appropriate punishment for the people in society to express their discontent with the statements he's making.
Look, I'm not saying that Matt Walsh should be tarred and feathered, all right? I'm just saying that any Daily Wire hosts whose names rhyme with Fat Falsh should be tarred and feathered, you know? So
Well,
it's not the same thing.
But only within the confines of that fictional timeline which he arrives in colonial America. And people know what he said and express their displeasure in that way.
I'm not saying that Matt Walsh should be killed. I'm just saying he shouldn't exist. That's all I'm saying. All
Right.
Very distinctive difference. You got to remember that.
Yeah, I don't
And
want
if you don't, and if it's not a distinctive difference, then why was it when Matt said it? That's my only question.
True.
Beautiful. Yeah, I guess we'll put this back on the fucking screen because we have no choice because we're doing this for things.
Last week, and as many people have attempted to explain.
Thank the Lord.
This is all a question of definition. And the idea for thousands of years is that marriage, by definition, is an in-principle procreative union between a man and a woman. And it serves as the foundation of the family, which serves as the foundation of human society. That was the answer. That was the definition. That's what it was.
Marriage.
That's it.
Marriage has meant many things in many different times and places and cultures and blah, blah,
Nope,
blah.
Matt figured it out, dude.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to bother with like some kind of full on refutation of this shit because like, why would I fucking waste my breath? But yeah, that's, marriage has meant different things at different times, different places. It's not always just been the same thing up until now.
Nope. The only thing it's ever meant is whatever Matt Walsh has defined it as.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Because definitions are what matter.
I didn't realize that. My bad. My bad.
And then people like Pete Buttigieg came along and said, well, it's not that anymore. And then the question in response has always been, well, then what is it if it's not that? Pete Buttigieg hasn't answered that question. He says, well, my marriage deserves to be treated equal to other marriages. Well, but equal means the same, Pete. And is it the same?
Equal under the law.
Your relationship.
It's talking about under the law, it'd be equal. That's literally all it means. That's it, Matt. You understand that? that make any sense to you? Well, what is it? Apparently, it's two people that you generally have a strong affection or love for each other, and they decide that they want to spend time together, and then and various incarnations and forms of that, of like how that actually plays out within various groups of people, and how, I mean, there's all kinds of relationships out there, but generally that's what that means. And I don't think it's that hard to understand if it's two people of the same gender or whatever gender, the no gender, whatever the fuck they want. And I just don't really see how it's anyone else's business besides the people in the consenting relationship. And how that's so like, no, it's between only someone who says they're this and says they're that. It's like, no, it's whatever, really honestly, it's whatever you want it to be.
Vosh should be calling for arms at this point. Well, I'm calling for legs. I demand legs. Not Matt Walsh's, though.
With chasten, is it the same as, is it in principle, in its substance, in its function, is it the same as my relationship with my wife? And the answer
is Matt Walsh a top or a bottom? He's an unfuckable hag of a human being.
You know what, guys?
What?
It's gonna be all right.
Oh, God,
you think that now? But
I was feeling bad there for a little while, but I gotta tell you, I think it's gonna be okay, guys.
That burger's gonna wear off, Paul.
It's true.
I felt good when I had my burger too.
You know what? Just
but
let
then
him
the post-burger blues kicked in.
Let
But you know what?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
dude.
let him have it. Let him have it.
That
You're
might
right,
be
Scotty.
true, but right now I'm feeling like fucking walking on sunshine.
I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa. And don't it feel good?
I have to constantly look away from the screen because otherwise I just feel disgusted. I'm looking at Matt Walsh. I've been looking at Matt Walsh for hours on end.
He's looking back into you, Scotty.
That is one
no.
tasty burger.
It's like
And I have
Nietzsche
some of your
said.
Kool-Aid to wash this burger down.
It's like Nietzsche said, Scotty.
Netskeechi, dude. Come on. don't be an
Netskeechi,
idiot.
right. I'm sorry. When you look in the light, the abyss, the shit looks back into you, man.
I ain't never had a big kahuna burger before.
Yeah, just do the whole thing, Paul. Just do it all.
As long as it ends the same way.
Just give me the Bible, do the Bible speech, and then fucking waste this fuck, all right?
Yeah.
Paul has made me both hungry and thirsty.
Tastes like comfort eating. Yeah. Tastes
And
like
that's
an
what-
unhealthy relationship with food.
Dude, it is.
Sometimes
I'll tell you what,
Delish.
it is. I wish I could fucking lean on it right now because I need it.
Dude, same.
I need it. Yep.
answer is no, because my relationship with my wife has the potential to create new.
Can you imagine being Matt Walsh's wife? Can you imagine that, Scotty?
It sounds like it'd be like a nightmare. Like,
Can you imagine that?
no, not really. I mean, like, if my reality was I woke up and I was married to that thing, I don't know.
You wake up in the morning, Scotty. You roll over. You staring at Matt Walsh's face right there next to you. You can smell Matt Walsh's morning breath, Scotty.
Oh no! And my reality then.
You can smell his morning breath. You can see his mussed up hair. What do you think about that?
I think it's nightmarish. I think I would like whatever grip I had on sanity would flee from me, and I have to be committed to like a mental asylum or like a mental health facility.
What is it about Matt Walsh's beard that looks inherently fucking fake?
Because he dyes it shoe polish black.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
So what? So you think it's just really like gray as fuck?
Yes. He's
Okay.
old enough to have significant grays.
It looks so fucking weird and unnatural.
It's really dark. That's why. I mean, because
It
like
always just disturbs the fuck. It literally looks like he just took a fucking permanent marker and just went.
I don't know, guys. I'm not feeling so good again. Ooh, an onion. Oh, that's better.
You're bite of that stat. Oh god.
Human beings, and yours doesn't. So that is a difference, right? That's a difference. We can all agree. No question about it. That's a difference. Is it an important difference? Is it a definitional difference? I would say absolutely it is. Of course it is. But even putting all that to the side, he said,
"Oh, I thought there was going to be reasons." No, no. Why would there be?
I have a difference, and because we can have kids and you can't, checkmate. What if they adopt kids? Well, they can't naturally conceive them, so that's what we mean.
Says that, well, how could we talk about? They would sit and talk about transportation policy with me, and then go and vote the way they did. Why should so they can't talk about? You cannot have a productive conversation about transportation policy with someone unless they agree with your definition of marriage?
Yeah, that was the point. Pretty sure that's who was driving it, yeah. No, I think the point was kind of like, hey, I'm a human being. You treat me like a human being in this context, so why do you want to dehumanize me in this other context? Probably something like that. I don't know. Personally, I think they're mistaken to treat fucking Pete Buttigieg like a human being. Not because he's gay, because he's Pete Buttigieg. But, hey, whatever. Teach their own.
Unless they affirm your relationship as a marriage, you can't talk to them about transportation policy.
Would you? Would you want to talk to someone that didn't affirm, that was like, your marriage is fake? Would you want to do that?
It should exist.
If there was a person that was like trying to vote your marriage into being against the law, would you want to hang out with that person, Matt? Would you want to be like, this is my bud, this is my homie? Would that be you? If someone was like, I want to personally invalidate all all marriages between women and subhuman douchebags from the fucking Satan's anus. Would you be would you be willing to talk to that person? Would you like that person? I don't think you would. I think if this shit actually fucking affected you, you'd have a totally different attitude. But that's pretty much as far as any of your fucking philosophy goes. Just like, here's the way I am. Here's what I believe because of whatever selfish reasons I have, and I'm just gonna post hoc justify all that with the most fucking back-ass words, stupid logic in the world.
Yeah, you notice how like all these prescriptions and pronouncements he has never really seem to affect him. He's fine. Like it's not going to affect
he's just
anyway. So it's like, yeah, it's all good. Change that. Do away with that. Fuck your marriage. Fuck this. Yeah, take away bodily autonomy. That's cool. All that's
except
good.
For the porn one. He clearly would be affected by that one.
No, he wouldn't. Because he still have access to porn.
Well, see, that's your problem. That's your hang up. It's not theirs. I guess for those Republicans, they figured, yeah, okay, well, I might not agree with this, but we can still talk about transportation. Why can't we? You're the one who sets down
basic human rights and recognition, but like, why can't we talk about the roads, bro? Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why. As if you guys didn't give a shit about that, anyways. Yeah, I'm sure Republicans deeply care about America's infrastructure. I'm sure they deeply care about it.
Can we get another TJL? That was no, because that was that was then. Now it's just like it's the slog of defeat. I've died. I have been killed. I'm like the person whose D&D character is dead, and now they're just watching the session play out, right? That's what's going on. Waiting for my next character to be introduced, maybe, but definitely dead, and just watching the adventure unfold. Oops, I went back. So you know what? I'm not gonna suffer through that.
Fuck no.
Get out of here.
At the start of today's proceedings, I would just like to say that Matt Walsh is a subhuman piece of protoplasmic garbage that should be drug out into the street with his entire squalling family in attendance and be flinched of all his skin for all of us to look at. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's have a productive conversation about this here transportation bill.
What say you, Secretary Walsh? Like, all right, bud. Oh, fucking god damn it. No.
Yes.
This still remains about why this termination happened.
So this is Matt Walsh talking about the recent firing of Tucker.
And there have been many reports about how it was related to...
What's that?
Goody. I am so excited to hear Matt Walsh talk about this important issue.
Me too.
Lawsuits and so on. And, you know, I told you yesterday, I don't buy that. I just don't buy it. I have no inside information. I have no insight. I have no sources.
I just don't buy it, you know. I have no information, no sources, no reasoning, no logic, no ability to argue my position in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, I just feel it.
That I'm talking to. All I have is my own BS meter that is usually pretty well honed. And I don't buy it. I don't buy it anything to do with laws.
Oh, must be going off all the time, right, Matt? Every fucking day, every second.
I do not have facts to back this up, but you know,
I don't have facts.
I mean, he just said that, dude. He's like, I don't have anything except like a hunch. My hunches are usually right.
Look, I'm a hunch-having man, and I'm a man whose hunches are often correct. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this idea that maybe, you know, Tucker lost his job because Fox News had to pay hundreds of millions of dollars and is looking down the barrel of paying hundreds of millions more. I don't buy that. I don't think that could be the reason. You know what I think it is? You're never gonna guess what do you think? What do you think he's gonna say to this guy? What do you think his opinion is? I already know from the title.
Bowing to the woke mob.
That's a good guess. Could be I've heard something about Pfizer and vaccines. I've heard a lot of stuff about that. So I'm gonna
spoil it for you. I'm going to tell you this right now because I don't know how long he's going to take to get to it, and I just want to let you know right now that the real reason is because Tucker is religious.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dudes, I told you yesterday that to me this happened because of who Tucker is and what he says and the stands that he takes.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he's actually an effective right-wing figure and advocate. That's why he's not welcome at Fox, and that's why they got rid of him. And now there's a new report from Vanity Fair, which seems to confirm this.
Yep.
So this is Vanity Fair. It says 24 hours after Fox News ousted its highest-rated host, the network has yet to explain one of the most shocking defenestrations in cable news history. I'm not going beyond the release. A Fox News spokeswoman texted yesterday when I asked her for comment. In this information void, multiple theories about why Fox fired Carlson circulated in the media. It was fallout from the Dominion settlement. It was punishment for vulgar text messages published in Dominion court filings. It was a consequence of former Fox producer Abby Grossberg's lawsuit, which we'll talk more about that in a minute, which alleged Carlson oversaw a hostile work environment. But none of these potential reasons fully add up. Fox News anchor Maria Bartiromo.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the totality of them add up?
Yeah.
Maybe the fact that this guy is a perpetual thorn in the side of the fucking network. The fact
it's
that
just the source of a bunch of constant legal action against the company.
Yeah, like maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Could be, right? Not that far-fetched.
Yeah, that makes too much sense.
Bartiromo hyped Dominion conspiracies far more than Carlson did, and yet she remains on the air. Fox had access to Carlson's texts and emails and Dominion lawsuit for months.
Yeah, how much is she paid compared to him? And he was, by the way, in the process of trying to renegotiate his contract at the time.
Right. So it's like they probably just saw it as a good opportunity to get rid of him.
Who the fuck ever? I don't even know who fucking Maria Bartiromo is. So
and they didn't punish him, so on and so forth. So that's why all that doesn't line up. Mystery remains: why did Fox News take its biggest star off the air? A new theory has emerged. According to the source, Fox Corporation chair Rupert Murdoch removed Carlson over remarks that Carlson made during a speech at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary gala on Friday night. Carlson laced his speech with religious overtones that even Murdoch found too extreme, according to the source, who was briefed on Murdoch's decision-making. Carlson told the Heritage audience that national politics has become a battle between good and evil. Carlson said that people advocating for transgender rights and DEI programs want to destroy America, and they could not be persuaded with facts. Quote, "We should say that and stop engaging with these totally fraudulent debates. I've tried, that doesn't work." The answer, Carlson suggested, was prayer. "I've concluded that it might be worth taking just 10 minutes out of your busy schedule to say a prayer for the future, and I hope you will."
Dude, if that's all you guys want to do is just fucking pray about it, I support that 100%. You guys, I'll tell you what. You guys this is honestly what Christians used to do in this country. The reason why this country used to be better in any fucking way, shape, or form is because these religious fucking idiots used to just stay away from politics because they were like, we don't care about what happens on earth. We are a godly people. You know, they pray for their shit. It wasn't until the fucking, the evangelicals got involved in politics. You started getting all this God-bothering bullshit. And then it's been Reagan, and then Reagan 2, and then Reagan 3, and then Reagan 4. And it's all been Reagan ever fucking since. So fuck this shit. I agree. Go back to fucking praying. And while you're at it, do as the Bible instructs and do it in your fucking closet and leave me the fuck out of it.
Oh, dude.
Why don't you motherfuckers go shut up and go pray in your fucking closet like a bunch of fucking whip dogs?
They were
stop fucking bothering reasonable people.
Think about this, TJ. They were at a gala and he made some fucking speech that no one at Fox News even bat an eye at, and then it's like, no, he's gone because of that.
Yeah, I mean that
makes no sense.
So wait, the idea that Fox News losing hundreds of millions of dollars because of shit that fucking Tucker said, and all those fucking voicemails all those fucking messages that Tucker fucking had on his thing, that's basically where he's shit talking other Fox personalities, he's shit talking Trump, he's shit talking everybody, him being at the fucking, his entire fucking crew apparently hating him being just like a massive liability in a million fronts. None of that was the reason why. That doesn't pass the bullshit test. The real reason is because he said stuff that he would often say on air at some fucking obscure gala. And fucking Rupert Murdoch heard it, was like, no.
Too religious.
It's like, that is such that passes the bullshit test, huh? Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure Fox News has Fox News is not as religious as you might think it is. Well, but there's plenty of God bothering going on fucking Fox News.
To the idea of Christian persecution in America. It's like, that's why. It was because he was a good, wholesome Christian. They just couldn't stand it. They just couldn't take it.
What even sucks about this player is you have to fucking.
That's what he said. It's a great speech, by the way.
Can't just press enter.
And everything that he says in the speech is 100% accurate. This is, in fact, a battle of good versus evil. This has gone well.
Well, if it is, you're on the fucking side of evil, bitch.
I'm on the side of good. Get this guy a fucking sword and shield, dude. I'm gonna fucking play the evil beast.
I'll give him a fucking sword.
Beyond any sort of debate over the facts, because we are debating with people who don't care about the facts. It's not just they don't care about the facts. They reject the concept of facts. They reject.
You're the ones fucking talking about good and evil. Who rejects the facts, motherfucker?
No, they reject the concept of facts. Like, this is a fact. There is no such thing as a fact. Like, what?
Here's a fucking fact. Matt Walsh is a fucking idiot. There's a fact for you.
A fact I'm well aware of, sadly.
Principle, the very idea that there can be a fact. Okay, these are relativists. All truth is relative. We all get our own truth, right? We all live in our own universe. We have our own truth, and we get to set the rules for our own universe according to our own, emotional and narcissistic whims.
This is you, Matt. Once again, you're describing yourself. I'm sorry to tell you, but once again, you know what the difference between you and the people you're describing is actually? The people you're describing who are like, I believe I have my own universe, my own reality in my head. For them, it's on a personal level. You actually extrapolate it to the whole fucking world. You think not only do you have your own personal reality, but the rest of us have to occupy it with you. We all have to march to your drum. We all have to fucking just genuflect in awe at the goddamn Matt Walsh universe. And anything we do that does not please Matt Walsh should be punished.
Behold,
and penalized.
Creation, Matt Walsh, the universe.
You basically think you're fucking God, dude. It's absurd.
I mean,
that's what
I have to be honest with you. I kind of feel that way too, personally.
There you go.
I think that everything that I don't like should be punished, but I also realize I don't live in that world. And I also realize it would kind of be like a violation of other people's right to freedom and pursuit of happiness.
That's why he's a fucking child. Because of course, who the fuck doesn't on some base level feel that way? Everyone does. But most people get a little bit past that. Most people realize the whole world is not just going to march to their fucking drum, and that some fucking concessions and compromises are going to have to occur along the way.
Fuck that, dude. I want my ideal reality, and I want it now.
I want the world. I want the whole world. I want to lock it all up in my pocket. It's my bar of chocolate.
Like in my
believe that's what all this is about.
Matt
And it
Walsh.
is
Sorry, what's that, Scotty?
I said, in my perfect world now, Matt Walsh should be in prison in like the worst prison in the world. If like it was my reality.
I don't want him dead, Scotty. I don't want him in prison.
No,
I just want him to not exist. Can I just
compassionate?
Remember how I went to the
your finger and he just doesn't exist, kind of thing?
Remember how I went? No, not even like that, Scotty.
Even like that?
No, because no, I just want the same way I went to the reality. When I was born, I was in a reality where there were the Berenstain Bears, Scotty.
That's
Berenstain. And somehow, some way, I wound up in this universe where it's pronounced Berenstain, and it's spelled like stain.
No, I know. I'm sorry.
And
It's not the same reality, dude. I know what you're talking
right. So, somehow I end up there, and I don't want to be here. And I'm pretty sure that in the Berenstain universe, 9/11 never happened, and there's no Matt Walsh.
There's no Daily Wire.
There's definitely no Daily Wire. There is a Ben Shapiro, but he just like hawks watches on the street.
He's just a hot twink.
Yeah.
Like he wants to be.
Yeah, he's on Hollywood Boulevard in a fucking pair of boy shorts and shit, charging folks like Paul for a good time. That's what's going on in that universe.
Well, more power to him.
Right. That's the whole point. It's an infinitely better universe.
Oh yeah, it's way better.
And I don't know how we ended up in this fucking Berenstain bullshit, but I'm not having it no more. I'm done with it.
In reality, just that slight shift occurred, TJ. And
I just want to go to any reality. I don't even need to go back to Berenstain. If you can just take me to any reality where Matt Walsh is not a thing, I'm more than happy.
Doesn't work, man.
I'll go to the Berenstain universe. I'll check it out.
Berenstain.
Stein,
Stoon, whatever. Any other vowel sound. Stain, no. We knew this was fucking bullshit when I saw Stain, all right?
Spiritual battle versus good versus evil. Tucker Carlson's 100% correct about that. And according to this report, that's a big reason why he got canned.
Dude,
quote, that stuff freaks.
There was like a fucking, all right, I guess there's more. But this is not a report. I mean, I guess it's reporting from
like
Vanity Fair, but this is just gossip. This is just like a gossip rag bullshit right here.
Rupert hates that kind of stuff. Oh, does he really?
This is just like, hey, in lieu of an explanation, let's just fucking throw a bunch of shit at the wall. But there's 1,000,001 better explanations for why this happened than this fucking, he made a speech with religious overtones. It's like, he's a Fox News anchor. That's not all that fucking weird.
Rupert out. He doesn't like all the spiritual talk, the source said. Rupert Murdoch was perhaps unnerved by Carlson's messianism because it echoed the end times worldview of Murdoch's ex-fiancée, Anne Leslie Smith, the source said in a May cover story of Vanity Fair. Murdoch and Smith called off their 2-week engagement because Smith had told people that Carlson was a messenger from God. Murdoch had seen Carlson and Smith discuss religion firsthand, and so apparently they were at a dinner back in March, and Rupert Murdoch's then fiancée, would have been going on wife number 5, I think, was having this conversation with Tucker Carlson, where Rupert Murdoch was there, and they were talking about all these things, about how this is a spiritual battle, good versus evil. Rupert Murdoch was there. He didn't like that. Shortly after that, he dumps the fiancée, and then shortly after that, he gets rid of Tucker Carlson.
Sounds okay. Both of them. If it was in fact the reason.
Yeah, I mean, like,
good versus evil is like, these people are insane.
I doubt that that's why Rupert Murdoch did this, because I've never known that man to have anything even resembling a conscience. But if he did, in fact, hear their rhetoric and go like, these people are fucking nuts. What am I doing? And dumped her ass and fired him, then that would be the most based fucking decision of his goddamn otherwise irredeemable life.
Now these people are like total frauds and they're liars. All right, I'm done with you.
But the idea that Rupert Murdoch would give a shit about any of that is pretty fucking laughable to me.
There's no way. That's not what that's not what the reason was.
That's the report anyway. This makes a lot more sense.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, it doesn't make
it makes zero sense at all, but okay. Too cool to be true. Exactly.
sense to fire him for it, but it makes sense that Fox would. Makes more sense than anything tied to this Abby Grossberg lawsuit, which, you know, other media outlets are still claiming is one of the central reasons why he got fired. So Yahoo has this. Grossberg, formerly a senior booking producer for Fox News, began working as the head of booking for Tucker Carlson Tonight last year. She was fired by Fox News last month after filing suit against the company, claiming that she was bullied and subjected to sexist and anti-Semitic comments while working on Carlson's show. There are other reports, by the way, that she never actually met Tucker Carlson. So she was never in the same room as him, according to some reports. But in a separate lawsuit filed in Delaware, Grossberg claimed that she was coerced by the company's lawyers to give misleading answers to her deposition in the Dominion case. In the 79-page lawsuit filed in the Southern District of New York, Grossberg said that she was startled by the behavior of male colleagues when she showed up for her first day of work on Carlson's show in September. According to Grossberg, she arrived at the office to see many large and blown-up photographs of Nancy Pelosi in a plunging bathing suit, revealing her cleavage. I think we have, she also was doing the rounds on MSNBC, of course, and other media outlets talking about all her.
What?
Not enough in itself. Having the blown-up picture of Nancy Pelosi in a swimsuit deserves a lawsuit.
Yeah, I agree.
100%.
No one should have to be subjected to that in the workplace.
Intent to inflict emotional distress upon anyone that views that.
Oh man, I'm starting to get triggered by these people, dude.
Paul,
there are 3 people on this show. When 2 of them are already habitually talking over each other, I'm not going to add my third to it. I'm gonna start banning people that do this shit, by the way. I'm just letting you guys know.
Paul
Tonight there shall be a cleansing of these Paul AFK fucking idiots, dude.
Oh shit.
Because if you know what, it would be one thing if I was AFK and getting to enjoy like a nice breath of fresh air or something, fine. But I'm not. I'm sitting here wallowing in the same fucking muck everybody else is.
Nah, Paul's on a cruise right now. Oh, what's that, guys? Oh, yeah. Matt Walsh, what an idiot. Anyways, be back in 25 minutes.
AFK means away from keyboard. Person who asked.
I mean, what do you guys want me to do? Just jabberjaw through the whole.
All right, me and teacher are muting up, so it's just.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott. What'd you say, Scotty? Now is Paul not AFK? Am I in front of keyboard enough for you now, bitch? Oh, Matt Walsh. Fuck you laughing at me. Stop it.
Stop laughing.
You're not allowed to enjoy yourselves, you fucking pricks, dude. You can't enjoy yourselves. No.
This is horrible.
Man, why are we doing this again? That burger wore right off, man.
I told you it was going to be.
I can still taste it on my lips, and it's fucking gone, man. Oh,
I had the same experience. I was eating my burger, like, this is a tasty burger. And then as soon as it was gone, I was like, well, that's no longer a crutch.
You should have had burgers on demand, TJ. You should have like 10 burgers waiting for you.
Yeah.
Dude, TJ, you're going to break your fast, man.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean,
TJ.
If I do break my fast, it'll be after this show's over.
Well, yeah, of course. But I'm just telling you right now.
I don't know. You might be right because I really do feel more and more like I need the distraction of that. But we'll see. I don't.
Run to the kitchen of your house like a ravenous beast. Anyone tries to talk to you is going to be ignored. You're just going to start shoveling food in your mouth. TJ, think of your fast. You're going to be like, fuck my fast.
Fuck fasting. No.
I'm fasting. That means I eat fast.
Yeah.
That's my fast right there.
We have the clip of her talking about this traumatic encounter with Nancy Pelosi pictures. Let's watch that.
I was hoping that it would be more professional, and what he was portraying on air was just a show, and unfortunately that wasn't the case.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean.
So when do you realize that? Immediately.
It's a show, duh.
Yeah,
It's a fucking show. Yeah, I agree. Like that.
I mean, he's a right-wing fucking, like, what do you really expect? Like, I'm sorry, I kind of like, she is kind of stupid for fucking expecting something else in this fucking environment, right?
It's a show, and it's like put on for people. It's like, well, duh, yeah, of course.
Well, she's saying she thought like the culture behind the scenes would be all like, oh, it's all just a joke. It's like, no, stupid.
No, I don't. That was a very naive worldview then.
The blackest eyes, the devil's eyes.
I show up first day of work, and I know that this is a popular one. It's been widely publicized. There are literally pictures like this big of Nancy Pelosi in a bathing suit in Europe, plastered all over. There was even one on my computer screen for the temporary computer I had to use, and I had to take it down just to work. Within a few days there, I was called into Justin Wells' office with Alex McCaskill, who was a senior.
With that bodacious Pelosi body in my face, I couldn't get no work done neither. That succulent fucking Pelosi body. Oh, yeah.
Pelosi.
Your producer as well. And asked if Maria was having an affair with Kevin McCarthy.
How come every fucking time someone else pops up on the screen in this fucking shit, it's always someone who's like barely more tolerable than Matt Walsh himself? Like, this one refuses to give me even like a single breath of fresh air, doesn't it?
She looks like she has a secret life shivving homeless people and leaving them to bleed out.
Yeah. She's like fucking Dolores Umbridge the younger years or some shit. It's not pleasant. I don't want this thing on my screen.
How do you take a job as a Fox News producer? Then you're like, oh, it's like leopards ate my face. I can't believe they were like what they said. Oh, they lied to me. Oh,
guys, please do not let Pelussy or Pelussy or whatever catch on.
Pelussy.
Do not do Pelussy, guys.
Dude,
I'm
I
just
want
letting you know.
some of that Pelussy.
Please don't encourage them, Paul.
Pelussy.
I just want you to imagine, TJ, you wake up in the middle of the night. Pelosi is straddling you from above, and she just sits right on your face. She's like, here it comes, TJ. Time to taste the Pelussy.
No. I'm going to be like this for the rest of this, by the way. This is me.
Oh, my God.
This is Defeated TJ. Scotty, you can change my name to Defeated TJ or whatever you want at this point. I won't even change it back. Fuck it.
Pelussy.
Change it to Pelussy. I don't give a fuck. Life is a giant ball of garbage. The Matt Walsh gauntlet has hours or like an hour plus left.
Dude, I want a porn. Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton breaking the ass ceiling.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
That's kind of funny,
yes.
actually.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
It was just, I was shocked.
Nancy
I couldn't even
Pelosi
believe.
and Hillary Clinton.
Oh God.
Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton breaking the ass ceiling.
Why is this happening?
Oh, dude, those of you in the chat protest too much, dude. You're the ones that want it more than me.
Yeah.
Oh, bad, dude.
What is my under thing? I can't see it. Let's see.
Oh, it's your job title.
Let's see. What does it say? Eating some Oh God. No.
TJ's eating that fucking Pelussy, yo.
I don't want that.
It's
No.
Pelussy time.
Oh God, no. Nope. No, thank you. No, thank you.
It's a little bright outside. Let me draw the beef drapes.
Oh God.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
That's not nice. Dude, you know, I'm gonna tell you about what you saw what my fucking face did. Here's what my toes did, all right? Here's my feet, right? You said beef drapes. And so they became tense and they're just like, and I just like held them there for like 30 seconds, like, oh shit.
You had the autonomic slam on the brakes response.
Yeah. With both feet, like, no. Don't do it. Don't fucking open the beef drapes. Don't do it.
Do it.
I don't want to know what's behind the beef drapes. No.
I know what's behind the beef drapes. I've got to open it.
Beat the dust out of those beef drapes.
No, it's dusty.
Take them out on the back porch and beat them with a broom.
No, they're that big. No.
Beat that dust out of it, TJ. She's fucking face becoming fucking soot, dude, after he does that.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Pull back them beef grapes, TJ, and see what you can see.
Man, talking about fucking Nancy Pelosi's big old beef drapes is better than watching Matt Walsh. That's my contention.
I very reluctantly kind of have to agree with you on that.
I didn't say it was much better. I'm just saying it's quantifiably better.
It is better, though.
It's probably more joy than anything Matt Walsh has said.
That's pretty funny. Companies are strong arming their customers to support abortion.
So I'm gonna watch his ad. I want to know what he's selling me.
Canceling customers for their political views and making a mockery of women by supporting transgender models. No government agency, institution, or company is allowed to just be what it is and focus on fulfilling the tasks that it was made to fulfill. A beer company can't just make beer anymore. Their primary concern is not with brewing and distributing beer, but with showing their support of the left's political and cultural agenda. But Public Square offers a new solution. Public Square is an app, and it's a website as well, where you can get connected to tens of thousands of businesses from all different industries that share your value for life, family, and freedom. Public Square also offers discounts.
So it's a way to only do business with companies that share your values. All right. Good for you. Sounds great.
To many high-quality businesses on the platform, so you can actually have an incentive to spend money with companies that don't hate you. Whether you're looking for new athletic clothing that knows what a woman is, a banking partner that you count on, simply a new restaurant in your area that won't lecture you about your political views.
When has that ever fucking happened?
It happens. Doesn't happen all the time. TJ, you go in there and you're like, yeah, I think I'm more progressive. Oh, really? You disgust me. You should become.
I have never been lectured about my political views by any restaurant at any point in history.
I know you have, TJ.
It's never once happened.
I mean, the closest.
Oh, good.
The closest that I've ever come to it is the stupid ass fucking like In-N-Out Burger and Chick-fil-A putting their Bible verses on shit. That's as close as I've gotten.
I want to know what Public Square is all about. I want to buy this product.
Connecting freedom-loving Americans with businesses that share their values.
It's apparently an app, so I'm gonna fucking see what's going on. Public Square.
Oh, good idea. There is like a comedian and actor named Matt Walsh that isn't Matt Walsh. It's a different Matt Walsh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We could cover him.
Yeah.
And then they couldn't even claim that we were fucking,
shop my values nationwide. Okay. Get it. I am downloading Public Square. I'm gonna I got values now, bro.
Fuck near me. I need to find businesses near me that are like support me and shit.
Join. Okay. Yep. I gotta fucking fill shit out. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I don't feel supported, dude. I'm at their website now, and that okay. Furnishings, women's clothes, toys and goods. I need toys and goods now. Where the fuck is this? Some Christian bookstore. Fuck, I want to go to a Christian bookstore, dude. That's fucking lame.
God damn it. What am I missing here? All right. Okay.
Dude, in the area I live in, TJ,
Uh-huh.
It's a bunch of places I know for a fact are run by uptight Christians.
Well, no shit. What business would be stupid enough to tether itself to a political fucking ideology if it didn't have to?
Oh, TJ, you look like you've had a hard day. You need a face full of this leathery Pelussy.
Oh, no, I don't.
Come and get it, TJ. Dinner is served.
Ring them beef drapes, TJ.
Medium rare roast beef and potatoes is on the menu.
No.
Extra sauce for you, too.
Mm-hmm.
Nice and tender and juicy.
You dig around in there, you might find some asparagus, too, TJ.
So this site, this map sucks balls. It's like a bunch of literal garbage. Fit and feminine, huh?
But TJ, you can go to businesses that respect your beliefs.
Yeah, if all I need in life is like some goddamn honey and some like tampons, I guess, and some sunglasses. If that's all I need out of life, then yeah, this will be my one-stop shop for replacing everything else, I guess.
Well, that's perfect then.
Delete.
What are you doing? Stop it.
As you're trying to enjoy a meal with your family, head over to publicsq.com. That's publicsq.com. Public Square is free to join.
There was not one single restaurant on there, by the way.
Yeah,
so this idea that I'm going to find some kind of anti-woke restaurant, guess what? Restaurants typically do not want to alienate half of their consumer base, bro. So
I've actually been to one Mexican restaurant that was like we're not woke. And I was like, okay, whatever. I still ate there. I mean, it was honestly pretty mediocre, but I guess I don't know if they were on that app though. I didn't discover that. I just happened to see a sign where they're like, "We are politically incorrect and love God. If you have a problem with the Second Amendment, leave." And it's like, you guys are fucking, dude.
I'd have just left, I guess. I'd be like, hey, fine. No, I'd be like, nah, you're gonna serve me. Fuck you.
Ah, dude, I fucking ate a hamburger, dude.
You got a hamburger at a Mexican place?
Yeah.
All right.
As a consumer or a business owner, you can get started at publicsq.com or download their app today. That's publicsq.com.
It's
pro-life.
Okay. You never had one, dude? Like they put like jalapenos and shit on them.
Oh man, that's fine.
Battle has
what?
And chilies and shit. Did you never had one?
Nope.
Finally left DC and is going to the grassroots. As one of the largest pro-life organizations in the entire world, no one is in a better position than 40 Days for Life to end abortion in a post-Roe America. With 1 million volunteers in 1,500 cities, 40 Days for Life holds peaceful vigils outside abortion facilities. Because of that, they actually...
Wait a minute. Now you harass people. That's what you do.
Peaceful vigils. Go fuck yourself, you lying piece of goddamn useless.
40 days
shit.
for life. Oh, if they just make it 40 days, then the law forces them to have a child. Great.
Actually have a larger presence in blue states, specifically California. Former abortion clinic directors say that these vigils can cause the abortion no-show rate to go as high as 75%, which is very detrimental to their business, which is a very good thing.
And all they're doing is just having a peaceful vigil.
Yeah. It's able to intimidate away about 75% of people who would otherwise use that service. So, yeah, we like to scare people away. We like to scare people into making decisions that aren't in their best interest because we're fucking good Christians.
There's so many pitfalls. Like you ever heard of like a pregnancy crisis center? They're basically,
you know what? I'm gonna go to their fucking site, find out when their vigils are. I'm gonna go break their fucking vigils up. I'm gonna go there with a bunch of damn degenerates and go break up their goddamn vigil and push them off that fucking land. How about that?
Will that be a violation of their First Amendment rights?
No, it wouldn't, because I'm using my First Amendment rights to say, get the fuck out of here before I beat your ass.
You could shout them down and harass them. Just
No,
like
I'm going to employ violence against them, Scotty. I'm done. I'm done with this fucking mask on bullshit. I am going to go do violence against my political enemies, Scotty. How do you feel about that?
Would that make you a terrorist?
No. Freedom fighter.
You're a freedom fighter?
Yeah. I'm a fucking freedom fighter. I'm not going to do it, but only because I'm too lazy.
Man, I fuck you guys up right after I eat some Taco Bell and sit on my ass and watch some more bad horror.
If I ever get slightly more motivated, you motherfuckers are fucked.
Then they're safe. They can sleep soundly for the rest of their fucking lives.
Satire. It's all beautiful, beautiful satire.
These law-abiding vigils have helped close abortion facilities in San Francisco, Seattle, Chicago, and many other cities.
Yeah, that's great. You're a piece of shit. Don't
There's a rat. People out of existence.
Whoa, what's going on?
Mama's got a big glass of wine.
Oh, no. Why are you doing this? Paul, what are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm wearing white after Labor Day, too. I'm so bad. I need a spank.
Oh, no. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't.
Yeah.
No! No!
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't want it. I don't need it. I had no need of this. I need this not. Please, God, no.
Show me how the tugboat treads the water.
No, I don't want to.
Come on,
please,
TJ.
God, no. Please, God, no, 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 no.
Come on, TJ.
Dock the tugboat, TJ. Come on.
Mama got you some leather earmuffs for Christmas. Come on.
Oh, God. I didn't even get that at first. I can't even wear my real earmuffs anymore. No. I don't want it. I don't need it. No, 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 no. 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 No.
Need it, TJ. You need it.
Why did I use a pimp monk voice for her?
I don't know.
It fits, though.
It did not work. Oh.
Let's begin by setting the stage. It is a bloody stage indeed. It is a stage that has seen the slaughter of 60 million human children since Roe v. Wade. 60 million. Why do some of us find this slaughter to be unthinkable and an injustice? Well, because every single one of those 60 million were innocent and defenseless human beings. And it is always wrong to directly and intentionally kill innocent and defenseless human beings. It's as simple as that. You know, our position is very straightforward. That's our whole position. I just summed it up. Are you killing an innocent and defenseless human being? Then it's wrong. That's it. The pro-abortion person here will respond with a few different moves. The first is to try to dehumanize the unborn, of course. He'll claim that the unborn child is not a human person and thus does not have the same moral standing and cannot make the same moral claims for itself that a, quote, real person can make.
You treat real people like shit. You don't care if a person is born or not. In fact, I would say you're extending more humanity to a fetus than you are to an actually fully formed human being if they don't live their life by your exact standards.
Now, the idea that an unborn child isn't human, which is something that you do hear from pro-aborts, even supposedly educated ones, is such a silly, absurd, anti-scientific notion that I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. It's simply a scientific fact.
When does it become a human then? When does that happen? Is my sperm humans?
At conception.
So it's the minute that the sperm infiltrates the egg, it becomes a human.
Yes.
At that exact moment. It's a fucking human being, even though it's like literally like a cluster of cells.
Yes.
It's fucking a human at that exact moment.
Yep.
Okay. That's insane. That is not fucking true.
That's human, man.
Is a seed a tree?
No.
Okay.
But when you
that the
plant
being in the womb is
What?
But when you plant the seed and it starts to sprout,
But is the seed a tree?
it's what it's what makes a tree.
Is a sapling a tree?
Yes.
Is it? Okay.
is indeed a being, a living being, and it is a member of the human species. Now, we know that because all living things have to be a member of some species or another. If an unborn child isn't human, then what species is it?
No one's arguing about his fucking species, dipshit.
What species could it be? If it goes on to be fully formed and carried to a term, it'll be a human. At that point, before that, it's going to go through various developmental phases.
Now, oftentimes what you'll hear is, oh, it's not a human, it's a fetus. Well, that's like saying it's not a human, it's a boomer. Okay? This is which maybe kind of works sometimes, but this is a stage of human development. Now, as for living,
dude, Matt Walsh kind of does. He does look like somebody took a Sharpie and drew a beard on a fetus, though.
Yeah. So basically, this is classic right-wing bullshit. It's equivocation. He uses the term human being, you know, with two different definitions as though they're interchangeable and have no difference. You know, because he's talking about species, which, you know, in one instance, and then he's talking about sentience in the other instance. And it's like, you're not talking about the same thing. You're just using this, you're using the fact that this word is used in different definitions to your fucking argumentative advantage. Pretty cheap tactic, pretty fucking stupid. The argument about whether, I mean, no one's fucking arguing about what species a fucking fetus is, you stupid fuck. They're arguing about whether or not it's a sentient fucking human being. Right? The argument, it's an argument about sentience. It's not an argument about fucking species. You're a stupid prick. Fucking hate your guts. I don't know what else I could fucking say to you.
Yeah,
Are
they self-aware? Are they a fully functioning member of society?
I mean, they don't even need to be fully functioning or anything like that. Just like, do they have rudimentary like self-awareness? Do they meet the criteria for sentience? Like, are they self-aware? Are they fucking you know, aware of like an identity? They have like a personality, shit like that. I don't think a fucking cluster of cells fucking counts for that. I don't remember being a fucking a fetus. Do you?
I remember it being a zygote. Yeah.
Dude, it was the best fucking 9 months of my life, bro.
Just rent free.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking fetus, man.
It was great, man.
Is it living? Well, there are only 3 states of being that a physical entity can be. And I think this holds true for the most part, except maybe at the quantum level. That would be most things are either alive, dead, or inanimate. Now, is the unborn baby inanimate? No. Inanimate objects don't grow, they don't develop, they don't move on their own, they don't consume food. You know, this podium right here is inanimate. It will never be anything other than this. It will decay and fall apart. You could cut it into pieces and build it into something else, but it's never on its own going to grow.
You can do the same thing with a fetus, man. Just,
yeah,
you know, you have a little imagination. Chop that little fucker up and make some sushi out of it, you know?
Puree that shit.
Because it's inanimate. Is the unborn child dead? Well, no, we know it's not dead because...
Well, it could be pretty easily.
If it was dead, then we wouldn't need the abortion. So that leaves only living.
Sometimes abortions are done when a fetus dies in your utero. So
yeah, abortion is
that's
not
probably, I would imagine that's one of the more common reasons why women get abortions.
The definition of abortion is not killing a baby. It's fucking extracting the fetus, right? It's removing it. So
well,
yeah,
also,
plenty of abortions are actually done on already dead fetuses.
Or children with massively horrible birth defects that would live horrible lives, or even like you know, up to like they live 10 minutes outside of the womb. So it's like, doesn't make sense to have that child. Still an abortion.
The baby is a living human. We've established that. We've settled that argument already. That's good. What about...
No, you had to use equivocation to make the first part of the argument, and the second part of the argument is irrelevant. No one No one has denied, like, no one on the pro-life side has ever denied the species. No one on the pro-life side has ever denied whether or not the fetus is a living thing. So, like, none of that's ever been denied. So you haven't fucking actually made any points so far. You're arguing with a straw man, basically.
What about person, though? Well, this is a little bit more interesting because the pro-abortion individual, if he has any degree of sophistication, will probably concede that a, quote, fetus or undocumented infant.
Yeah, no shit. But so why'd you waste all this time? No shit. I'm not conceding anything. You're literally refuting a point that was never made.
You concede.
Do you concede to the thing you never argued against? It's like, yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, what?
As I like to call them, he'll concede that it's a living human.
Uh-huh.
But he'll say, okay, fine, it's a living human. You're right about that, but it's not a person.
Right.
And he'll say that it's not a person because it's still developing and it is entirely dependent on its mother for survival.
Well, that's not the only reason, but yeah, sure.
That it lacks moral standing. But this view that personhood is acquired by degree and that it's forfeit if you are entirely...
I don't know why it's skipping around. I'm going to let it catch up for a second here and see if that fixes anything.
Dependent on someone else for survival clearly implicates more than just the unborn. It would seem that the sick, the infirm, the disabled, the elderly would all get caught up in this net. If we're not willing to do that, if we're not willing to look...
All right. Well, then by that logic, sperm should be human. Fucking every egg in and of itself should be human. Because you're saying at any point, like, if it's not by degrees, then that means it's instantaneous. The second a sperm forms in your balls, that's a human being.
Correct, dude. Every sperm is sacred. You know that, TJ.
Monty Python was right.
Yeah, they figured it out a long time ago. Just all life is sacred under every circumstance.
An infant child at, let's say, 3 months out of the womb, or an elderly person in a nursing home, or a disabled person in a wheelchair. If we're not willing to look at them and say that, well, you're kind of not as much of a person as me. You're a little bit less people-y than me.
Well, we do actually do that to some degree. There, you know, if a person has a like is in a persistent vegetative state like Terry Schiavo, you know, we might decide like, you know, that person can, you know, be pulled off of a feeding tube and, you know, allowed to die or whatever. Plenty of states. I think there's actually a few states now that allow, you know, medical euthanasia. So
there's 11, I believe.
Yes, I mean, like there are definitely points that human life can get to where we say like, all right, you know, it's okay to end this now.
Yeah, someone who's terminally ill, someone who has zero quality of life. Yeah, someone like you said, persistent vegetative state. You know, I mean, like if someone is not going to ever recover and is going to be in a coma or a state like that for the rest of their life.
I mean, if someone is in like a dementia hell, you know, I don't know if it's like permissible to put that person out of their misery or whatever. But maybe that's at least an argument. I don't know. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like you can definitely be in a mental state that does, I guess, to some extent, like reduce maybe not necessarily your personhood, but the value of your life.
If we're not willing to do that, if we're not willing to say that personhood is attained by degree contingent upon factors like self-sufficiency, then we are left with this idea that personhood is inherent and all of its attending moral rights and dignities are inherent. Inherent means existing in something as a permanent...
Unless they're trans or something. In which case, no. Not then. Not then, though.
Essential and characteristic attribute of that thing. If something is inherent, that means that it belongs to the essential nature of that thing. The idea that our human dignity, our human rights are inherent, our personhood is inherent. This is an idea that lies very much at the foundation of our...
What rights do you even support, bro? Every fucking thing I've ever heard you talk about, you've been trying to take away rights. Now all of a sudden you're going to talk about how vaunted and beautiful they are?
He supports the right of MATT WALSH to tell you what to do and how to do it.
And it's seems to be about it. Of special privileges being given to fetuses, whereas women are forced to carry them, even though at the same time acknowledging, well, they have full rights, they should have full rights to their life. That can be imposed on them. So they really don't under his system.
Yeah, this sucks balls. All right, next.
Yeah, next. It's not gonna be any better. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it's not like Matt Walsh start making sense. Like, oh, you know what? He's reasonable now.
Let's
period Matt Walsh went through. That was a crazy fucking period, right, guys?
Yeah, remember when he was right? All right, this is the Matt Walsh take that I don't know that I disagree with anything.
Max Winter says a black.
What's that?
Was it kill cyclist on site or something?
No, I didn't see that one. If I had seen that, that might have been the second one. But this is one I don't think he actually says anything I disagree with here. But we'll see.
Black actor playing the Little Mermaid really is a case of white erasure. All forms of art, including fairy tales, are meant to be reflections of the author's experiences and observations. Hans Christian Andersen probably based the Little Mermaid.
He's reading a message from a viewer right now, by the way.
Based on experiences he went through in his home country of Denmark. So it makes sense that most of his characters would be white, since that's the world and the people he was surrounded by. Yeah, I'm given the way that we deal with these sorts of issues, I'm sympathetic to that. Now, I would be fine, like we talked about yesterday. We don't have to rehash the entire thing, but if we all agreed that race in films and TV shows, especially fictional stories, don't matter, and we're going to take a kind of colorblind casting approach, and it doesn't matter as long as the actor is good. If we could all agree on that, then I'd be on board. And
yeah, I'm already on board. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what the reason. I don't give a shit if they cast whatever race as whatever character. I don't care if it's a real person. I don't care. You know, I've seen you guys be like, what if they cast Ryan Gosling as MLK? I don't give a shit. That's their own business. People can decide if they want to see it or not. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't give a rat's ass. Real person, fictional character, whatever fucking race you want to be. I don't give a rat's fucking ass ever. I don't care if there's a political agenda behind it or not. I really don't give a shit. I never will. Sorry.
As I said, that's basically what it was for many years, what it was back in the 90s.
No.
But what I cannot abide by,
all right,
is the double standard thing where we say, well, the casting, the race in casting matters only for certain races and not for others. No, we're not.
I don't feel like anyone does that. I mean, I guess there's like maybe like a little bit of a thing where it'd be weird to take a character that's black and make them white, but that's only because there's already a shit ton of white characters. Like there's already mountains and mountains of the fucking things. So
they did that. One of the most beloved movies that people watch on TV all the time in America, and maybe overseas too, is The Shawshank Redemption. And Morgan Freeman's character was originally like an Irishman with red hair.
Yeah, that's why it's called red in the movie, but they're just like, whatever. They made it into a joke, basically.
Yeah, but no one fucking, at the time, no one gave a shit. So it's like, you know, people act like this.
Yeah, can you imagine today? There would be fucking outrage about it. They'd be like, this is woke shit. The original character's white and they replaced him with black man. And by the way, it's also part of their little conspiracy where every redhead is replaced with a black person. So,
well, TD, if you heard, like, they're making a movie about Cleopatra, right?
Yeah.
And originally it was going to be Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot was going to be Cleopatra. Be like, oh no, horrible, no, that's not right. That's a horrible casting choice. Don't do it. You know, a bunch of people were upset, right?
Right.
And then they recast it. Now Cleopatra is portrayed by a black actress. I don't remember her name.
Right.
And be like, oh no, Cleopatra was Macedonian. She was Greek. No, oh God.
I need all these people who care so much about this shit to just stop.
And it's like, who
I need all these
fuck, dude? Even just watch a fucking movie or a show.
I was reading an article about the fucking same thing you're talking about, and they were the person
those crybabies on both sides, dude.
The person at the end of the article basically was like, "Hey, actually, giving a shit about this would be kind of contrary to the times of the because they didn't even view race the same way we did. They didn't have this weird skin tone divisions that we have. No one gave a shit about that back then. So, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I wish we'd just go back to that. Who gives a rat's ass about the color of your damn skin? It's the stupidest shit.
Doing that. Also, by the way, with The Little Mermaid, can we also just mention that just from
all right, now this is my favorite part because I think this might be another case of accidentally based, but like what he's describing actually sounds pretty fucking cool.
From a scientific perspective, okay, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have someone with darker skin who lives deep in the ocean I mean, if anything, I mean, not only should the Little Mermaid be pale, she should actually be translucent. If you look at deep sea creatures, they're like translucent. They have no kind of pigmentation whatsoever. And they're just like these horrifying, they look like skeletons floating around in the ocean.
I am 100% in support of skeletal translucent Ariel, dude. as a deep sea monstrosity, like a fucking coelacanth or whatever the fuck. What's that? Anglerfish or something? You know? I want an anglerfish vibe Ariel. That shit would be awesome. I would see the fuck out of that.
They can make Flounder into like a fucking anglerfish.
Yeah. Flounder could be an angler. She could be like this horrible, translucent, deep sea nightmare, you know? She can fucking sing like really spooky. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Fucking great, dude. Anyway, that's about as close as I get to agreeing with Matt Walsh on fucking anything. It's not much, but at least it's something.
And right here looks like if you go back to him, it looks like he was about to milk a cow too.
Yeah.
But you can probably get behind, TJ. You like milking cows.
I've never actually milked a cow before. Probably like it more than this. Let's see.
Back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. It's a simple.
All right, let's just take a moment to accept the fact that we're going to be watching Piers Morgan talk to
fuck you, TJ.
Matt Walsh. All right, Scotty's bailing on that. What happened? Oh, whatever. He's dead. I'm not fucking playing it without his ass here. He's suffering through this shit, so whatever. I ain't gonna fucking suffer this alone. Or just with Paul. I'd rather get kicked in the head by a cow right now. I mean, that would probably give you the sweet release of death and or unconsciousness. So
yeah, at least unconsciousness.
Piers Morgan too.
I feel like I'm pretty close to that already.
Yeah, I mean, Piers Morgan. How do you feel about Piers Morgan? I mean, everyone hates him, but like, to what level do you hate Piers Morgan?
I mean, he's pretty much everything wrong with the world, so I'm gonna go with like a 8 out of 10.
Okay. Yeah, I feel about the same.
He's not the most contemptible worm on the planet, but he's pretty fucking close, man.
So how about Matt?
I mean, he's a 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah. Who's a 10? Is there a 10?
I mean, there's only one individual I can think of that's a 10.
I got it. At least you're not
questioned.
Oh, right. I'm waiting for Scotty. Fuck that. He can't.
Yeah.
He already got out of some of this shit with his computer problems. So
yeah,
inescaping this shit.
A pina colada made in half a coconut husk, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I know what he's up to.
He's fucking out there. He's enjoying himself. Now
Jerking
he's probably off
out real quick, getting the serotonin flowing.
Probably gonna take 30 minutes and then come back and like, I'm sorry guys, I fell in the toilet or something, you know. Not a Piers Morgan gauntlet, dude. Piers Morgan is literally not gauntletable. All right. The thing about Piers Morgan is there's nothing to gauntlet there. It's just like, there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to respond to. I mean, I guess there is, but like it's limited. Like, have you ever seen us play a Piers Morgan video on the show? We don't do it because there's nothing there.
I mean, maybe we have, but it's always him interviewing some vastly more interesting human being.
Right. In this case, I mean, who you think maybe Matt Walsh will out-boring Piers Morgan?
He might, yeah. I mean, yeah, he might. I think I would say that Piers Morgan is a better entertainer than Matt Walsh. So
that's really fucking bad.
Well, I know, but I mean, look, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel with the comparison already. So
I know it's true. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna play it. I guess Scotty fucking gets out of it.
Now terrifies politicians the world over, and it's this: what is a woman? Well, Conservative podcast host Matt Walsh, in a moment of defying intervention, has made a documentary about it, and it's called simply "What is a Woman?" and it's out now.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that? Well, you're at the Women's March. You must have some idea.
Please, if one person could tell me what a woman is.
You are not here for women. We ask you to leave.
What is that? A woman is not anything in particular.
There is not one particular thing.
It could be many things to many people. Some women have penises, right? Some men have vaginas.
I like scented candles. And I've watched Sex and the City.
Yeah.
How do I know if I'm a woman?
You're not. You're nothing. You're not even a human being.
I mean, you are if you say you are.
No. Most people, I would say that's true, but for Matt Walsh, no.
It's a socially constructed designation.
Yeah, but he's not part of my he's not part of my society anymore. He's gone. He's out. I no longer acknowledge his humanity. I now deny him entry into my human club. He has been othered. He has been dehumanized. He has been pseudo-speciated. He is gone. Yeah, it is a social designation. It's totally fucking meaningless bullshit.
Great question.
You're not a scientist. You're not a gender studies major.
No.
How do you know that you're a man?
I guess because I got a dick.
Can a man become a woman?
I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
Women only know what women are.
Are you a cat?
No.
Can you tell me what a cat is? You want to tell us what a woman is?
Tell us what a cat is. What's a cat, bruh? Come on. Tell me. Tell me what a cat is. Scotty, what's a cat? Scotty, tell me what a cat is, Scotty. Scotty, tell me what's a cat. What's a cat, Scotty? What's a cat? What's a cat? What's a cat? What's a cat?
What?
What's a cat?
An evil little creature that follows you around and like bites you and like scratches you and wants food constantly.
Well, Matt Walsh joins me now. Matt, great to talk to you. It's a fascinating documentary because the chronic inability.
Is it really? Is it fascinating?
It's a fascinating documentary, Matt Walsh. God damn, it's the most fucking fascinating thing I ever saw. Is it, though? I suppose it must be. Piers Morgan wouldn't lie.
Apparently sane, intelligent individuals to answer this incredibly simple question is breathtaking.
All right, you guys answer it then. Let's hear it.
I mean, my contention is that it's simple to explain, but it's not necessarily a simple question, which is part of the problem with this documentary's portrayal of it.
I mean, really, any simple question can ultimately be complicated. I mean, honestly, simple questions kind of are more complicated in a way.
What is a woman, TJ? Can you answer the question?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Fucking big old pair of titties in my face, Scotty. That's a woman right there. Put a big old fucking set of titties in my face and jiggle them shits around. That there's a woman, Scotty. Do you agree with me?
Hell yeah.
Big old set of titties, woman. Well, guess what, Scotty? I'm a woman. Look. No! I got a big old set of titties right here. Woo! Woo!
Oh.
You ain't a woman unless you got a vagina. You get a vagina, you know, that's, you know, you woman. It's when you know it right there.
That's really simple then.
And, you know, we're seeing it all over the world now. Senior politicians everywhere. And we saw it with Ketanji Brown Jackson. This is a woman who's now a Supreme Court justice. This is what she said when she was asked about this in her confirmation hearing.
Look at this here. She gonna be asked what a woman be, and this is what she gonna say. Look at it here.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
I'll provide a definition for the word woman for you. Do it.
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of-
I mean, Matt, when you heard that, when you heard a Supreme Court justice nominee saying, I can't say what a woman is, even though she is one.
Let's think about that, Matt. What does that say about where we are? What does that say, Matt? What does it say about us? She was asked what is a woman, and she couldn't even say nothing. Yeah, because she astutely and deftly avoided falling for that fucking lame bullshit. It's like, what was that say, Matt? It says she's too smart to play your stupid fucking game. That's what it fucking says.
No, it says she doesn't know. You don't know, TJ? They don't know. Only person knows right here is Matt Walsh. He knows.
What is a loaded question?
Because she's not a biologist. What did you think?
Oh, at Femboy Applebee's, every hour is happy hour. Yeah.
Are you at Femboy Applebee's, Paul?
Yes, I am.
Have you escaped there?
Yep, that's where I've gone. I'm at my happy place, Femboy Applebee's.
Femboy Applebee's. What do they have there?
Chili lime chipotle chicken.
Oh, yeah?
That's the special right now. You can either get asparagus or mashed potatoes on the side of that.
And it's served by femboys, I assume.
Of course, and cooked by femboys as well.
Oh, so they're they're the whole kitchen staff too.
Well, yeah, because of course, I don't see anybody that's not a femboy at Femboy Applebee's.
I mean, that makes sense. I didn't know. I mean, because you don't usually see kitchen staff, so I thought maybe it really wouldn't matter back there. But no, you're a purist. I mean, that makes sense. First Hooters now. I mean, look, Applebee's has been looking for a way to stay culturally relevant, and I don't know. Seems like it might be the best way to do it.
Femboy Applebee's is the way to go. I
think in the Berenstein universe, that's what Ben Shapiro does for a living. I think he actually is a waiter at Femboy Applebee's, making a salary more commensurate with his level of talent too. But getting a lot in tips, I'm sure. More than one kind of tip too.
First, I thought this is great timing because we were going to announce our film that week, and then that moment happened, and it was kind of divine providence, I think, as you pointed out. There's
no, it wasn't. I don't care. Even if there is a God, he ain't helping you. I don't believe it.
There's two different things going on here. You've got people who can't answer the question, who are actually confused about it, and that's quite terrifying that people are confused about something as simple as this. But then you also have people who are pretending to be confused when they're not really, which is actually even more concerning in a lot of ways. And I think that Ketanji Brown Jackson, I'm going to assume, given that she's a very successful, intelligent person, and she is a woman herself and realizes that she's a woman, I think she's in the latter category where she actually knows that a woman is a female, but is pretending that she doesn't know.
She just doesn't want to play your guys' fucking game once again, because like she can smell that shit coming a mile away, as any fucking reasonable person could. Same reason that fucking chick walked away from you on the street when you fucking started asking her to define what cats are and shit, is most people just like the moment they realize that you're playing some kind of bullshit little language game, they just say like, oh, fuck this guy, I'm out of this.
A woman is an adult human female. Oh! I'm on Wikipedia, TJ. It says it right there. First thing, a woman is an adult human female. Number one, TJ.
Damn.
Source is Mosby's Pocket Dictionary of Medicine, Nursing, and Health Professions.
Oops. No, it's not.
Do you deny that source?
What source do I deny? Sorry.
It is the source is a woman is an adult human female.
Okay.
It's Mosby's Pocket Dictionary of Medicine, Nursing, and Health Professions ebook. Do you deny that? You agree with that?
Yeah, I deny it. That's fine.
I mean, there's some other stuff.
Now, for a limited time, when you buy one of Femboy Applebee's triple thick shakes, you get your very own Femboy to take home in a doggy-style doggy bag.
That sounds good.
Nothing is more refreshing on a hot summer day than a triple thick shake served to you by a triple thick Femboy booty.
I'm sorry that I ignored your question there, Scotty, but I had to. I had a more important mission. I had to go get these pictures. Someone asked me if I pulled pictures of Matt Walsh without a beard, and I hadn't. So I decided to go looking. And I'm going to share those with you now.
I've seen it. It's bad.
I think I've never seen this before.
Oh, first time ever, huh?
Yeah, they popped my cherry on this. So
the best part of waking up This femboy Folgers in your cup.
Yeah. If only. Anyway, here you go. Here's the exact opposite of a femboy for you.
No.
Oh my God, man. Oh no.
Oh, that's bad.
Hashtag where's the chin?
Dude. I mean, this guy calling people fucking dorks. I mean, did he look in a mirror prior to that? Oh, wow, yeah. It is bad, dude.
Oh my God, man. He looks like the greasiest neck beard you've ever seen in your life.
He looks, and I mean, I'm saying this is me. Keep that in mind, all right? Put the full context of who I am. He looks fucking gross.
Is that a fedora? No, that's a trilby.
Dude, he looks like, you know the horrible yellow dude in the movie Sin City? He looks like that.
He looks like that dude before he turned yellow or some shit. What in the fuck? He looks gross. He looks fucking gross. He looks like you could fucking fry up some fucking potatoes in the grease you could slick off his face. It's nasty.
Dude, yeah, someone's definitely done some wardrobe and like appearance shit with him. Like he's had like a fucking style consultant come into his life. Like now,
I mean,
grumpy.
I would, if you have told me that Matt Walsh had a style consultant, I would have said that they were terrible at their job. But seeing this, I mean, they kind of worked a minor miracle.
Yeah, they really did. Like, if you look at him,
I mean, yeah, as gross as he looks now, I mean, like, just fucking,
because she's beholden to this.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is nasty, but like, it's not. At least it's not this. You know what I mean?
This is bad, dude. This is like your fucking Uber driver that like is like wildly inappropriate with you.
This is the Uber that you refuse to get in, is what this is.
Like, where you going to the airport? I'll take you.
This is the Uber that if they're like, "Hey, are you TJ?" You look in and be like, "No."
Yeah, wrong guy. Sorry, bro.
Dude, are you going to tell me that this guy right here has never watched anime?
Oh, that's true. This is 100% a weeb right here.
Come on, dude.
Anime, what's that? You're going to hell if you watch Anase or whatever it's called.
Dude, this guy knows the fucking lyrics to like shit that hasn't even been released in English. Okay, come on, bullshit. Fuck that. This is a weeb if I've ever seen one. There's no fucking way this isn't a weeb. This is 100% weeb. I mean, even the weebs in the chat. I know you guys are here. You know your own when you see your own. You guys have been to anime conventions. You know this motherfucker is a weeb, right? Don't fucking lie to me.
There's one of them weebs, sir. I can spot a weeb a mile away.
It hurts to look at. I mean, yeah, it should.
Oh, yes, sir, it does. Look at him. Oh, that boy needs a beard. Some feels.
I had a dude who looked like this shame me for listening to Skinny Puppy. It was, how do you know it wasn't him?
It might have been Matt Walsh.
Yeah, how do you know it was just a dude that looked like this? If y'all do a weeb gauntlet, each maybe wants to compare this, see if it's worse. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely this motherfucker. Yeah, it's like a Magic the Gathering or comic book nerd, in my opinion. I mean, it's all those things have gigantic fucking Venn diagram intersections and shit. So come on.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh. Dude, Matt Walsh is someone that, yeah, he looks actually worse younger. That's somehow possible.
Ideology that has, basically backs her into this corner. And so she has to feign ignorance about something as simple as this.
Right. I mean, I asked the president in the UK, the National Union of Students president, a young woman, a very bright young woman, but I asked her, what is a woman, out of interest? And she thought I was trying to trap her. She actually thought this was a trap. I said, no, I'm just asking you what you think a woman is. It's not a trap. It shouldn't be a trap.
It is that you use it like a
shouldn't be
trap,
but you guys use it like a trap.
Because if a person gives any other answer other than a person with a giner, then you like look at them like they're fucking wacky or whatever. So it is a trap. It's a trap question.
Yeah, if it's not a trap, then you would accept the answer. You would accept the answer that like it's a social designation, and like we can fucking demonstrate that because it's not expressed itself. Like there's no biological link between having a fucking pussy and wearing a dress, or having a pussy and wearing whatever the fucking customary clothes were at the time, or inhabiting whatever the customary social role was at the time, which has changed from culture to culture, time to time, place to place, income level to income level. The expectations placed upon it are always different, but they're always the only thing commonality is that they're always linked to basically like you have this genitalia, therefore you dress this way, you think this way, you talk this way, you do this.
Not very scientific, TJ. What about a pair of X chromosomes?
I mean, yeah, like I said, no one's denying the existence of that genitalia or that chromosomal makeup.
Yeah.
No one's denying that. No one's denying the existence of male and female in terms of like reproductive biology and shit.
Yeah, sounds like you are, TJ. Sounds like you are to me.
No, I'm not.
You could give a simple answer to the question, TJ. I mean, if you look, I'm on the Wikipedia page for women. It says a woman is an adult human female. What issue do you have with that?
I'm pretty sure it goes on to say some other things from there.
Yeah, it does.
Like what?
It says prior to adulthood, a female human, TJ,
Uh-huh.
is referred to as a girl, female, child, or adolescent. The plural women is sometimes used in certain phrases, such as women's rights, to denote female humans regardless of age. Typically, women inherit a pair of X chromosomes, one from each parent, and are capable of pregnancy and giving birth from puberty until menopause. More generally, sex differentiation of the female fetus is governed by the lack of a present or functioning SRY gene on either one of the reproductive sex chromosomes, DJ. Did you know that? Female anatomy is distinguished from the male anatomy by the female reproductive system, which includes ovaries, fallopian tubes, uterus, vagina, and vulva.
Astonishing.
Would you like me to continue, TJ?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't deny the existence of the female sex.
TJ, you dispute it.
I mean, I don't dispute anything that was said, other than saying that those biological factors are what makes someone a woman. I don't agree with. Because I believe it's a social designation.
Ideology.
Now, if you want to say that
you're insane.
Okay. This is why it's a trap, though.
It's a deranged ideology. Then you admit it, TJ. That if it's not based on that, then it's based on your opinion.
It's really not based on my opinion either. It's based on like how society perceives these things.
And if I perceive it differently, and a majority of people do, then they're not a woman.
I mean, yeah, I mean that's like kind of like why there's this massive social upheaval right now about this.
You lose, TJ.
No, because I mean, like, really, at its core, this argument is about what determines the title of woman. Is it genitalia, or is it self-identification? And for me, more broadly speaking, I just did a video about this not too long ago. More broadly speaking, it's ultimately just like a bullshit term that has no actual meaning. It's just a social distinction that shouldn't even really exist, and people should be uncoupled from all of these expectations placed upon their genitals or their chromosomes or whatever the fuck other actual point-toable anatomical differences there are between the sexes. But like deriving social designations on the basis of that, to me, is like inherently irrational.
Sounds insane.
I mean, really, like the argument about what word to use really doesn't matter all that much. Like if you could be called like a woman, but you could do whatever you want and express yourself however you want, and you could like, I might be a woman, but I'm going to like present in this body and do these things, and I'm going to deny anything associated with it. Like, it would still be kind of stupid. It'd be pretty much meaningless. But like that wouldn't really, the objectionable part is not so much the language as it is just like the expectations put upon like your body and your behavior and everything else under the sun. Ultimately, though, like, gender is just kind of a useless fucking concept that is only limiting and doesn't actually do anything positive for human beings, in my opinion. And I think that could be argued pretty fucking vociferously and pretty passionately and pretty like, I think the argument holds water.
Depends on the context of the argument. Like, there's some afflictions that for people who are biologically female, they're more likely to develop, or male. I mean, there can be some medical differences, I would say.
Right. But I don't have any like I said, I don't have any problem with anything like that. I just don't think there should be any like social designations put upon that.
Well, yeah, it's basically really what they're arguing for more is not about what's a woman, but what is, like, how do we define a woman, and like they're obviously arguing for very strict gender conforming guidelines of like, this is what we view traditionally as a woman is what a woman is, and that's it. And it's not up for debate or discussion. That's the only way you can be. And you have to have these biological characteristics have to be consistent. All this has to be consistent. If it's not,
but they're not even really honestly aware of their own traditions on that front, because like a lot of things that are considered feminine right now would have been considered masculine at one point. A lot of things that, and vice versa. Like, is it manly to cry? A lot of fucking, manly men today think it's not. But a lot of fucking ancient cultures considered it like a sign of like, oh, he's really passionate about this. He's in tears, this is a powerful issue for him. That was considered manly. It was manly because it's like, he cares so fucking much about this. Look at his passion. It's inspiring, or the color pink. That used to be considered a manly color. Girls and boys were both dressed in like gender kind of neutral, but really by our modern standards, more feminine clothing for the longest time in American history. So like, the way these fucking things express themselves has changed dramatically. So there's not actually any sort of like defined thing they're even asking for here. They have like, basically their philosophy would basically be if you looked at like a 1950s barbecue advertisement and then derived your entire worldview based on it.
Well, yeah, and it's reinforcing. It's like for a lot of human history, children, I mean, really, we're not even thought of that way or sexualized in that way, or even really considered like all that much different. To be honest with you, it was like it was unisex clothing. It was like, it doesn't matter. You're not really fully formed yet.
Isn't this the same guy that said that shit earlier?
I don't think it's the same guy, but he was fucking warned. That's 5 minutes.
Shit,
I'm pretty sure that dude was the same guy, honestly. I think it was. I remember his name.
5 minutes of his bitch ass being silent.
Anyway,
Paul never went anywhere.
Paul,
you can't have a simultaneous three-way conversation.
You can, Paul. How dare you not?
How have we got to a place where young women are paralyzed with fear about even saying what they are?
This is gender ideology. I mean,
no one is fucking terrified. People just don't want to deal with your bullshit. There's a difference between terror and just being like, oh, I don't want to fucking, what? No, I'm not fucking talking to that guy.
Cult, DJ, it's a cult. Don't you know that? It's a trans cult. The trans cult's here. It doesn't facts, irrelevant. They just believe what they want to believe.
Paul versus Chad is always entertaining.
That's what this is. And, you could kind of, if you want to trace it back, you could kind of decide how far back you want to go. There are certain landmark moments you can point to in history. Now, I think for a lot of people, it feels like everyone knew what a woman was, and a man was a man, and a woman was a woman, up until about 8 years ago.
Goyles were goyles and men were men.
All of human history up until that.
Let me ask you this.
8 years ago was like, oh shit, you know what? I don't know anymore.
If that's true, why was that line in the theme song for that show, for All in the Family? All in the Family is a show from the 70s where there's the main character is a conservative guy, and he's singing every intro, he sings a song on his piano. And that song includes a line, and you knew who you were then. And then his wife chimes in, girls were girls and men were men. Why are they opining for the days when girls were girls and men were men? Because apparently
I think it's something has something to do with the idea that what attributes and behaviors made up a man changed in definition as time went on from their childhood to their adulthood.
Wow, insane! You don't
almost
say.
like they're a social construct and not a hard biological definition.
The Archery Bunker Show was satire, right? But why was that? Why were those words put in that character's mouth, though?
Right. It wouldn't be satire if there weren't a bunch of beer-bellied racists sitting at home saying the same shit.
Yeah, in the 1970s. And thinking like, oh man, men ain't men no more. Women ain't women no more. Blah, blah, blah.
It's changed.
That was around then too. So the idea that we were so fucking steadfast in this shit until just 5 minutes ago when these transes showed up, pretty much bullshit. Sorry to tell you. God created the world circa 1950. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Walsh actually believed it.
And then everyone lost their minds. But it actually traces back farther than that. In the film, we go back and we trace it back to guys like John Money and Alfred Kinsey, sexologists and psychoanalysts in the mid-20th century who came up with what we know today as sort of the early iteration of modern-day gender ideology. And I think they got it into the institutions, especially higher, academia, those kinds of institutions.
Yeah, it's crazy how these scientists finally scientifically started studying this idea and found that these terms were far more malleable than people gave them credit for. Isn't that crazy how that happened?
They made it up. That's all it was, guys. They made it up.
You know what it is, Paul? It's insane is what it is.
Is it?
Yeah, it's fucking insane what they done. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We're closing in. And there's still 40 minutes. That's still agony to think about, but like,
I mean, that's a lot.
You've got to do.
It's like, I mean, it feels like within reach though. It's like when you're driving home.
Boils, TJ.
It's like when you're driving home, and you finally get to you like cross into your home state finally, after a long road trip, and you're like, home stretch.
Yeah, but that's always the fucking hardest hour of the road trip.
Yeah, you're right about that. It is almost the worst part because it's like so tantalizingly close, but it's not quite there.
Down to the general public, maybe about 8 years ago is when it sort of exploded onto the mainstream scene and took over at least the Western world after that point, I think.
Based on what? What happened 8 years ago? Nothing. There's nothing happened 8 years ago. You're just fucking full of shit. You're so stupid. I hate you so much. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, you don't remember Trans Day, dude?
That was when trans was invented.
Dude, all the trans people just like appeared out of nowhere, and it's like, who are you? We're the trannies. We'll destroy your society. No! I'm so confused. One is a woman. I don't even know anymore.
The trannies, we're here to destroy society.
It's got, I think, really dangerous.
So, Paul, I'm going to ask you the same question. I mean, we've barely even looked at this. I've barely been able to pay attention to it at all. But like, is Piers Morgan, who's more boring? Which of these motherfuckers is more boring?
Matt Walsh.
Okay.
Yep. That's true.
Good to know.
Dangerous and insidious, actually, to society is particularly in issues like sport, where you see trans athletes now dominating in women's sport. We had an example of this at the weekend where a biological male.
I saw a fucking thing the other day where there was a bunch of people mad because a trans woman was in the London like women's run or whatever the fuck bullshit, and like she beat 14,000 biological women.
And you're almost like, damn.
And then it turned, and I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. And then you find out she placed like 6,000th or some shit, and it's like, oh. Even if she placed first, it still wouldn't fucking matter one goddamn bit to me. But still, like the fact that they were like literally trying to draw outrage from like, oh man, she's running against those biological women and she placed 6,000th.
But
like,
if she had run against man, how would she have done? Not very.
You know what's really funny? I didn't see anyone report who won the race. I didn't see anyone be like, first place in the London women's race goes to this bitch.
Well, because
no one cared about that.
Well, it didn't fit their narrative. If they had won the marathon, then it would have fit their narrative. They would report them as the winner.
skateboarder who was 32, I think, or something. This person decided to compete as a woman, has now transitioned to be a woman, in this skateboarding competition in New York against girls as young as 12 and destroyed the field and won. This is what the trans athlete said afterwards.
I find that funny because that's like what I'm getting beat up about the most is like, you're beating little kids and little girls. And I'm just like, I didn't intend to do that. Like, this was the first competition that I've been to that I actually wanted to win. The skill level's, again, really determined by your determination, your tenacity to just like put yourself on top and through these obstacles.
This just in, best athlete wins competition.
She wouldn't have won shit, dude, if she had competed in the right category.
This idea that fucking trans athletes just go into these spaces and just like dominate and clean up fucking shit is like pretty much not accurate.
No, it really isn't.
I mean, like there's like, I believe this is kind of like almost like the first example of one that actually fucking did like some like.
Well, there was the swimming one as well.
Yeah, right. So there's like been a couple like that, but like you look by and large at like how trans athletes do stacked up against fucking
dominate every time.
They finish at the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it's usually not all that impressive.
Every time, complete domination.
And here's the other thing. Even if you could show that like trans women were like advantaged, so what? Tall women are probably better at basketball than short women, right? Like I'd probably make a better fucking sumo wrestler than a fucking jockey, right? You know what I mean? Like everyone's different. Everyone's got different physical attributes. I mean, like I'm fucking 6 foot, fucking whatever the fuck. 6'6", 6'7", I don't know, somewhere in that fucking ballpark. And you know, that probably puts me at advantage in some situations against other people. So what? It
also puts you in a detriment in some sports.
Yeah. Like, you know, like I said, I'd be a better sumo wrestler than I'd be a fucking a jockey. Or I don't know what else. Fucking
like a fencer.
Yeah. There's certain sports where it wouldn't give me any advantage at all. The fact that I'm like fat, that works against me in pretty much almost any athletic endeavor. You know, everybody's got different attributes. Everybody's got different levels they can be conditioned to. But everyone has different baseline physical fucking attributes. And, you know, most of them we do not fucking lose our shit over, even if they do confer an advantage. So I don't know why transness needs to be looked at as so like startlingly different than like having extreme height or having these other fucking attributes that are outliers. And really, if you look at like the percentage of people who are trans and the percentage of people who are athletes and the percentage of people that actually like are both, it's pretty fucking small, because competitive level athletes are a pretty fucking small portion of the population. Trans people are a pretty fucking small portion of the population. And the places where those two things overlap is an incredibly small portion of the population. And yet this has been made into such a gigantic fucking issue. Despite the fact that by and large, when studies have been done about this, trans women tend to fall in the middle of the pack. And by the way, you almost never even hear stories about trans male athletes because, of course, they have no competitive advantage, even by the logic of the transphobes.
I mean, you hardly hear anything about trans men, period.
True.
Which is another suspect part of this anti-trans movement that's just cropped up.
And in fact, when you do hear about trans men, it's like they're being portrayed as victims. Like, you know, gender confused young girl convinced to transition into a boy. So young, so impressionable, didn't know what she was doing. It's like that kind of shit usually.
It has nothing to do with your age.
Do you think that you have a physical advantage?
I'm like, look at me. I'm not like buff or anything, you know? I don't think skateboarding has anything to do with physicality.
I mean,
clearly skateboarding does have something to do with physicality. That's
I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but it's not as reliant on male or it's not like a sex reliant sport. It's a pretty skill based sport. So
there is 29 or 32, but the competition, the girl who came second was 12. The kind of level of delusion there that there was no physical advantage.
I mean, like, if you guys are gonna make such a big deal about the fact that there was like kids competing, then maybe like the problem is that children and adults shouldn't be competing against each other.
yeah, I'm pretty sure a biological female of that age would have fucking dunked all over the 12-year-olds too. You know,
age brackets or like weight class, like there's different ways that sports divide up, and yeah, like obviously a 12-year-old against someone who's 20 is gonna be at a distinct disadvantage, probably no matter who it is.
Males dominate versus females in skating. Yeah, maybe they do. I don't know. But I mean, like, to what extent is that like just because there's way more dudes that do it?
Skating is a traditionally male pastime. It just is. I mean, if you look at the history of skateboarding, it was mostly men, mostly boys doing it. When I was a kid, my sister didn't want to skateboard, and I did. So that plays way more of a role. There are more boys that start skateboarding and get into it really heavily at a young age and develop the motor skills and stuff required to pull off the moves. And there are women. That's it.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, there could be some kind of fucking performance differences based on something to do with actual fucking
whatever they are at the top level of competition.
They're probably pretty
at the top level of competition. They're negligible.
Yeah, I would imagine they're pretty much not. They don't really account for much of performance difference. But without some sort of actual like scientific fucking inquiry into that, it's kind of hard to know. But I would instinctively I would say Paul's probably right about that.
From being a biological male, that's where we've got to. They genuinely believe there's nothing wrong with this, but it's clearly, to me, transparently unfair.
All right, well. Here's the idea, guys. Since you guys are saying that biological males inherently better skateboarders than biological females, I want you guys to both enter the female skate competition and just clean up. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah,
I want to see.
Do it right.
Yeah, I want to see how. I want to see Matt Walsh and Piers Morgan put their superior male genetics to the test and just fucking clown on those skateboarding chicks, right? Let's see it.
Why don't they enter? Why don't they fight some MMA female fighters, dude? How about they do that? Because I mean, men are inherently stronger, right?
Dude, I want to see fucking Piers Morgan pull a fucking perfect 720 in the pipe.
Yeah, fucking right, dude.
Let's see it. Why not?
He should be able to.
He's got to
be able to dunk all over those 12-year-old girls, man. He's a man.
Old, oafish British dude. There's no fucking way he can do anything but fall on his fucking face.
Right. Well, we also live.
You know what would suck? Luckily, they'll never make a Piers Morgan biopic. But if they did, they might cast Hugh Grant. I don't think they should ever do that to Hugh Grant.
In a world where now you can't say pregnant woman, you say pregnant.
I'm at that level, I guess, where now I'm like getting mad at casting decisions of movies that'll never be made because I'd rather do that than engage with this fucking shit anymore.
I just love that these dudes who've never mentioned a single female sport or patronized the game of a female team all of a sudden are just absolutely overfilled with trepidation over female sports.
The integrity of these sports is what we care about deeply. We care.
Let's see your WNBA fucking lifetime pass from 18 years ago.
Yeah, these are the same guys, but WNBA. I'm not watching that fucking bullshit sport.
Dude,
now they care though.
I grew up in one of those conservative areas. Scotty did too. Most conservative areas of the country, right? And both of us, both me and Scotty, you know, I know we heard these right-wing redneck motherfuckers talking about women's sports from time to time. And the attitude towards it was always like WNBA. You know, like it was always just like contemptuous, like, yeah.
It was a joke. It was like,
right.
Sports. That's like
female sports was like the butt of their if they mentioned it at all, which was barely ever, but if they mentioned it, it was like it's a joke. It's like something they joke about like watching because they would never actually watch it because they fucking have nothing but contempt and disrespect for it. Yeah, but now all of a sudden now they can use it to dunk on trans people. There's nothing more sacred than women's sports.
Look how wonderful it was. Yeah, it used to be good back in the day. Girls could play softball with girls. Not some weirdo who shows up and is like, I can't cut it with men, so now I'm a woman. That's how it works, right?
And you knew who you were then. Goyles were goyles and men were men.
Simpler time, TJ. A simpler time.
People, because supposedly men get pregnant. This is the ultimate. This is the emperor has no clothes.
Oh yeah, those pregnant men. Nothing triggers them more, except for girl dicks, of course.
Dude, you put
dicks.
those together in a tweet, and fucking, it's over for you.
I bet you could even get the attention of J.K. Rowling with such a tweet. You wouldn't think you'd be able to, just repeating those two simple phrases, but somehow.
Oh, you'd be wrong.
And you wouldn't think that people would be so mad about you doing
do
that.
you? Oh, do you like antagonizing my friend Scotty? How about this? How about a fucking timeout for that bitch ass?
I have the roles reversed in that song. Well, you know what? Isn't it kind of proper that I switch the male and female parts of the song? Right? It was all part of my. It was an elaborate reference that just flew over your stupid head. How about that?
And almost everybody, you look at that, and if you're asked, does it make sense to have a 29-year-old father of 3 competing in the women's competition against 13-year-old girls? If people feel like they're in a position where they can be honest about it, almost everyone is going to say, obviously, no. By the way, about that particular individual.
What, Scotty?
That's a failure of the competition to not segregate adults from children or young people from competing.
Right. Like the problem is, I mean, if you're going to get real, I mean, I don't know what the fucking standard practice is in skateboarding. I don't fucking know shit about it, but I can tell you that if you're complaining about a 29-year-old beating a bunch of 12-year-olds, then that's like Scotty said, a fault of not not age segregating the sport or having different tiers for different age groups. Like I didn't play, if you went and played Little League, you wouldn't play against the fucking minor league baseball team. You know, it's like, all right, do that. That's not how it's done.
New York Yankees, good luck. You know, it's like, whoa, they're playing T-ball.
He actually did an interview about a year ago where he said that he knows he's
one
not
of
a
the
woman,
first female skateboarding like champions was Peggy Aoki. And she was so good they would make her compete with the boys.
Right.
Because she just dominated every girls competition she was in. So this is just a fucking ridiculous argument.
Did she have a penis?
I'm pretty like if I had a guess, I would say she had a vagina.
Shit.
Ah, vagina.
She must have been really good. All right. Scotty, I have before me 4 piles of tarot. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Okay.
You're going to tell me which one I should draw from, Scotty. And that will define your fate.
3.
You are the magician.
Yes. I'm a fucking magician.
The 4 elements are unified under you. There you go, Scotty.
I mean, naturally they are.
It's a beautiful thing. How about you, Paul? You can do 1, 2, or 4.
4.
You're this poor son of a bitch carrying swords.
Nice. Dude, I got a hella swords.
You do. You got like
a sword?
7 swords, dude.
Dude, lucky number 7 too. The 7 of swords.
I guess I'll go with 2. I just got a bunch of dumbass sticks.
Lame.
That's all I get.
Damn.
I get
a bundle of sticks for you, TJ.
I mean, they're wands, I guess, technically. But I got how many? Fucking 8 of them.
I mean, the wands are my favorite arcana. If I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. And 1 was the sun, just in case. No one got that, but whatever. Anyway, this has been TJ's impromptu tarot bullshit.
But he wants to be cute and feminine like women, and so that's what he's trying to do. He actually says that. So it's got to the point now where someone.
Mm-hmm. How about you become a man for a second?
Yeah.
Matt Walsh.
Why were you allowed to fucking masculine up with your beard then?
Yeah, shave that motherfucker off.
Without it.
Let's see again.
Show us what lies beneath, Matt.
Oh.
You know, we've seen you with that horrible layer of stubble that makes you look greasy as fuck, but we've yet to see you completely clean shaven. You know, I showed the people. I showed them that I am little soft lesbian TJ under this beard.
Lesbian TJ.
What are you?
You know, they don't even affirm themselves as a woman, and yet we have to do that. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
How has your documentary gone down, Matt? Have you had a lot of pressure not to give it much airtime?
Huh?
Yeah, well, it's been interesting. So it's, you know, we've fortunately been able to get outside of kind of the conservative podcast bubble and reach a mainstream audience, which is what we wanted to do. And the reception in that kind of general audience has been really overwhelmingly good, and people are happy this film is out there.
Where?
Mainstream critics, though, have just decided they're going to ignore this movie completely. You go to Rotten Tomatoes right now, and you'll find that not one single mainstream film critic has reviewed the film.
Good.
Wait, so they're required? So they're ignoring you if they do that? How many people do they reject reviewing these films for every day? Not to mention, I don't think your film got a theatrical release. So make better movies, actually get theatrical releases, and then they'll probably review it.
So,
is that no one reviewed him?
So he's had some critics since then.
I want to see a movie that starts with this interview and then just goes right into the narrative where the interview ends, and we follow Matt Walsh home, where he furtively secrets himself away in a back room and starts playing with a very interesting and intricate puzzle box.
Yeah.
I think the movie starting that way might go places that I like.
Amen.
We sent the screeners to mainstream critics, and they told us, I refuse to watch it. I'm not going to watch anything from the Daily Wire. And so they won't even look at it. They refuse to even take the time to see what we can present.
Which is complete madness, because I watched it with great fascination. It's very well made. It's a very simple premise. And the results, frankly, are startling and pretty disconcerting. Final question.
I should have known that last week would be interesting. I heard someone shout my name.
This is Matt Walsh's response to the people who are out to get him.
Oh, shit.
Well, I should have known that last week would be interesting. It began in an unusual way. On Sunday, I was leaving church with 3 of my kids in tow, and as I was walking towards the car, I heard someone shout my name from behind me, and I get flagged down by fans on the way out of church pretty frequently.
Oh, somebody yelled, "Hey, bitch boy." Hey, punk ass little bitch. That's what somebody yelled. Heard your name.
That's our hero right there, Matt Walsh.
Hey, punk bitch. He would turn.
Out is my core demographic, so I didn't think it was anything, out of the ordinary. And the guy ran up, shook my hand, started making friendly small talk, but then his tone changed suddenly, and he told me that actually he thinks that my work has a terrible impact on the world. He said that this church, the one we just came out of, is a place of love, not hate, and I'm not welcome there. Now,
Good for that church.
Yeah,
amen.
It's a good church.
Sounds like a pretty. I mean, it's not a good church because there's no such thing in my opinion, but it's an all right church.
I mean, it's definitely a church that Matt Walsh shouldn't be within 10 miles of.
Yeah, sounds like any church has the decency to be like, nah.
Hey, Matt Walsh, good to meet you. Get the fuck away from us.
I responded in no uncertain terms that he can't speak to me that way in front of my children and that he should be ashamed of himself. He turned around and walked hurriedly away, and that was the end of the conversation.
Of course, because he was so terrified.
But why can't he speak to you like that in front of your children? Like, is there some rule against that?
Well, Matt is implying here that he manned up, and this person was like, whoa. He wasn't ready for the fury of Matt Walsh, right?
You saw Matt Walsh, and that was like, oh, you need to get out of here, buddy. Oh, okay, Matt. I'm sorry, man. Not Matt Walsh.
Yeah, none of this happened. Well,
yeah. Did everybody outside the church spontaneously break into applause at the end of this as well?
Yes. Fortunately.
And then later I talked to my pastor, and he was kicked out for accosting me in front of my children. And I was awarded Parishioner of the Year.
Now, I hoped that my kids who were standing there hadn't been paying attention maybe, and maybe didn't realize what the guy said to me. was hoping perhaps it didn't register on them. But when we got to the car, my son started to cry. And he asked me why that mean man said those things. And I explained to him that there are people in this...
Why was the mean man mean to you? Is it because of your reprehensible views? No, son. I mean, actually, it really is. But, you know, whatever. I'm allowed to be a douchebag.
This fucking story stinks to high heaven, dude.
You know what, son? There are just some mean-spirited people in this world that thinks that everybody deserves respect, no matter how they choose to present themselves.
And we think that's a load of horse shit.
You know, he came to his son. He told me this is a place of love, but I showed him.
It's a place.
My hate drove him away. It's a beautiful thing, son. Nothing's better than hate.
Well, I was hoping that you wouldn't have to learn this, son, but there are some reprehensible scumbags on this planet that thinks that human beings ought to be loved.
No, Daddy, please. Say it isn't so.
Yes, son. Love and acceptance, tolerance.
No, Daddy, please say it's a dream.
I mean, in fairness, though, everybody does.
Well, I don't feel sorry for his kids yet because I don't think they're of the age where the repercussions of their father being one of the most fucking visible transphobes in the world is really going to come home to roost for them. But once they become teenagers and shit, hell yeah, I feel bad for them.
World who don't like it when you speak the truth and when you try to do what's right. Their hearts are shrouded in darkness and they hate the light, just as the Bible says. I tried to act unfazed for the sake of my kids, but the truth is that I was extremely angry. I don't care what you say about me or to me, but you've crossed a line when you make my boy cry. But it was an important lesson for him to learn.
Wait a minute,
and
your boy
for me
cried?
to relearn in preparation.
Yeah, what the hell, Matt?
It was a man.
You need to smack some sense into that boy crying.
You
like a
toughen
woman.
that boy up.
Yep.
Softer than a marshmallow over there. My boy cries, man. I give him something to cry about.
Mm-hmm. For the week ahead. So on Monday afternoon, I was informed that YouTube was demonetizing my channel. And this was the first step towards a possible permanent demonetization or banishment from the platform entirely. YouTube keeps its rules intentionally vague. That's the way they play the game. They'll penalize you for violating their policies, and yet they won't explain exactly what their policies are.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm not
Actually,
true.
Yeah, that's
Fair point on that one. Broken clock.
So the company gives itself the license to single anybody out for whatever reasons they decide. They accused me of engaging in hateful conduct, which supposedly ran afoul of both their community guidelines and their ads guidelines.
So, yeah, both Paul and Matt Walsh accused of hateful conduct or whatever. I feel like it's a little bit, like a tiny smidgen more credible in Matt's case for some reason. I don't know. Maybe Paul would disagree. I'm not sure, but
I mean, I am a pretty hateful fucking bastard.
That's true.
You know, it's pretty funny to me, you know, that Paul's channel is shit canned and Matt Walsh's channel, you know, he's gotten, by the way, I think in this video, he basically says like he's not going to upload to YouTube anymore. And he has since then continued to upload to YouTube. So it was just this whole thing is just like a total fucking lie or whatever anyway.
Of course.
So I don't know, maybe they restored monetization or something. Maybe it was just like a little tiny little snafu, and then, you know, as soon as he made a stink, they gave it back because he has enough of an audience to do that. I don't know.
Spreading the truth. Who cares if he's demonetized or not? Right, guys?
Right. Shouldn't that be the... I mean, yeah, like you would think that would be, since like obviously he's not just a grifter motivated by money or anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, naturally. He's telling people this because he cares about their souls, dude. He wants to lead them to the light.
They already took the step of deleting a number of my offending episodes, which are gone now from YouTube.
Good.
Which is something that, again, they did on their own.
Good.
And now they're taking away our ads, which is a penalty of more than $100,000 per month.
Free market's working itself out, man. Private corporation, we can't tell them what to do. They already know better.
Says that's a penalty of $100,000 a month. So basically, you're telling me you were making up before that you were making $100,000 a month off of YouTube, spewing this boring, hate-filled shit. Great, that's really depressing.
That's what it adds up to.
If this guy would even care.
Now, they provided us with just 3 examples of my infractions, and these aren't all of them, they said, but they told us about 3. And they wouldn't tell us why they were infractions, but they said that, they told us what 3 of them were, and they said all 3 of them had to do with Dylan Mulvaney, coincidentally. And they all seem to involve the crime of, quote-unquote, misgendering. So, for example, one of the violations occurred when I referred to Mulvaney as a, quote, guy. That was a violation. And what you should know is that we were not flagged by the algorithm. Okay, it's not one of those algorithmic glitches. And this does not appear to be some low-level decision at the company either. Yet, a path to remonetization is available. It seems that we can get back into YouTube's good graces, get our monetization back by simply respecting preferred pronouns and refraining from offering any meaningful.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess you should probably do that then.
They banned him for calling Dylan Mulvaney a guy, not naming every other video bloodthirsty trans cultists neuter children.
Exactly.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, like, you think they would fucking actually zero in on that kind of shit, but whatever. I guess, I mean, this is his presentation, so, like, we don't know that any of this is even remotely fucking accurate in any way. Like, it could be that shit, and this could just be his fucking lying ass excuse for what the fuck is going on. I mean, he started the whole thing with a fucking obviously fake story about Daddy, why did the mean man don't like you? I'm scared, Daddy.
Please, Daddy, protect me from them evil man. Don't make my boy
Critiques
cry.
of gender ideology. In other words, all I have to do to get all that back is forfeit my integrity and betray all of my deepest held principles.
Well, that should be fucking easy because you have neither of those.
I mean, not calling trans women by their preferred pronouns is your deepest held principle.
Yeah, it is. That's
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
It's as deep as it gets, Paul. Sorry to tell you. Don't get no deeper than that. Let's tack on an extra 2 hours. No thanks.
That's it.
Nope.
Now, not to skip ahead, but I can tell you right now that my answer to that offer is not only no, but hell no.
And then when I thought about it some further, I decided to keep uploading to YouTube anyway. So I guess my answer is not just no, but hell no, but yeah, I guess so.
But then yes.
So yeah, because like I said, he's continued to upload since this, even after making a big spectacle of like, I am no longer.
The next day, shortly after I finished eating dinner with my family, I noticed that my Twitter account had been logged out on my computer. And I tried to log back in, but the password didn't work, and that's when I knew that I was hacked. So I grabbed my phone to call my team about it, but my phone had stopped working at the precise moment when the Twitter hack happened, and that's when I knew that the hack went far beyond Twitter. As we would soon find out, the hacker had pulled off a maneuver known as SIM swapping, and that's a thing where the targets, the person who's being targeted, your phone number is transferred over to a SIM card that the hacker controls. And once they have your number and your SIM card, they can access almost anything. And this hacker did. He got into my text messages, my DMs, my emails, everything. Leftists and trans activists were giddy. They were cheering on the attack. They begged for my private messages to be released. They said that I deserved to be the victim of this federal crime. At least one journalist openly solicited my stolen information, put out his email address and asked...
I'm sure more than one.
Oh, way more than one.
I'm sure more than one fucking journalist was trying to fucking get a hold of that shit.
Asked for my stolen DMs and my stolen information to be sent to him, to be emailed to him. The hacker then did an interview with this same journalist who works for the publication Wired. The hacker apparently showed the journalist my tax documents, showed him some of my pictures, some of my old emails. The article directly quotes one of my private emails, though it contained nothing salacious or even mildly interesting. In fact, it was a friendly exchange I had with Steven Crowder 10 years ago. And this made it into the Wired article for some reason. Facts and logic are precious rarities.
I love how even in the midst of like, I was hacked and they got everything and they're selling my data. Anyway, here's the product I'm hawking for you. You got to get the Birch Gold Group. Just text Walsh to 989898. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Yep, great. Good for you, buddy.
Without passing out on stage or, descending into incoherent Joe Biden mumbles. Outside, there were throngs of protesters taken to the streets. They were stopping traffic. They were blocking the exits out of the event. They also dumped thousands of marbles in the hallway outside of the auditorium where the event was taking place in hopes of, making people slip and fall and causing serious injury to hundreds of people as they're walking out. Fortunately, that plan failed. So to summarize, it was...
What are you talking about? It's not 30 seconds until the end. So that's 6 minutes plus left of the shit. Or mine, I guess not a little less than 6 minutes, maybe. Or just about.
It was a difficult week, but also fully in keeping with my experience over the past year or more. Especially since my film, What is a Woman, came out, we have been doxxed, threatened, stalked, harassed, almost constantly. The threats became severe and frequent enough shortly after the film came out to necessitate 24-hour armed security in our home. Last night,
I'm the victim here.
Hey, Matt, how many times is your home?
I'm the victim here.
Because he's claiming the need for basically round-the-clock security. How many attempts have been made on your life? Like, how many times are like, oh, there's a suspicious vehicle outside your home, Matt. Oh my God, it's trans cultists. They're here with rifles. They're here to kill you, Matt. I'm pretty sure I would have heard a story like that. Like that people are like really gunning for you, or is it a bunch of trolls on the internet said shit to you, and you got upset and equated it to like, wow, there's actual death threats against me. Now maybe
family lives in fear.
Maybe there have been legitimate death threats against Matt Walsh, but I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, like you go to the same location to make a show. It seems pretty regularly. Like it seems like you live a fairly normal life. It doesn't look like you're super stressed out and you can't function.
I live a life of terror because the trans activists are trying to kill me every second of every day.
So we have to somehow believe this guy just lives in a world of fear. Even though everything to the contrary doesn't really appear that way. It doesn't really appear like he lives in just a constant state of fear.
He's terrified.
He's like a Solomon Rushdie, TJ. He's just living under like the threat of death constantly.
The 6 hours is up. No, it's not. We've done 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. It's not done yet.
There was a Reddit post which went viral from somebody calling me a homophobic Nazi and saying that I should be murdered. The poster said that he's, quote, tired of me getting away with this. And when he says getting away with it, what he's talking about is that I'm getting away with expressing my beliefs openly.
Is that it? Is that why this is going on? Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
He's tired of that. And he said that there needs to be consequences, quote unquote. The consequences, he specifies, should involve me being bludgeoned to death with a baseball bat.
No, I think tarring and feathering is probably sufficient.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go to the baseball bat. I'm pretty sure a good tarring and some feathering, and you'll be just fine.
TJ, I was like, because Matt Walsh, obviously is claiming to live in a world of terror. It says, it's kind of strange. He's going to all these college campuses, and there's people get all riled up there. Like, how is he able to do that if he credibly believes someone's going to kill him there?
Because, God, he doesn't care about his own life.
He does sometimes, though. Sometimes
all he cares about is the truth. Scotty, the truth.
Yeah. So, like when I fear for my safety, I go into like really crowded rooms and I hold events where I'm like the main speaker and I'm like on a podium on an elevated, a stage where I'm like, here's my opinion, everyone. That's what I do when I'm terrified for my life.
It's because he's courageous, Scotty. Even though he's afraid, he faces his fear. And he takes that stage, even knowing that with every syllable that comes out of his mouth, he knows it could be his last.
Yeah,
he knows that the gunman might be waiting in the wings.
The trans cultist is just they're biding their time. Any day now, they're gonna come get him.
And now if it happens, I guess we'll have to pretend to be against it. I don't know. Is that how that works?
I guess.
Like, am I gonna have to like fucking? I just want to say anything. If it happens, I'll just remain silent if I can.
Oh, I see what he's referring to. There's a tweet, and it says when we see transphobes, and there's a woman with a gun or 2 guns.
Okay.
And his response to the tweet is, "Really? This is what your press secretary thinks about this tragedy. Fire her immediately. No other answer will be acceptable."
So, like, the Second Amendment is really cool and based until trans people do it. But gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because I guess he's admitting he's a transphobe too, because like only a transphobe would have to worry about that. I thought he was going with that shit. Like, look, guys, I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to better understand reality. Why are you?
He knows that he's mislabeled a transphobe by the moral panic mob.
I mean, dude, if transphobe comes to mind, like he's at the top of the list. I mean, all of his biggest videos have to do with that issue. Like, it's a pet issue. He talks about it constantly.
Nah.
And then it's like, oh, there's blowback from that. Like, I don't know why people would be upset with me. I've just said that this class of people should be harassed and discriminated against and shouldn't exist. And that they're all brainwashed and insane and mentally ill. Oh, and also child butchers. I mean, demonic. I mean, you name it, he's probably said it about trans people.
That's okay.
But they're upset with him. Like, I don't get it. Why would they be mad at me?
And by the way, saying all this stuff against trans people who do not have the money to hire some nonstop security person to just like be at their house and protect them at all times.
Yeah.
So yeah.
More likely to be assaulted or hurt or murdered. Someone in Matt Walsh's demographic or someone that's trans. Let's see. What do statistics tell us? Yeah, definitely Matt Walsh, who's now the victim.
I have a feeling that if you took Matt Walsh and put him amongst a bunch of trans people, yeah, I think he'd get some hatred. I think he'd get some fucking tongue lashings. He might even get fucking smacked around a little bit or something. But if you put a trans person around a bunch of fucking like Matt Walsh listeners, I don't know. I feel like they would be in much more danger.
No, they would respectfully say, we have different lifestyles and different opinions, and I respectfully disagree with you, and we should go our separate ways. And that's all that would happen.
Now it's been 6 hours. Yes, it has.
No, I shit you not, dude. I shit you not. Stanley Kubrick said, "You've been punked."
Show's over. Gauntlet's over.
Awful.
See you next month for the Weeb Gauntlet. Bye.
1 second, TJ.
No.
Was this worse than Andrew Tate?
It was as bad. I don't know about worse.
It didn't quite get to that fucking level for me, but it was pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think I'm probably gonna agree with Paul, but I gotta marinate on it for a bit.
Fair enough. Well, that's it. Get out of here.
Bye, y'all.